everybody, and welcome to the 1000 miles of Sebring for the Virtual Endurance Championship. We're in round 6 of 9, only 4 to go, including this one. We're really getting to the business end of this season now, and we're very much looking forward to it. We've had 13 seasons, including this one as well, in the VEC so far, and Sebring has never failed to feature in any of our championships so far. That doesn't change this season either. We're here for a 1,000 mile race as we're getting towards the business end now. As I said, it's Ewan O'Leary commentating alongside Hugo Burrell for the first few hours of this race. We're very much looking forward to it, Hugo. A circuit with such history, and so we've had some great iconic circuits beforehand as well. Just look at some of these at Silverstone, Nürburgring, Imola, etc. We're finishing off our American leg to this season, and there's basically no better place in the country to do it. Sebring, a great circuit, and one that really resonates with many endurance racing fans, and I'm sure everybody's got a great story from, great Sebring races we've watched in the past. Hopefully we'll add this one to the list as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for the drivers because we're going to be just stretching past 8 hours, so slightly longer than the usual races that we have in this championship. But as you said, final leg of the American part of the championship, and we're moving towards Japan as well next, so quite the change for the drivers. But this is going to be a real test for the cars as well, because it is such a challenging track, and because they're going to have to be driving around it for slightly longer than they would normally be doing in these races. But we are coming in with Vargasim Racing. They're leading the championship by just 23 points ahead of Burst Edge Esports, so we've still got quite a long way to go, and that LMP2 championship has got some really close areas. For example, we've got Pinson Drillers only 1 point clear of Wave Freeman. With 45 cars out on track this evening, it is going to be quite a race to watch out for.
Yeah, it really is. Massively looking forward to it, as I mentioned. So we'll look at the championship as we go through the day, because it's going to be very interesting indeed. But let's just take a quick look at qualifying and how that went. Marcel Cincic was on the pole position for Varga at the end of all of that, followed by Burst, Waveframe, and then another Burst Edge Esports car. Then you got Boya Milan, Roman Jakubovic on the third row, followed by 7th and 8th is Drillers Esports, then Ageo Racing, Mantis Records, Herman Stocky on the next row, and then outside the top 10, Juan Carlos Fernandez, ahead of Jan Vosnica driving for Drillers Esports. Rick Van Oels driving for Undercover Sim Racing in 13th position, ahead of Go Team Racing and Williams Esports. Michael Romance in 15th. Kalakuri surprisingly down in 16th, I have to say, for Ageo Racing, followed by Anthony Jans, Rasmus Andreas, and then we've got Henry Sinnick. Also a little bit of a surprise to see him so far down inside the top 20, ahead of Arm Sim Racing. Then we get to the GTE cars. Christian Maglera getting his day off to the best possible start, ahead of Michal Schmiedel, and then we've got Adam Baldwin, Jimmy Nisula as well for Satellite Racing, Ferris Stanley behind him, and then we've got Jordi San Andres, Andrea Terzi, and then Manuel Biancalula. That's just the top 8. We've got some great names in this championship, and the GTE championship's an even closer one here, Hugo. Massively looking forward to seeing how this is going to develop. I mean, the top 5 are separated by 15 points. You cannot afford a mistake anymore in that championship. It's just too close to call.
Most definitely, because we only have these 9 rounds in the championship as well. Every single finish is going to be extremely valuable, and because it's so close as well, simply attending the races, getting the points for the championship, and that, of course, the championship spans the all 3 divisions of the VEC. Those attendance points are going to be absolutely vital for these drivers who can't afford to now miss any of the races. So yeah, having them turn up, they're going to be really pushing to try and get themselves into a safe position. So although we're approaching the latter end of the championship, there's still a lot of fighting to be done and still a championship to be decided.
43 cars on the grid here today, which is one more than started the race last time out when we had the 1,000 miles of Sebring 1 year ago. But we've got 268 laps today to make up the 1,000 miles. And the thing that's different from the previous 1,000 miles we had is that there's no hypercars this year. Completely different in that respect. So it makes it a little bit of a change, really. So I actually believe we've had a couple of cars rejoin. We might have 45 cars, if I believe correctly. But anyway, it doesn't really matter because the hypercars aren't here. We've got more LMP2s, but we've also got about 25 GTEs nearly. And that's an awful lot to be lapping. So even though we had a fairly quick race last time out. First of all, we've got a slower car heading the field, and second of all, we've got more GT traffic, so it's going to be a little bit slower than last year's race, and a little bit longer in terms of the actual time it takes. But the difference is for the LMP2 cars especially, and this is the only time this season that this will apply, is that they actually know how many laps they're going to run. This never happens otherwise, but they actually know and can plan their strategy accordingly.
Yeah, it brings in a completely different aspect to the Endurance Championship, having this, instead of, as you said, counted by time, it's now counted by lap number, and that will be interesting because they will have been able to more test their strategies a bit more in the run-up, and we're now seeing the nature of this track, how bumpy it can be on some parts, especially there as the Aston Martin flies through the first part of the track. But the aspect of strategy is going to be a different, that was interesting, but it will be different, and with potential code 80s as well, that can even further extend the race time. So we'll have to see where we're left at the end of this, what time the race will finish, but 1,000 miles.
Yeah, a long way. We're just getting readied up now, by the way, for the formation lap, which is about to begin. Not too long time, and that's why you see in this kind of nice slow-mo kind of sequence going on before we get into the race. Looking very nice as always. All of these cars getting lined up on the grid, etc. That's what they're getting up to right now. But none of that car. Here we go. Here's your full rows on the grid. About 22, 23 rows for 268 laps around the Sebring International Raceway. And we're going to be mentioning the word bumps quite a few times. I know it's come a bit of a meme, really, to talk about bumps a lot at Sebring, but it is true. It's quite bumpy. And these guys have got to watch out for that, of course. These race cars not really made for going over that kind of thing, so that's what makes things so difficult. Formation lap underway, then green flag is in the air, but only on the pit limiter just for the moment. They'll be getting lined up side by side as they go towards the line here in a lap's time, but one formation lap for these guys to really get their nerves intact. This is the kind of almost, for some drivers, me included when I was driving, the formation lap would often be where my heart rate is the highest. The anticipation at the start of an endurance race like this is absolutely massive, and so the tension, nerves at this point just going through the roof, and it's all about just composing yourself, making sure that you do indeed, just keep calm, because the calmest driver is going to will out on these opening laps, especially if you've got a calm head on your shoulders, then you are going to find yourself in at least a good place, or a holding position at very least.
Yeah, and with endurance racing as well, because it is a team sport, it's not just the pressure of yourself and wanting to do well, but you've also got to keep the car intact for the rest of your team, because they're going to be wanting to get in at some point in the race. So you've got that added pressure riding on top of you as well as you complete this formation lap. And because it's under the pit limiter as well, it takes quite a while. So it is really the opportunity for the nerves to set in. But once they get racing, they'll be able to hopefully get into a rhythm. And with this heavy traffic, that's going to be necessary, because they're going to need to be a lot calmer, because we've got more cars in the LMP2 category than would normally be, which means that once the grid has expanded a bit more, they will have a bit more traffic to try and navigate as well. And you can see as well, with quite a narrow track, very little opportunity for runoff, because grass is very prominent, and when there's not grass, there's usually a barrier. So that's also going to be another thing for the drivers to watch out for, which is going to be really interesting to see how they tackle, especially lapping the GT traffic, these LMP2s, but also how the GTs deal with their own traffic and the traffic that will be passing them, because it's going to have to need a level of mutual respect from all of the drivers on track for this to be successful for all of them, and for us not to have any DNS that we wouldn't want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Marcel Cincic leading them around then, the Hungarian driver qualifying on pole position for the 1,000 miles of Sebring ahead of Burst Esports Complexity. That's the number 49 car, and don't forget Burst have got 3 cars at least entered into this season. They've got the Burst Edge Esports car as well, lined up right behind them in the 4th place in the kind of combined livery that they have going on. I think it's one of the best looking ones, certainly on the grid. I know people will disagree, but they're lining up in 4th alongside Wave Free Esports, and things really starting to get selective in the championship. Those kind of guys are involved. Vargo Sim Racing, 13 points coming into today ahead of the 28 Burst Edge Esports car. Just getting a message about exiting the pit lane from Jimmy Allison. A word of warning from Gillian, so I think it's a sensible one as well. And he's absolutely right. You can't win the race at turn 1 when the race is going to go on for 8.5 hours, but you can certainly lose it getting caught up in an incident. So going down towards Sunset Bend right now, on the pit limiter at the moment, making sure there's no jump starts. And let's not forget, we'll go through penalties when we get there, but there will be penalties at the start of this race. There will be drivers going through the pit lane for a bit of a tour of the paddock, and then hopefully not again during the race for any kind of damage or anything like that, or penalties, and so on. But there will be some a little bit later on. You've got the GT start in the top right-hand box of your screen, and we've got the LMP2 start in full view. Marcel Chinzik not quite in full control of the field, and just for the moment they're waiting on the green flag call from Jimmy Allison, and then we'll be underway here at Sebring for round 6 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here in season 13. Coming towards the line, see all 20 LMP2 cars ready. And here we go, green flag in the air at Sebring. We are underway, and it's a good start from Marcel Chinzik on the inside line. A lot of weaving going on down towards the mid-pack of the field, but Chinzik takes control. Oh, bit of contact between Wave 3, and there's a spinner in the background as well. Black Hawk Pescara, I believe, have gone around as well as the 26 Wave 3 car. And so GTE traffic having to get their way through some damaged prototypes in the top right-hand side of your screen. It's a messy start, I'm afraid, in the prototype category. But when you've got so many cars going down into a funnel down at turn number 1, that was bound to happen. I'm afraid a few of them have come unstuck and gone a long way down the field after only 1 lap.
Yeah, and I think there was a bit of contact as well between a GT and a prototype as well. So that's going to play into Varga's hands actually right now, because they're leading the Burst Edge car. So they've been able to get out of that quite well. There was a bit of contact between Burst Edge and Wave 3, but nothing major. But what we did see was that major contact in the background as the GTs headed through. So that'll be an interesting thing to watch a replay of and try and understand who's been involved in that and what positions they will be in now, what kind of damage they've had, because there seem to be some relatively heavy impacts there, maybe some with the barrier as well. But here is Marcel Chinzik. He's absolutely flying away already, really making the most of that lead. But we are going to have a replay now. And you can see onto the grass, and I think that was the Pinson car accidentally cut across, having major damage. There was another one off in the background. So that just shows the nature of this track, very narrow and little room for error.
Yeah, hard to see really what caused that or who even was at fault, but you can be sure there's going to be an investigation into it afterwards. Go Team Racing were caught up in that one, I'm afraid I can tell you, and also Black Hawk Pescara SRT, Roman Jakubovic, who had a good qualifying actually, is now all the way down in the GTE traffic, and so is Henry Sinnick of Drillers, as we're currently watching Marcel Chinzik driving through turn 1 at the moment. Best lap time obviously, because this is the first lap of first flying lap of this particular race, and he's leading after lap 1. He's converted his qualifying into a race lead after lap 1, and in GTE, Christian McLaren has also gone very quickly and held on to his lead ahead of Michal Smidl, Adam Baldwin, Ferris Stanley, and Yimi Nisula, who has actually lost a place to Ferris Stanley on that particular first lap. But it's Varga Sim Racing from Burst at the front of the field, as we've got a yellow flag already in sector 1 once again, and that's the 67 and the 391. Volante Racing and Your Name Here Racing both coming together. So the action, even though we're on lap 2, turn 1 is claiming another victim, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, this is what's the trouble as well. It's partially the bumps because they really unsettle the car, but also it's very narrow, and once you go off, it's very hard to try and hold it, and we're seeing the impacts of that now. But we are going to have a look at the GT field, and we're seeing it's very close. We've got David Arduini in the drive game seat car right now. He's defending off that from that Corvette, but he is really getting put under pressure. You can see, having a look down the inside now, just not able to find a move. But behind, we've got David Serra, who's holding his BMW in position, but as well, he's got battles going on in front of him and behind him as well. So he's in quite a pressure situation. He's halfway through the GT field as well, maybe just in the bottom half, but ever so slightly. And we're seeing now how close these cars are on track, and it's going to be very difficult for them to try and move around the order. And I feel we might see some more contacts later on in the race, but it is going to be Marcel Shinchik who's going to set the fastest lap so far with a 1:46.79 in his LMP2. But yeah, you can just see the very close nature of the GTs, and we see a very late move there from Ferrari, not quite finding the room on the inside line. But you can see them all along the straight now and very close to contact in some of these instances.
Yeah, indeed. That was, I believe, David Serra getting or putting the pressure onto Turkka Hakkinen, and then just behind him, it was Martin Diamond and Cameron Samso going almost side by side. And here we go with the Speedy Mike racing car down the inside. Oh, it's a bit of a slide though, and he's got that wrong, and he's just about managed to avoid everybody. Goodness me, that could have been a lot worse. But fortunately for Cameron Sanso and everybody behind, there wasn't actually any contact there. It just seemed like he sent it into the corner a little bit too hard, and there was just, not enough grip in that Ferrari. Just span around. Maybe we can get a second look at it. But this battling in the GT3 category, is just absolutely crazy at the moment. It's basically going down from 9th, where Sean Jacobs is holding off Nikodem Wisniewski, as there's the replay of Cameron Sanso's spin. It's the other Speedy Mike racing car kind of holding all of this up, and it's completely bonkers at the moment, as you can see, that Sanso's now going side by side with one of the other Ferraris in a battle for 21st position in GTE. You might think that these guys are so far down the order that they might not be battling very hard, but they really are playing for keeps right now, even though we're in the first few moments of this race. And the midfield is where we're finding the action in GTE and in LMP2, because we're now starting to see penalties applied. Some drivers coming into the pit lane. Let's just try and bring that one to you. It's number 7, Drillers Esports, as well as Rookie Monsters in their 37, both into the pit lane for a penalty, and I'm sure we're going to see more as well.
Yeah, and we saw as well there was another Porsche off in the background just halfway earlier in this lap, and we're now seeing the race leader here, Christian Malguera, with the Wave Green esports car, but he's only just got a very slight gap to the Vargason Racing Porsche behind him, and you can see on the rear view camera that that's going to be quite scary for him as they head through the first part of the track, where we saw an incident not that long ago. And I'm very surprised as well how we managed to avoid contact, but I think the rear's just locked up as he outbraked himself there. But you can see now that Varga car is really closing up, making himself really prominent in the rear view mirrors of Christian Malguera, just trying to put that pressure on and force him into an error, because it doesn't have to be a massive error to have a real issue around this track.
We've had some massive change in position. Jimmy Nasilla has been off the road, and one of the other cars as well, because there was a brief yellow flag going on in there. Let's get a replay of this. It was side by side between Ground Effect and Juices, and there was contact between the two. Oh, multiple pieces of contact actually. That's Nisilla getting caught up behind Adam Baldwin, who was spun around by the Ground Effect car of Rick Van Earl, I believe. No, sorry, Ferris Stanley, not Rick Van Earl. But either way, it doesn't matter. There was a lot of cars caught up in that accident, and now World of Sim Racing, Arzone Performance and Musto GD Esports are battling hard, with Juice's Motorsport Club involved, and Wave Cream Esports, not the car you're seeing on your screen right now, who is leading this race, Christian McLaren, but the other car, the sister car, well and truly in amongst the battles. These are the kind of incidents you need to make sure you don't get involved in these opening laps, because then you get put into midfield battles like this, and it's just absolutely crazy going on in the midfield. This is the battle for 4th, with World of Sim Racing heading the train. Jordi San Andres has got 3 seconds up to Ferris Stanley, but with all the battling that they've been doing, they're just losing time. And it's a pretty good exit from the Ferrari of Manuel Biancalula as well, going towards Sunset Bend. It's a big defence here from San Andres, but there might not be too much he can do about the Italian right now. Round the outside through the longest corner on the circuit, or nearly anyway. Oh, that's a fantastic manoeuvre from Biancalula. He just brakes later, braver on the brakes, and just held it round the outside with the downforce of the Ferrari, and completely went round Jordi San Andres like he was standing still there. And now producers might want a piece of this, with Adam Baldwin trying to get down the inside to turn 1. We've seen this go wrong, and Adam Baldwin has no such trouble, and he's into the top 5 now. Jordi San Andres seemingly struggling a little bit and losing a few spaces.
Yeah, it's not gone too well for him in the last part of the previous lap and the start of the sixth lap of the race. He's dropped down to currently sixth place, but it's going to be very hard for him to regain those positions that he's just lost, because we can already see that Mr. GD Ferrari pulling away a little bit from this pack, but he's also got to try and navigate past this Juice's Motorsport Club car, while also defending from the sister Wave 3 esports car, currently in P7 right behind him. So it's not ideal situation for the driver or the team, because they have got to put in a lot of work now to try and get themselves out of this traffic and into some clean air and just try and distance themselves from the battles, because as the race director pointed out earlier in the race, it's an 8+ hour race as well, so it's not going to be won right now, as you can see, by us having still well over 250 laps before that checkered flag is waved. And by battling, you're just going to be losing time to those people that aren't battling right now, perhaps further ahead, perhaps even behind as well, and they're just going to be able to make up time through the pit stops by using strategy to its full advantage.
Yeah, that might be exactly why Michal Schmiedel's not really made a move on Christian McLaren just yet. He just wants to get distance in between those guys behind, and here they are on the completion of the next lap. We can't be too far away from traffic though, and where is the leader? Vargas Sim Racing just coming through Tower Corner right now at turn 13. And these guys just coming over the line now, as you can see. So we're not too far away from the real race beginning, as many people call it, where, you know, we get traffic and it's pretty much constant from then on to the end of this race. So we're not too far away from that point, and you can just imagine the train of LMP2 cars coming through, the train of GTE cars. It's going to be truly chaotic, but we're massively looking forward to it. I don't think these GTE cars are though, because they're in a fight of their own. It's difficult enough, clearly, without the prototypes interchanging between them. But you know, that's just going to add another ingredient into this very spicy mixture we've got going on at the moment.
Yeah, the traffic is going to be a really big thing for all of the drivers to contend with once we hit that milestone, which will only be in a few laps' time by the looks of it. And that is, well, as the old adage goes, traffic gives, traffic takes away. We'll see how that all plays out for the drivers. But this is First Edge right now, currently in the lead of the race in LMP2, and a fair gap behind, and we can see penalties being applied, and also penalties are going to be a big issue throughout this race, as we've seen quite a few extensions. There he goes past the World of Sim Racing iZone performance car and already putting away, so you can just see the amount of speed these prototypes have compared to the GT cars around this track. But look at that, you're already seeing the cars approach the traffic. Of course, it's already relatively dispersed, having had those incidents earlier on in the race. But with the extra effort of trying to navigate these tracks, we are going to see more track extensions, and we're going to see these drive-through penalties. And what they do is they put your position on track further back. And even if you're quicker, it's a lot harder to try and overtake on this track than, say, for instance, Silverstone, where it's a bit wider, there's a bit more opportunity to try and overtake on some areas of the track. Like this, where we're going now, it's quite narrow. You could go onto the grass and potentially extend a lot easier. So that's going to be another thing for these drivers to watch out for.
Yeah, we'll keep monitoring it throughout the day, of course, but just to clarify why Alex Sieb was suddenly in the lead of this race, is because we have had a penalty for the likes of Marcel Chinzik, Michi Hoyt, Arne Schumpeter as well, I believe, has had one. Roman Jakubovic has had an incident, which is why he's down there, but the LMP2 field is relatively spread out, but these guys aren't. Just look at this. Top 5 or 5th place is the battle that we're now focusing on. It's between Wave 3 Esports and World of Sim Racing. Now, this isn't the Wave 3 car that's in contention for the championship in GTE, by the way. That one's leading the race. Or it was, until it came in for a penalty a moment ago. But Jordi San Andres is not waiting. Around the outside at the hairpin he goes. And now these two are going to have a drag race coming out of the corner now as well. With the Williams Esports car watching along in behind as well. Satellite Racing, Yumi Nisula trying not to get involved in another incident today, but Sandres goes back to the outside again. Didn't work out for him at the hairpin, not going to work out for him at Cunningham either, and so he has to just stick behind for now. But as you were saying earlier, this is costing them more and more time, and so Sandres is going to be more and more incentivised to try and get through here, but he's finding it very, very difficult in good defending at the moment. from Andrea Terzi, who's currently driving the Wayframe Ferrari.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be going too well for this World of Sim Racing Porsche, because he's dropped down about 4 positions, I think, 3 or 4 positions in the last few laps, currently sitting in P6. But we can see as well that the Musto GD car and the Juices Motorsports Club, they're already pulling away, so they've clearly got more pace. And I think we might just see the Williams BMW make a move down the inside. He has a sniff of that line, but there just isn't the room to try and send it like we saw perhaps earlier in the race. And in fact, that's the Varga Porsche having a look back past the Williams. So instead of gaining a position there, they might actually be in the situation where they've lost it as they run side by side along the main straight and into turn 1. It's going to be the inside line for the Williams. They should be able to hold the position therefore. And yeah, you can see Varga's going to have to slot in behind, but that is going to be a really big threat to that BMW car.
Yeah, that's Ivan Nisela in the satellite racing car trying to get through on Nikodem Wisniewski in the Williams Esports BMW, as you can see on your screen with that graphic right now. But yeah, very, very close in the midfield, as we've mentioned a lot, but the LMP2 cars are not far away. Let's just have a look. The leaders just making their way through a kind of secondary group, which is formed off the back of these guys, but they're about to enter GT traffic hell, as Nisela trying again to get down the inside of the Polish driver Wisniewski, but no way through at the hairpin on this particular occasion either. It looks like they've all single-filed themselves out, going towards Cunningham for the 10th time, well, for the 9th time of asking for these guys. It's the 10th for the prototype leaders, who are rapidly approaching on the back of these guys, as I've just mentioned, as Nisela now, this gap down the inside at Tower really just open itself up. It invites you to go down the inside, but maybe not at this stage in the race. We'll see a few LMP2 cars diving down the inside of GTs there, I can assure you of that one. And the GT guys won't be too pleased about it, but Wisniewski doing a good job of defending just for now. Nisela just a little bit stuck behind, but you mentioned it again, you know, these two are battled. They've lost a bit of time now. They got 7 tenths to World of Sim Racing, and you know, Wisniewski was applying the pressure to San Andres not so long ago, but immediately with one little piece of battling, that gap has completely extended.
Yeah, it was actually, I think, this point on the last lap where we saw that potential move from Wisniewski. But no, satellite car behind them really putting on the pressure now, trying to find a way through. And that has given the World of Sim Racing Porsche a brief respite from the onslaught of the Williams BMW as they head on to the next lap. Now you can see an LMP2, and up ahead for him is going to be quite a daunting scene as he sees an absolute freight train of GTs trying to navigate through those drivers and lose as little time as possible, which is definitely going to be easier said than done. But even so, Jimmy Nisela piling on that pressure at this stage in the race. It's in his interest to get past, of course, but this battle is in neither driver's interest with such a long race distance to go. And as they battle, they are simply losing time. But it looks like that gap might be beginning to extend a little bit as Wisniewski is looking to put a bit more pressure on that car, currently sitting in P6 as he looks to get P7 as they head through that chicane there. And we're going to have the race leader coming up, potentially round the outside corner. Aggressive move there from the prototype, just trying to navigate his way through and avoid losing as much time as possible. What this does mean, though, is he's slotted himself in between P6 and 7 in the GT field. That's going to give Wisniewski a bit of a bigger gap to try and close up to, whereas that satellite car now has got to look in his mirrors as well. So this is the point where the traffic, especially at the densest part of the race as well, for the traffic to navigate, this is the point where the gaps are made and lost as these guys just try and find the best point on the track to get through without losing any time. They're trying to avoid contact, which the undercover sim racing car almost fails at, but does squeeze through, and that's Wisniewski with a big drift on the exit there, just going onto the grass on the exit of that curve, but holding it. And you can see just how busy the track is at this stage in the race.
Yeah, as that mistake has slowed up Jimmy Nisela as well, and now down the inside goes the Speedy Mike car of Sean Jacobs, trying to take 8th place away from the Porsche, and it looks like, well, he's not quite going to do it actually, because the run that Nisela gets off of that corner is absolutely fantastic. 3 wide off of the Sunset Bend with one of the prototypes, and these two still going side by side. It'd be impressive if Jacobs was going to pull this one off. and he doesn't in the end, slightly scared that Gira car was going to dive down his inside as well, so he's lost a bit of time, and this is what we tend to see throughout the first round of traffic, really. The battles do get separated a little bit, but then they do close again quickly as the battles are carrying on just up in front. It's actually a change for 5th place in LMP2 as Anthony Jans and Boya Milan battle with Michael Romandis as well. That's all over 4th place. It's all going on, you can see just in the distance into the hairpin, but Boya Milan's managed to get himself into 5th place ahead of Anthony Jans once again. And so it all kind of straightens itself out, and these guys calm themselves down a little bit, but that was very sketchy moment. You know, dust being kicked up, cars everywhere. It looks like a recipe for disaster, but all of them managed to survive just for the moment, and this battle for 4th has helpfully for us, that's just closed up just a little bit. Michael Romandis versus Boya Milan versus Anthony Jans, who used to be regarded as the best LMP2 driver you could have on your team. Not quite so much anymore, but he seems to be really finding a little bit of his form that made him so famous a few seasons ago.
Yeah, he's currently sitting in P4, but Boya Milan is going to be trying to close that gap and find a way through. And now they've passed the main body of the traffic. You can see just a few cars here and there in front of them. Nothing like what we saw last time round as we went onto this straight here, the penultimate straight of the lap. But yeah, Michael Romanidis, he's got a gap of less than half a second behind him, but also he's going to be looking in front as well. So once again, we have got some very close battles. In fact, I think that car in front might be a lap. No, it's not. Definitely not a lap down. It is simply 2 tenths in front of him, and you can see using the GT car to his advantage, trying to stop that slipstream being used, and that's going to cost, it looks like, Boya Milan, as he is following close. But we have got this Porsche as we head through quite a winding part of the circuit. That's going to close up the gap a little bit, but once they're past here, you can see it's going to be a bit more clean track, and that could give them the opportunity they need as they both head through without much time loss past that Porsche. But also behind, they've got a bit of a gap, only 1 second clear, but if they're battling with each other, once again we'll see at that time come out of both of their pockets and be handed to who is the car currently in P6, which will be looking to close up. But right now they don't seem to be battling too intensely, roughly even for pace, to try and stick with each other, which is probably the ideal strategy for a race of this length.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess neither of them have had outstanding seasons so far. Monaco did manage to get a podium back at Imola with a 3rd position, but they didn't finish last time out well, if they did, then they weren't in the points. So not a remarkable season for those guys, and nor for Williams Esports either, really, in that particular car. But we're going to go up front a little bit further, the DX Droids versus Undercover Sim Racing. Now, these are 2 teams which I'm very impressed with so far, actually, in the opening laps of this particular race, because they haven't really done much either. DX Droids did show some good pace at one of the previous rounds, but their tyre strategy really undid them quite massively, actually. And so in a big way, they lost out on quite a good result. But maybe today is going to be their day. Rick Van El's going to try and stop them at least from having 2nd place just for the moment. But he's driving for Undercover Sim Racing at the moment in that kind of purpley yellow and white livery. As 2 a little bit unfamiliar liveries, really. We've seen so many penalties for those at the front of the field that things have really changed around in the upper parts of this field, because, you know, the pole sitter Marcel Czinzik down in 17th place, 14 seconds off Roman Jakubovic, because I believe they've had 2 penalties. You know, you really need to avoid getting these penalties in these races. I know the race is 8.5 hours long, there's a long time to recover, but, you know, the pace of these guys is just difficult to recover from, as we've got more crazy battling going on in GTE. Andrea Terzi trying to get through on Juices. He locks up going into turn 3, and now he's going to be exposed to the Williams Esports 490. And so this is all kicking off now between Wisniewski and Terzi as they all go down towards the hairpin. The BMW will definitely be making a move here now.
Yeah, Wisniewski has since got past that World of Sim racing car, and you can see him move to the outside under braking. Is he going to be able to try and get a later apex and get a better exit as we head through this turn? There's not really enough room. It's a little bit too narrow here for him to make the most of that advantage he did have. But we're going to see a replay now of that was Andrea Terzi getting or trying to get past the Juice's Motorsports car, which sets him up to be caught up to by Wisniewski. So that was very close indeed, but Wisniewski is really trying to put the pressure onto Andrea Terzi, sorry, who is in P5 going onto the grass, really using the most of that curb to maximise their exit. We've got a Burst Esports LMP2 car trying to get past these cars as well. You can see that's going to cost Wisniewski a lot of time. The World of Sim racing car looks to be quite close behind him as we've got the Ajira LMP2 really sending it, trying to get past this traffic as quickly as possible because despite them being spread out in the traffic, those P2s are still relatively close to each other on track, and they've still got those battles they want to sort out, especially with Undercover, currently P19 in the championship, sitting in third, so really putting on a great performance so far. Only 15 laps in though, so don't want to speak too soon.
No, absolutely not. We've got a long way to go yet in this particular race. We're getting towards half an hour though. In this race, roughly 25 minutes currently ran, and after about 40 to 45 we'll see the first LMP2 pit stops of the day. We've already seen some of them come down pit lane for penalties and the like. However, we haven't seen pit stops from them just yet, as expected, because if you've made one so far, then things have not gone well. Case in point, Drillers and Henry Sinnick, who had his rear wing off at the exit of the exit of turn 1 on lap 1. Yeah, unfortunate start to their day, but we've had a very good time so far. It's been fantastic battling, especially in GTE. And you can see a little bit further up actually, I think that was Wisniewski under a little bit of pressure from the Wavefree car, or one of them anyway, because Christian McClare has had a penalty, and so he's dropped back. That's actually Wisniewski trying to get through on Terzi, and he looked like he was giving it a very good go down into the hairpin, but not quite enough. Will it be enough into Cunningham? Oh, that's a squeeze from Terzi. He's lucky that Wisniewski wasn't a little bit further up then, because he might have just kept his nose in there and Terzi would have been spinning off to the left-hand side. So the Italian a little bit lucky, I would argue, for Wavefree Esports on that particular occasion.
Yeah, I think the drivers exercising a little bit of restraint, something that we might see fade as the race progresses, as we close on that final 268 lap, which it won't be for the GTs, not quite as quick as the LMP2s, but either way they've still got to travel the same amount of time. And you can see now that Wisniewski, he decided that perhaps it wasn't ideal to make a very risky move so early on in the race, as there will be plenty of other opportunities, and we could see one on the following lap, but it does seem that he's getting closer in the areas where it's very difficult to overtake, so maybe the setup on that BMW not quite ideal for the Williams drivers.
Varga Sim Racing just making their way through there. That's Marcel Cincic and the pole sitting car from this race. And you just think back to how long we saw Burst Edge Esports coming through. You know, it was a good 10 minutes ago now. They're a long way back of Varga Sim Racing because they're 2 penalties and they've got a lot of work to do today. But they did get a penalty and still win last time out. At the Indianapolis, sorry, they came second, but they still recovered very well from a penalty. Is what I'm trying to say, is that's going to be a recovery for Jimmy Nisilla because he didn't quite spin around, but he's in a lot of trouble now because Sean Jacobs is in the slipstream of the Porsche, might be making a move down into the hairpin if he so pleases, but not for the moment. He's stayed back for now, but Nissilla's got himself into a couple of incidents so far, and some of them haven't been his fault, but you know, he just hit the back of the car in front there and went for a little bit of a slide out of that particular corner at turn 5. So you know, really need to be careful at this stage in the race, and so far Nissilla's really been in the wall. If we're talking about you at this level of the race, or at this stage in the race this often, and it normally means you're getting involved in a few too many incidents.
Yeah, that's obviously not where you want to be, but I think there's Sean Jacobs just about holding on to that. I'm not quite sure how he's managed to get away with that, but on the grass there is the Nita Velix Corvette, and it's going to be side by side as we head through the S section now. This is going to be really tight as we head around the outside perhaps on Sean Jacobs, trying to go for a later apex. It's going to be a fantastic exit, squeezing him to the inside and just about getting past as they're both right on the edge of traction. We've got about 4 cars within a second of each other, maybe even more, as we head along the penultimate straight towards the final turn on the track. This could be really interesting. Sean Jacobs losing out there, having been slightly contacted from the rear, but he's going to send it back down the inside. Can he make the move stick underneath the Felix Corvette? It doesn't look like he's quite got the room, but now he's got the threat from behind as well. As they head onto the main straights, we saw the Speedy Michael have a bit of a mistake earlier on in the race, trying to make a move into turn one. Will he be able to hold his position though? Because we've got a BMW as well trying to throw himself into the mix. As we head through turn one, it's going to be incident free, as that was a very tense moment of the race. Cars are very close, and now we've got LMP2s as well trying to squeeze their way through, as this first part of the track is very, very tight indeed. So it's not ideal to come up to this density of traffic on this part of the track. But this is Dennis Duna, who's really been putting on a little bit of pressure. But we're going to go up to Andrea Terzi now, who has caught up to the Juice's Motorsports car. He's got Wisniewski behind him. We're going to ride on board though as we head along the track, and you can see here the nature of the track, what kind of lines they're taking, and where the different cars have an advantage. And with the slipstream here, could we see a move down the inside? No, we're going to stick behind for now as we head through the next few turns. Not really an ideal opportunity to make an overtake, because the following corners only really have one line through them if you don't want to lose any time, and especially with the drivers here being so tight on track. We've got Wisniewski prominent just over half a second behind. A mistake would not be ideal for either of the drivers as they stick close to each other heading through this section. Now I think Andrea Terzi might be trying to line himself up for a move here as we head on to the last straight before we head on to the start-finish line. And with the slipstream, we've seen that it's quite powerful for the Ferrari against the Porsche, but will he have an advantage here? It is 0.3 of a second now, that gap, closing down to 2. It might not be enough though, as yeah, he's just going to have to follow him through this final turn.
Yeah, just staying back for the moment, not risking everything to go down the inside, but Nikodem Wisniewski's just lost a little bit of pace in the last few moments, and he's falling into the clutches of Jordi San Andres, it has to be said, in these last couple of moments. So here we go down the inside. Terzi going to give it a go again, and this time he throws it into the corner a little bit deeper, but well held around the outside from Adam Baldwin, and I think he might hold on to the place. He does indeed. Great defending from the Juice's Motorsport Club driver. Goes a little bit deep into turn 3, but I think he can be excused that really, because the way he held that Porsche around the outside at turn 1 was phenomenal, quite frankly, and Andrea Terzi still not able to find a way round.
Yeah, that was excellent defense from the Juice's Motorsport driver Baldwin, but he still has got that threat of Terzi behind, so he might have held it for one lap, but he's going to have to repeat that until he can bring a bit of a bigger gap, or maybe try and close up to the Musto GD car. But we're going to see a replay of that move into turn 1. Andrea Terzi had a look down the inside under brakes. You can see just hanging it right on the edge of traction, getting as close as you like through the exit and holding it as we head through the next couple of turns. So just a fantastic piece of defense there.
Yeah, the problem is, though, he's invited about 3 other cars to the party here. Nikodem Wisniewski, as we were mentioning a moment ago, falling away. Well, he's right back in this again. Jordi San Andres is in the black and gold car for World of Sim Racing just behind that. And then we've got Yimi Nisula of Satellite Racing. This is all over 4th place at the moment, but these guys becoming increasingly distant to the leader, Michał Schmidl. And in 2nd place, Grand Effect Sim Racing, Ferris Stanley, who is about 2 seconds adrift, but these guys more than 12-15 seconds behind us. Jordi San Andres having to defend into Sunset Bend. 2 Porsches battling through the final corner, we're bound to see, as the Finnish driver tries to hang it round the outside of the corner, although I don't think he's quite going to have enough of his car alongside to be able to manage that, although his exits off of the final corner are normally pretty good, so he might give it another go into turn 1. So might Nikodem Wisniewski here, because he's heading to the outside line, getting another big slipstream off of Adam Baldwin as well, but no way round the outside of turn 1. Behind the 2 Porsches are indeed battling, waiting to see who's going to pop into view first, and it's Yimi Nisula, because he's got through on the inside line of Jordi San Andres, and he is into 7th place.
Yeah, Nisula really doing well to get that position now. He's going to have Nikodem Wisniewski lined up in his sights and try and close that gap, because we're seeing sort of 2 different battles developing here, and then a third one further up the field around P1, but that's still a relatively big gap. But Nikodem Wisniewski still putting the pressure onto Andrea Terzi, really trying to force him into potentially an error, but just to let him know that he is there and that Terzi cannot afford to make a mistake, because that BMW will be all over him, as we can see right now. Really no room between them, just looking for that gap as well, because we've seen that unless the cars are very, very close on the exit of a turn onto a straight, it's going to be very difficult to try and make a move. And we've also seen that into turn 1 especially, Terzi, whilst he can hold his own, so can the cars in front of him as well. So Wisniewski has got his work cut out for him if he wants to get past both the Juices car and the Wave Frame Ferrari. But we're going to have a look now as well at Herman Stocky, who has just a 3/10 of a second gap to the car in front as they navigate this battle, which we were just following. And that is the World of Sim Racing car. I think actually they passed the other one. But on this part of the track, they are very close. Cetres Nita Velux. This is their LMP2 car. Of course, they've got Corvettes running as well. Currently in P10. And we're seeing the difference in speed as well, because you can see just how rapid the downforce makes them through these really sweeping turns on this part of the track.
Yeah, kind of hard to know where to look at the moment, because there's lots of different things going on. But him and Stocky earlier on in Nigel Velux LMP2 did have a penalty to serve, so he was a little bit further up towards the front a few moments ago, but not so much anymore really. He's now inside the top 10 at least, but not very far inside, so he wants to change that. And so Arm Sim Racing are his next victim, or he hopes anyway, as they go across the line for the 20th time for these guys. They completed 20 laps of the 268 that these guys have got here today. So about 8 hours of racing remaining, roughly. But obviously code 80s, any rain, which we're not expecting, could, change that kind of prediction. But yeah, for the moment, we're looking at about another 8 hours on the clock here, even though there is no maximum time. It could take 24 hours. It's not going to, but it could, because there's no maximum time here today. There's no limit for how long this race takes. It's going to run to 268 laps no matter what happens, and some of these cars are going to need all of those to make up some of the ground they've lost. But we're in the second round of traffic now. We're just getting to the back of the GTE field once again for the prototypes. Actually, some of them who are further up towards the front in LMP2 are already making their way through the leaders again. But these guys like Herman Stocky are in amongst the traffic again, as we watch Roman Jakubovic on the back of one of the Burst cars here in a battle for 15th place. This Burst Esport Hungary.dk. Rasmus Andreasen is trying to fight off Jakubovic at the moment, and it looks like the Black Hawk car is a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's all over the rear of Andreasen. However, it's one thing to be behind the driver, it's another thing to get past, especially around Sebring. Although you can see now he's taking different lines just to try and give him that advantage on the exit, so he can get down the power and try and squeeze past on the straights. But we are seeing actually some of these LMP2 battles beginning to evolve. We've got a couple going on up ahead. Of course, we had that one with Herman Stocky, who I think is putting on pressure as well. But you can see now Roman Jakubovic really on the edge of grip, just getting that inside tire beyond the curb, really rotating the car, perhaps over-rotating it. And that's going to compromise his speed slightly, but he's still going to be closing up to Rasmus Andreasen as we head towards the final turn, turn 17. He's going to have a look down the inside. Can he hold it under brakes? This is going to be very close indeed. Just about avoiding contact. In fact, they're not avoiding contact. That's going to be a big slide into the barrier for Rasmus Andreasen, and that could be some heavy suspension damage, actually. And you can see, yeah, really all over the track there, heading into the pit lane immediately, which is really unfortunate for the Burst Esport team.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hopefully get a replay of that one. But going into Sunset Bend, the two of them getting into contact, I'm afraid. Here we go. The things just narrow, really, as we go into Sunset Bend. Just look at this. You bobble over a bump once, try to gather the car up, but there's just not enough space for that. Roman Jakubovic going into the side of Rasmus Andreasen, who's got no rear wing and no suspension by the looks of it either, because that car was handling awfully. So I'm afraid that's going to be a long pit stop for them. And it is actually on schedule. We are starting to see pit stops from the likes of Vandanovsky. Anthony Jans has been... Anthony Jans has been in. Manchus Rekkers has been in. The other Drillers Esports car, Jan Vosniker's in, alongside Mitchy Hoyer and Rasmus Andreasen, who we've just seen. So 21 laps is the limit. Goodness me, look at this once again for GTE. The leader is in. The overall leader, Alex Siebel, also in. So lap 21, 22 seems to be the time for coming into the pit lane, and it looks like Rick Van Earl is going to follow him in as well. That's Juan Carlos Fernandez, Michael Romanidis, Boya Milan, Kalakuri. It seems. Oh, Kalakuri's staying out. Excuse me. Sorry, that's Lorenzo Ricci staying out. But either way, it seems to be the time for LMP2 pit stops, and it's getting busy down there on pit road.
Yeah, so we've got that separation, of course, between the GTs and the LMPs. The GTs can last a little bit longer on their fuel and perhaps on their tyres as well. It'll be interesting to see actually how the tyre strategies play out. But we've got the Wave Free LMP2 car trying to navigate this most dense battle, because we've got a bit of a four-way battle actually emerging currently for a potential P3 in GT, because you've got that Musto GD esports car leading this pack, and with Wisniewski getting past the Wave Frame car, he's now got to line up his sights on Adam Baldwin, because Andrea Terzi doesn't seem to be a huge threat. And I think that these gaps are a little bit extended, but I do believe they're going to close down a bit, especially with the result of the traffic and the likes. But Adam Baldwin is quite closing up quite a bit on that Musto GD esports Ferrari, so trying to close up that gap, potentially take a third position. But beyond that, it's going to be very difficult at this stage in the race. 12 seconds to P2, although between P1 and P2 it is only 1 second, so that is definitely yet to be decided. But right now we've got two Aston Martins. We've got Alex Reutemann in the Blackhawk racing car, currently sitting in P13, but Jean Alesi Esports with Martin Dearland at the wheel, not far behind at all. So once again, GT at the forefront of the battles in this 1,000 miles of Sebring as they head towards the last stage of the lap. It could be a potential move for Martin Dearland. He just needs to get a good exit. Of course, they're in equal machinery, so it's now just going to be down, or more equal than perhaps a different GT car between them. So it is going to be down to driver skill and their setups, and it's going to be very close. Just under 0.2 of a second, yet not able to find a way through yet with Alex Reutemann as they head back out onto the main straight. You can see it's going to be a fantastic exit for Dylan. He's closing up quite quickly on Alex Reutemann, but into turn one, is it going to be enough of a gap to have a send of it down the inside? It looks like he's just going to sit behind for now, not quite finding an opportunity to squeeze his car through and take that 13th position.
Not just for the moment, but he'll keep trying, there's no doubt. Just interesting development in LMP2, by the way, as these pit stops do filter themselves through. Wave Free Esports and Burst Edge, sorry, no, not Burst Edge Esports, they've already been in. So Wave Free Esports, the number 26 car, only the car able to go 1 lap longer than everybody else here, with 24 laps. Will be, well, I'm presuming it's going to be 24 laps, might be 25 if they can do this, but it would be quite remarkable if they are indeed doing that. Stretching it a little bit longer though, and it's as much as 3 laps longer than some of their rivals, which gives them the upper hand here, really. As I was mentioning at this early part of this race, you can actually plan your stops almost to the lap for these kind of races, because you know exactly how many laps you're going to be doing. In a normal endurance race, the 6 and 8 hour races we've had so far, you haven't previously known how long the race is going to be in terms of laps, so that makes it a little bit difficult to plan. However, they do know it this time, and so everybody's running to their strategy. Some people might be short pitting by a lap here or there to avoid a shorter stop, splash and dash, as you call it, towards the end of the race. But it's all about these different strategies sort of playing themselves out and moulding themselves in front of us, and then it will all converge towards the end, and we'll finally understand where the race was won in the final half an hour, as it always seems to be the case.
Yeah, and with this being the second longest race in the calendar, of course, Le Mans will be the longest in terms of time, at least. That final stint as well, the longer they can stretch the earlier stints, they might just be able to shorten it and maybe even do 1 less pit stop, though that might be a bit too much to ask of them. But if they can make up that time enough towards the end of the race, saving fuel at this stage could be really beneficial, and that's why we see such a culmination of a race in the last half an hour. And we saw just now at LMP2 struggling a little bit for grip, but look at this, Adam Baldwin has actually got past the Musto car, and Nikodem Wisniewski has caught up as well with the Wave Freem car currently sitting in P6 as well, closing up. So Satellite Racing are looking to be a bit prominent again. So this battle for third place, once again developing as Wisniewski's going to have a look around the outside, not quite finding the room. That Ferrari just being parked in front of him, really nowhere to squeeze through there. But what this battle is doing, as you can see right now behind, is that those other cars that weren't previously battling with these, they had just been passed recently. They're beginning to close up once again. So we're seeing the way these battles ebb and flow. And right now we're seeing it come together quite a lot because Wisniewski, he is trying to wake his way up. He's doing it slowly, but he definitely is doing it because he's clearly quicker than that Mustang car, but so is the Wave Freem sitting behind him. So once again, Wisniewski doesn't want to be too brave because if he does lose enough time, that Ferrari is going to be straight past him, and potentially the Satellite car as well, if he makes a big enough of an error. So that is going to be the effect of the gaps closing up through this battle. It's all going to be about the exit though, because this seems to be both turn 17 and turn 1, they seem to be the prime opportunities for making an overtake. You can see on the onboard of Nikodem Wisniewski now looking to the outside, so quite a brave move. Can he stick it against the Ferrari? He's just about holding out against the rear left tyre, but still not quite finding room. However, he's close enough to have another crack at it into turn 1 at the start of the next lap. That gap now 1/10 of a second. That Mustang car trying to park it on the outside now. Wisniewski down the inside. They're going to be incredibly close. There's going to be slight contact. They both managed to hold it, both right on the edge of grip. Onto the grass they go, but this is going to give the Wave Freem car the opportunity he needs, trying to get down the inside of Wisniewski. It looks like he might just have that 5th position. In fact, he does. He's squeezed through and made the most of that, and that's what I was talking about as well. If Wisniewski just makes a slight error, that Wave Freem car was going to be all over him and make the most of those battles that they're not particularly involved in. So that has worked out well for the Wave Freem car, potentially having a look at a second overtake during this lap.
Yeah, Manuel Barrichello seems to be struggling a little bit out there at the moment, and he was in third place quite comfortably not so long ago, but now things have really changed. He was under pressure from Wisniewski, really squeezed him actually down into the turn number 1 there here at Sebring, which is obviously right up next to the wall as well. But two came into a little bit of contact, both went for a bit of a slide, but gathered it up fairly nicely on both parts. And so it was good driving from everybody involved, and great opportunistic driving as well from the man now in 5th place, Andrea Terzi, who is making his way through the order in these recent moments as well, after getting his ears boxed a little bit earlier on. Diving down the inside there was Alex Siebel. That's our race leader at the moment in the number 28 car, and in the Burst Edge Esports car, I should clarify. And so they're gaining valuable points as it stands on Varga Sim Racing. We'll do the maths a little bit later on what that means for the championship, but at the moment it's way too early to be doing that kind of thing, because we're still a long way from the end of this race, at least 240 laps to go, so still a very, very long way, as you can tell. Michal Schmidl leading in GTE for the moment. Ferris Stanley is just behind him as we have a yellow flag with the number 96 car off at the final corner. That's David Serra, who's come into contact with somebody, I'm presuming, at Sunset Bend, and that's not the last time we'll be saying that today.
No, definitely not, and we'll see the effects that has on the race, but we currently have got Michael Schmidl. And what's interesting is that Ferris Stanley has been sitting behind the race leader. He clearly isn't slower, otherwise he would have lost time, but that gap now half a second. It was a second earlier, so perhaps he's trying to close up that gap now towards the latter stage of this first fuel stint, and try and find a way past this Varga Sim Racing Porsche. But yes, Ferris Stanley definitely does have the pace to at least keep up with the race leader right now with his ground effects in racing Ferrari. And the way that's going to work is potentially one of them undercuts the other one and maybe pulls off an overcut as we head towards that pit stop. And yeah, he's just sitting there, maybe waiting for a mistake from the race leader, which is unlikely, otherwise we probably wouldn't be in the race, but it is entirely possible. But this is going to be David Serra now, and in that BMW, yeah, just looks like he maybe locked up the rears a little bit more than he would have liked. Only slight contact with the barrier though, so it could have been a lot worse, especially with that traffic that was around them.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of GT cars throwing it into these high-speed corners and not coming out the other side, going the right way. So I'm not entirely sure what that's all about, but clearly not enough rigor up on that BMW for the moment. As Nikodem Wisniewski, clearly he's got the grip right now because he's going back down the inside of Andrea Terzi. He lost that position not so long ago in a battle with Manuel Biancalula, but he wants it back now down the inside into Sunset Bend. He looks like he's going to take it as well, although the cutback for Terzi might work. Very, very close between the Ferrari and the BMW as they run out onto the front straight once again. We've got the DX Droids LMP2 making their way through on them. That's Juan Carlos Fernandez at the moment in third place overall, but these two not phased by that at all. Wisniewski back into fifth position for the former series champion overall, no less, in LMP1 back in the day. I think it was season 8. He managed to win with a couple of other drivers whose name escapes me at the moment. However, he's back in GTE at the moment. Williams Esports is the team these days, and he's back up into fifth place. And Andrea Terzi looks like he's going backwards fairly quickly at the moment because Jimi Nisula is also quite close behind him.
Yeah, and once again, we're seeing how this develops, and it looks like we're getting to another busy stage on track. We've got quite a few prototypes making their way past. It looks like the Williams passing the Williams, but that is once again another burst edge car. So we're seeing these battles begin to intermingle, but it depends what Jimi Nisula can do against Andrea Terzi, because we've seen that all of these GTs seem to be at least roughly matched in pace, and we've now got the Wave Frame LMP2 passing his sister car in GT. But Jimi Nisula with the satellite car kind of sitting at the back for the most of this battle, but he's been ready to lap up positions when they're available, much like we saw with Andrea Terzi. So it all depends on what happens in front of him. I think he's taken quite a conservative approach to this initial stage in the race, sitting behind, waiting for things to be handed to him, because he sees no need to battle hard for any positions, when realistically the impact of a position now will probably be a lot less than the impact of gaining a position at the end of the race, especially when these drivers are pretty equal in terms of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very even right now, as you can see, but the pit stops, when they start to really come into effect for GTE, then we'll start to see things spread out a little bit, which I'm a little bit sad about. But, you know, this kind of battling can't last forever, because either somebody's going to end up off the road, or somebody's going to find a bit of pace somewhere, and or somebody else make a mistake or something like that. So it can't last forever, as I said. But Dennis Stoner has been making some good progress here for Sim Racing for Holland early on. These guys never seem to qualify very well, but they race in a very, very smart fashion indeed, managing to win at the first round at Silverstone. Then 2 second places, tailed off a little bit in the last couple of rounds. Since we've headed to the Americas, they've only picked up 12 points over the last 2 rounds. And when you consider that Vargas Sim Racing have gained 75, 55, should I say, in race scoring points, and Sim Racing for Holland only 12, that's what's brought this championship lead right the way down to just 3 points. At the moment, Varga are actually leading this race, so Sim Racing for Holland really do need to get their skates on a little bit, but they've still got a fair amount of time to go at the moment. And Dennis Stoner is the right man for the job. I mean, he's the fastest driver in that car, I would say, the Dutchman. He got a couple of race wins early on in this season, obviously driving for that team, but you know, he's a very, very fast driver, and when they particularly notice when they don't have him, I think, for Sim Racing Holland. So yeah, I think he's very, very valuable for them, and driving out there at the moment, doing a good job for the moment. 10th place.
What's also important for Dennis Stoner right now is that the car behind him on track is the Cetrosny Velix, also 3 points behind him. So once again, that reflects just the how close the GT field is. But that Varga car at the top of the timings might not be as important as that Nita Velix just 2 seconds behind him on the track, because if he loses that position, he's definitely going to lose some points in the championship to him, and that could potentially cost him, cost Sim Racing for Holland rather, the current second position. So that's going to be an interesting battle if it arises, but because they are both battling for the championship once again. So Varga is probably secondary in his mind right now. However, we have got the Varga Sim Racing car being conducted there in first place with 390 points in the championship. And you can see the driver really concentrating. Quite a cool angle as well, because you're seeing essentially the point of view of the wheelbase, and as he navigates the very abrupt hand movements, trying to just avoid contact but minimize the loss of time as they squeeze through here. But what that has meant is that Dennis Duna has closed up to the speedy Michael with Sean Jacobs at the wheel, so that could be quite to his advantage. We'll see what he manages to make of it. But yeah, that's definitely very interesting, because we've got Sean Jacobs now. He's got a 3-second gap up the road to the World of Sim racing car, but only less than half a second behind to Dennis Duna. And also Setros Nita Felix, they're less than a second behind him as well. So this could be quite an interesting battle to follow, especially when it does mean championship positions.
Somebody mentioning in the chat a little bit earlier on, as we were watching Marcel Chinchik's on board, how he can see over his wheel. I think it's just the camera angle. I think it was Ada Millward actually, but in the chat at the moment. But yeah, I think it's the camera angle, as I said, that I'm sure you can see where he's going, because he's going quite quickly, I can tell you at the moment. 14th place as it stands right now, ahead of Romani Kubovic now, and he's pretty much on pace with those around him. Maybe a little bit down from where you might expect, but could be traffic embedded within that particular lap, and well, that's very wide, and that's not going to be setting the world on fire for this particular lap, because he's just locked up and gone a little bit wide through Sunset Bend. But as you can see in the background, he's just gone through a lot of GTE traffic. So this lap time is not going to be quite as quick either. It's a 51.3, which is nearly 2 seconds fast, nearly 3 seconds slower than the leader's last lap time, which was set in clean air. And that just shows how much traffic can affect you around here. We see these clumps of GTE cars, and it's incredibly exciting to watch these battles, but when you creep up behind them in an LMP2 car, not quite so exciting.
No, I think it verges more on the side of terror when you're trying to navigate a battle that can be quite close, because when two GTs in front of you are battling, it makes them all the less predictable, because they are going to be trying to get past each other as well, so they might put themselves in a rather unorthodox position as you're trying to pass them. So maybe just erring on the cautious side when you're trying to navigate this traffic is probably for the best. Even if it does cost you maybe an extra few tenths, maybe even a second, it's much better than having to make an unscheduled pit stop and a bit of a bodywork change, or even what's underneath as well. But we have got Yamina Sula once again, so that satellite Porsche still putting on the pressure to that wave frame car. You've got Pinson Drillers moving through now, but once again you can see how these GTs, despite them all battling together, once again it looks like they've stretched out a little bit as they're involved in a bit less GT traffic. They are not forced together quite so much. However, saying that, it is still Nikodem Wisniewski, who looks to be on a bit of a charge up the order, taking his time definitely, but only because they are so quick, those drives around him. But he is going to have a look around the outside now to take this 4th position, really hanging it. You can see from the onboard just how close they are, and that wave frame car ready to snatch up any opportunity that's passed to him, as they're going to run side by side, looking very, very close. It looks like Wisniewski just about has the speed to pull ahead on the straight, but it's only going to be upon its length as they break into turn 1. It's going to be 4th place for the Williams car as they just about hang it on there. And that was some very close racing in this GT field once more.
Yeah, very close again, and very fair racing from Manuel Biancalulu, who's been overtaken quite a lot in the last few moments. Deuce's Motorsport Club managed to get through not so long ago, and now Williams Esports have followed. What he has done a good job of, though, is when he lets one through, he makes sure that it's only one car. Because sometimes when you're in these kind of trains, it can be 3, 4, maybe even worse than that. So he does a very good job at just limiting his losses in that kind of respect. And so, yeah, it's good driving from the Italian so far. Came second in his class at the Le Mans virtual event, so it just shows that he's a very, very fast driver indeed as they go towards Cunningham Corner. And now Wavefree going to be applying the pressure again. Andrea Terzi, just to remind you, is driving that car. And these guys can't be too far away from some pit stops, because we're just about an hour into this race now, just under. and we've had about 30 laps for the GTE cars. These guys just completing lap 30 as we speak right now. It's still Michał Schmiedl leading, but behind it's where all the excitement is, because Wisniewski is defending again from Biancalulu, seeing very, very strong through Bishop and heading towards Le Mans now. As well, the final chicane before the Ulman Straight, which leads down towards Sunset Bend, which people have used quite regularly actually in overtaking. Yimi Nisula might be about to do that, just that, going down into turn 17, but just not for the moment. He's not quite close enough right now. It remains to be seen whether there's going to be pit stops now, but surely pitting 1 or 2 laps earlier might actually be worth it at this stage in the race, because this is crazy battling we're seeing at the moment, and it might be worth getting yourself out of it.
Well, indeed, it will definitely disadvantage these drivers, and you can tell from the leaderboard. In fact, there's a bit of maybe hotting up at the top of it, but that gap between 2nd place and 4th place right now is 16 or so seconds, because these guys are battling so hard. While they may be gaining individual positions in their own sections of the track, it's going to mean that those guys ahead are just going to be able to keep extending their gap to this battle, and that's going to benefit them because they won't have the fear of these guys. Despite maybe battling towards the end of the race, they are just overall losing time to those quicker drivers, and you can see right now Nikodem Wisniewski for Williams having an absolute cracker of a start of a race. He's 6 positions up as we approach almost 1 hour through the race now. We're currently on lap 34 by the lead LMP2 car, which is actually 14 seconds clear of P2, that first stage esports car. And now, once again, these guys closing up a little bit, with Wisniewski actually putting away a little bit from Biancalila in that Musco GD car. We've got 2 Ferraris sandwiched between a Porsche and a BMW. However, how this battle will play out, maybe, as you said, using strategy to the advantage, pitting a lap or 2 early just to minimise the amount of time they're going to be losing in such a fierce battle between each other.
Yeah, indeed, it's just been great entertainment so far. It really has. But Wisniewski now is going to hope at least that he's managed to extricate himself a little bit from this battle, because it's costing him time, as you say. Yimi Nisula as well, trying to get through an Andrea Terzi. He's not been successful in doing this so far, but he might be about to be. No, not quite, as the 2 leaders do indeed come in. Terzi goes wide. If he wanted to come into the pit lane, he might not have a choice now, but he just slows down and makes sure he gets into the pit lane. That was a little bit of a squeaky moment, as these guys do indeed trickle down pit lane. Lots of pit stops happening now, but Musto and Satellite able to go 1 lap longer. We'll keep a mental note of that, because it could be very important later on in the race. As you mentioned, it may not be a pit stop that they save, but it will be at least a little bit of time in the pit lane.
Yeah, and I think the reason that both Musto and Satellite are able to last that little bit longer is because they haven't been involved directly in quite as many battles as that Wave Freem car with Andrea Terzi at the wheel, and also with Nikodem Wisniewski in the Williams, because they were battling really hard to try and force their way up the order, whereas we saw with the Satellite pretty much sitting it behind the battle but staying close. And you can see in the top right, that's the Juices Motorsport Club getting their pit stop completed, but also with the Musto car, that was sitting in front of the pack as well, so it wasn't really under fire until right at the end there, with Nikodem Wisniewski putting through in the last couple of laps of that stint. But we did see some very late calls, it appears, to go into the pit lane. And I think Wade Freem pulled it off very well, going into the pit lane just as they were losing a position, and it was a little bit tight though, managing to avoid any contact, which could have been a lot worse had it been a little bit more busy on that pit straight. However, it's going to be interesting to see where they come out in relation to each other following these pit stops. We've still got Varga in the lead, with Ground Effect Sim Racing behind, Ferris Stanley at the wheel of that car. Currently in P13, but that will be a net P2 once everyone has completed their pit stops. And it looks like some guys going a little bit further than others, as they use fuel at different rates.
Now, Sebastian Pfeiffer in the Your Name Here Racing 391 has just come out right behind both Varga and Ground Effect Sim Racing. He was also in the pit lane, so I wonder if he's done something a little bit on the strategy, or whether he didn't actually take fuel and tyres on that one, and he's still got an actual pit stop to serve. I'm not entirely sure, but That's quite an effort, if indeed he has. Into the pit lane, a couple more cars as well. That is sorry, not Waveframe. No, it is the Waveframe. It's the other one though. Christian McLaren in the number 99 after his penalty, and Yimi Nisela as well as David Serra as well for DX Droid. So Musto, and interestingly, I've noticed this straight away, and I realised this straight away. There's two Corvettes in the field, or at least the two Corvettes running up towards the front. Nigel Velix and Sim Racing for Holland. Dennis Dooner and Turka Hakkinen able to go a little bit longer. It may be an advantage of the Corvette that it's able to go a little bit longer on its fuel, but either way, it's going to put them in the strategic high ground a little bit later on. We talked about it a lot already, but car choice is very important, and the Corvette seems to have given them a little bit of fuel mileage in this one.
Well, it seems like the Corvette is literally right at home here at Sebring, doing well. But this is the current standings after roughly an hour into the race. We've got Alex Siebel in the lead for Burst Stage Esports, followed by Rick Van Erle in the Undercover Sim Racing. It's good to see them in second. Borja Milan in the Monaco LMP2 makes up the third place. Then Juan Carlos Fernandez with DX Droids. Williams Esports in fifth. Team Spirit Racing sixth. Waveframe Esports in seventh, with Mantis Rekus and Rookie Monsters in eighth. Eamon Stocky and Cetrus Nita Velix in ninth, with Kalakuri and Najira Racing running out the top 10 in LMP2. The top 10 in GTE though, it's Manuel Biancalila in the Musto GDE sports car leading their category, with Dennis Duna and Turka Hakkinen, those three not quite having pitted yet. Martin Dillon with John Lacy Esports in fourth, with Alex Brautigam in fifth. Goran Jordovic sixth for Zancho. Then we've got Waveframe Esports in seventh, DX Droids in eighth. Ninth is a Drive Game Seat Racing team, and running out the top 10 is Yemi Nasula with the Satellite Racing Porsche. So you can see with the GT, they're in the midst of their pit stops. It's meaning that they're all a little bit mixed up at this stage in the race.
Of those who have pitted, it is, as we see, the race leader, Manuel Biancalula, come into the pit lane, followed by Turka Hakkinen at the end of lap 33, going as much as 3 laps longer than World of Sim Racing at Jordi San Andres. But either way, of those who have pitted, Michał Schmiedel's leading by 1.4 seconds to Ferris Stanley. That's Rasmus Andreasen going through the GTE field. So it seems that everybody has indeed pitted. And Waveframe Esports are going a little bit off-piste here, because they've come out ahead of Schmiedel, they've come out ahead of Stanley, and I think they have done something on the tyre strategy, because they've definitely come into the pit lane of Andrea Terzi and Christian McLaren, but they are 9.5 seconds ahead of those guys. Double stinting tyres, something that we've not really talked about so far. I can't think of anything else that it could really be in this one, other than the fact that they have not taken tyres, whereas everybody around them have. As we're seeing somebody come out the pit lane, Tiziano Brioni now getting into the Musto car. They're also out ahead of Vargas Sim Racing, so lots of chopping and changing here with the strategy. As Brioni comes out in the lead of this race, he's legitimately leading because he's actually made the pit stop. Andrea Terzi has made a pit stop as well, not taken tyres. Neither has Turka Hakkinen, neither has Dennis Duna, as Christian McLaren has got out in 5th place. He hasn't taken tyres. Neither has Alex Brautigam, Martin Darland, neither. So the top 7 haven't taken tyres, and all of a sudden Vargas Sim Racing find themselves down in 8th.
That is really interesting, because this track, it does definitely at least look like it's going to be wearing the tyres, and it definitely is having an effect. Otherwise the race leader probably wouldn't have taken the new tyre. But what that does mean is that in the latter stage of this second stint, those that have taken tyres, such as Varga, they will be at an advantage, and they'll maybe be able to try and get past these other cars, especially in the high-speed sections of track. We've got Tiziano Brioni right now at the helm of the Musto GDE sports car, which you just mentioned a moment ago. This is the battle for the lead of the category right now. Andrea Terzi in second place with Waveframe, and because they're both on equal tyres, because neither of them took them, this is surprisingly not what we expected to see in the first and second, but that is definitely what we're having now. As there goes Terzi. He's not fresh in the car. He's already had an hour's experience driving around Sebring with the race environment, whereas Tiziano Brioni right now fresh into the Musto GDE sports car. So the difference in that is going to be interesting as well, because it means that Terzi is used to the pressure already that's having been applied on him so far in the race. He's going to have a look down the inside into Sunset, and he's going to get away with that quite cleanly, actually, really carrying a little bit more speed. Maybe Tiziano Brioni deciding not to fight it too hard, having just got into the car.
Yeah, you're seeing a free car battle going on a little bit further down, but it does look like the Waveframe car has tyres and Musto don't, doesn't it, really, at this point? So we're trying to really piece together what all of this strategy really means, but I have a sneaking suspicion we might not find out until we get to about lap 265. So yeah, it's going to be a long wait to find out, but anyway, we'll try and piece things together. Knights of Relics, Sim Racing for Holland, Waveframe Esports. This is the battle for third place. And if you just look up the road, it's not too far to find the leaders either. Yellow flag in Sector 1 at the moment. Now, who has gone off the road? I wonder. I'll try and find out, but I can't find out. Number 66 has been off somewhere. Now, which car is that? Is there a number 66, or have I read that? No, there is, but can't seem to find them just for the moment. Maybe a Volante car. I have a feeling. No, John Lacey Esports, sorry. Martin Dylan, who didn't take tyres, has been off the road briefly, but we've got a battle on between Sim Racing for Holland and Waveframe Esports. The Ferraris do seem a little bit quicker out of the Waveframe Esports stable just for the moment, and really applying pressure to these Corvettes. We've got one leading the race, got one in fifth as well. This is Christian Maglera, the one in contention for the championship. At the start of the day, they came in not very far behind the leaders, I have to say. Oh, well, maybe they are. No, sorry, they're not. They're only 11 points behind, so they've really got to do well in this race, and they are doing well for the moment, but they've got guys on newer tyres coming up from behind them. They're going to do a lot of defending over the next hour.
Yeah, and this is the effect of that first set of pit stops, because now the different strategies have been set into motion. We're not really going to see that full picture until the very end of the race, as you said a moment ago, and you can see once again these bumps as well. That's going to be increasingly scary as these tyres wear down, because they upset the car just ever so slightly, but as you have those lower grip levels developing, it can make it just a little bit more risky perhaps to go side by side with other cars, which is potentially what we might see quite soon between a Waveframe and Sim Racing for Holland. And we had a brief yellow flag there, but that's gone almost as quickly as it came out. But there, down the inside, it goes Waveframe to get past. Can Sim Racing for Holland try and squeeze back on the exit of the turn? No, they can't, and that's going to be fifth place now with Waveframe in fourth as we progress with the race. Not too far behind their teammates in first place, but they have got a couple of cars between them to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all very close in GTE at the moment. That was the 45 Anthony Jans going off briefly there, by the way. So they're down now, or he's down now to 9th place. He's about to be 10th as well, because Kalakuri is going side by side with him and getting through as well. Honor Shimbly not too far behind either. So it's all very, very close in LMP2, all close in GTE as well, as Varga Sim Racing and Ground Effect Sim Racing both get through on Black Hawk Racing. The number 81 car, currently being driven by Alex Broughtingham, has lost a bit of time, as down the inside goes on a Shimbly, and that's another bit of a problem for Anthony Jans. That car does not look particularly stable at this point in the race, I have to say. Some very old tyres on that car, because we're not too far away from LMP2 pit stops, maybe even as early as next lap. Those guys will be coming in, but Jan's not comfortable in that car by any stretch of the imagination right now.
There you could see as he went through those last couple of turns, he was having to make multiple corrections on the power. And we're going to now head down to Arm Sim Racing, actually, with a Black Hawk Pescara Sim Racing team just behind. They're going to try and navigate past this Ferrari in front of them on track. But that does mean this gap is going to be very, very low indeed. They're both going to get through without much incident, and this is going to allow them to try and battle with each other. That rear car, the Black Hawk, with the lights on, with Arm Sim Racing deciding not to run their headlights right now. Of course, it is literally the middle of the day for these drivers, or at least virtually anywhere. It's heading into the evening where I am in real life. However, this gap's still very close. We could see potentially a repetition of what we've seen quite a few times so far this evening, with an attempted move perhaps into sunset. We'll have to see though, because they're exiting out on to this straight in just a moment's time. You can see the aircraft in the background just making up quite a nice scene to quite a nice backdrop at least to the race. But as we head along the straight now, you can see that gap is sub 0.4 of a second as we head into sunset. Not really enough room to make a move, and the dirty air is not going to be beneficial because you're so reliant on the downforce through that ultimate turn and onto the straight, you've just got to be very careful not to lose rear end grip, as we've seen before. And you can see the effect of that dirty air is such that he's lost about 0.2 of a second heading out onto the pit straight. So, of course, the advantage there is to be the leading car. Sim Racing under just holding on. And now we're going to head down to Jean Alesi Esports, who are just ahead of the Speedy Mike car, who is, well, not for much longer, in fact, as they're going to get past immediately after I say that. So we're seeing the battles emerging once again around the order. Perhaps battles we weren't following so closely before either, as they are really developing. Now we've got two LMP2s looking quite scary behind them, and it looks like the Jean Alesi car is going to have to let them through quite soon to avoid hampering their races too much.
Oh, side by side here with Varga Sim Racing and Sim Racing for Holland, as Michał Schmiedl on newer tyres gets through on Dennis Duna on older ones. Wow, that's a big dive from the 227, a Gira Racing car, just getting through in the LMP2, but Ferris Stanley now is going to try and get through as quickly as he possibly can. You can see down inside now for Ground Effect Sim Racing, and this should be an easy enough manoeuvre for him to make, as he is on newer tyres, and there you go, slips straight on by. And that is the move done already. So we're not expecting another pit stop for GTs for about 20, nearly 25 laps. And Dennis Duna is already getting overtaken by the first cars coming through. So this strategy, I have a feeling it might not work. But you know, you just got to wait for it to play out at this point. You know, they're committed to it. They've taken what is a little bit of a gamble, you'd have to say, but you know, they've just got to try and make it work at this point and try and hold off as many cars as possible.
Well, also you've got to remember that prior to the pit stop, they were quite a way off the previous race leaders who they've just been passed by. But we have also got that LMP2 issue to deal with as well, because we've got Michael Romanidis now. He is 6/10 behind, but now he's got two GTs in front of him to try and navigate. Of course, one of them a Williams, much like the car he's driving, except very different at the same time. Similar livery styles, at least. But he's going to get through both of these cars quite cleanly, and so is the car behind him as well. So that's quite a threat. So not only is he looking ahead right now, he's also got that Wave Freem car behind him to be a little bit wary of, although he does seem to be closing up a little bit. So this gap, once again, ebbing and flowing. We've got yellow flags in sector one. That could quite possibly be a potential move that did not succeed into turn one. But in fact, we're going to go down to Christian Malguera now. This is for P4, getting quite a lot of pressure behind from a Porsche. That's the Varga Sim Racing car, the ex-race leader, trying to get back up into those podium positions. It could be one move. No, it's not. In fact, they're not going to find the room because Musto GD Esports holding that line. In fact, they're going to be past Varga getting that position into Sunset. Sorry, it's very busy between these four GTs right now. In fact, they could get two positions in the space of two corners, and they might be successful. Can Malguera even try and squeeze his way through? Ferris Stanley not making the most of it. There's slight contact there. He's going to have to take a narrow exit, and this is going to cost him a lot of time to the car he was battling on the same strategy as him right now. He's now got to get past the Musto GD car. Of course, they're now on the same lap as well, so that's going to be easier said than done. And this is great news for Varga, because they're going to be able to start increasing that gap to the Ground Effect Sim Racing car, which they're battling just a few laps ago before we had those pit stops.
Yeah, very important actually, and Ferris Stanley wasn't quite as efficient in traffic as Michał Schmiedl was in that particular instance, as going wide is Brioni once again there, and he's lost another place, I think, to Christian Malguera, and that should be done. Yeah, there it is. Dennis Duna right behind them as well, and he's done a good drive actually against other people who are not on new tyres. He's actually done a good job in catching up to both of these Ferraris. Maybe the Corvette's a little bit lighter on its tyres as well, or maybe Dennis Duna's just doing a good job, because he's certainly left Turkka Hakkinen for dead at the moment, and those two weren't that far away from each other not that long ago, although Turkka Hakkinen is a little bit further back now. I wonder if they did take tyres on the last stop. We're trying to still work out who did and who didn't at this point, but we do know that Dennis Duna is on a bit of a charge, trying to make his way through on Tiziano Brioni in the number 53 Musto GD Esports car. Came out in the lead of this race not so long ago. Those days are well and truly behind them for the moment. He was battling with Terzi not so long ago, and now he's been passed by Hakkinen side by side, and a bit of contact between Pim Sim Drillers Esports and Arm Sim Racing. Now, We didn't quite see the start of that, but that has all the look of a bit of an incident that might be looked into a little bit later on, really. You know, a car just leaving its nose down the inside a little bit later than it was really bargained for, and I think there may be a bit of an investigation, at least after the race, into that one.
Yeah, they're fortunate actually for Armstrong Racing to catch that as well as they did, luckily avoiding Baron and managing to keep it facing the right direction, because of course the outcome of an incident is almost as important as the initial stage of it, and we're going to see a replay right now. So that was Pinson Drillers just trying to send it down the inside, not really finding the rim at such a narrow point of the track. In fact, they have contact twice, but Armstrong Racing did manage to hold on to it. That's going to be some light bodywork damage, could perhaps affect their straight line speed, maybe even their downforce a little bit. But of course, in fact, Armstrong Racing pulling into the pits in the background now, and that could be scheduled. I'm not quite sure. It looks like Ajira also in the pits there as well. In fact, yeah, you can see the bottom half of LMP2 seem to be all going into the pits together right now as Prince and Andreas continue for at least another lap.
Yeah, these guys are going to continue. I believe they did this on the last time, so this is all to plan for Timotez and Anowski. So still leading, it's Alex Siebel. 20 seconds he's got now over Rick Van Eyl, who's lost quite a lot of time in recent months. 4 is just about to be completed for Alex Siebel. He did 23 he pitted on lap 23 last, and he's done a 21 lap stint, and so he's going to be into the pits at the end of this one. You can see actually some guys still in the pit lane here. That's one of the Ajira cars he's just gone through on, and this is a long stop I'm noticing for Wanaka. Where is it? It's just a little bit longer than last time because they're taking tyres on this occasion. In LMP2, it is the norm to double stint. We know we've been talking about GTE kind of double stinting and tyres, and we've been trying to work out what's happening. Apologies if we've got things wrong. But in LMP2, the norm is to double stint, and that's why we're seeing a little bit longer pit stops on this occasion. But as we saw last time as well, the number 26 Waveframe Lorenzo Arici driven LMP2 staying out for another lap. They managed to pit on lap 24 last time, and so they are going a little bit longer than everyone else, it seems. Burst Edge Esports only 2 seconds behind them. It has to be, sorry, there's Nigel Velix only 2 seconds behind them. Burst Edge not too far behind, but Waveframe are going a little bit longer than everybody else.
Yeah, so this is going to be beneficial towards the end of the race into that really important final stint, and I say that's going to be quite a large drift, it looks like, for Lorenzo Arici. Not going to cost him too much time, but those 2 cars behind him on track as well, maybe even 3. I think the Pins and Drillers also deciding not to pit quite yet. The top 4 in LMP2 still haven't pitted as far as I can tell, which means that they're going to be extending these earlier stints and pushing forward. And it's now going to be Jene Sivincic who's in the Burst Edge Esports, the what will be race leader once everyone's had their pit stops. So now a driver change for the Burst Edge Esports car. You can see what it looks like. He's got a nice little poster of the Burst Edge logo on his wall next to him as he exits the pit lane now, side by side with a GT, so that's always a little bit scary. He's hopping on the brakes a little bit, just trying to be cautious, and as soon as he gets into the car, trying to avoid any early contact, because you don't want to have to go into the pits as soon as you come out of them. But we've got David Mroshek right now, side by side with, I think that's the Ajira car, and in fact down the inside into Sunset, they hanging it on the inside. Can he hold on to it though? It looks like he might just succeed with that. Slightly on the brakes, it looks like the Ajira was, just trying to maybe avoid contact with the wall on the exit, because there really isn't that much room for error, especially in some parts of this track with the close walls, although they do try and get close to them to maximise speed. And now we've got Ferris Stanley, P4, back behind the Varga Sim Racing car. So I actually think that a ground effect could be the fastest GT on track right now, because they are not letting Varga go away. Of course, I might see myself be completely schooled on that when we see the later stages of the race. Maybe Varga also being a little bit reserved, not seeing the need to push quite so early on, because apart from Ferris Stanley right now, they haven't really got another threat, or immediate threat at least, because those 2 cars in front of them still need tyres. They should be able to get past them, as well as them needing a longer next pit stop compared to both Varga and Ground Effect only needing to refuel at the next stop, although that won't be for quite a while yet. So we'll see how all that strategy plays out. But it does mean that this Nita Velix currently in front of them with Turkey Hakkinen at the wheel, I believe, is going to be holding up the Varga ever so slightly, which is going to allow Stanley at the wheel of the ground effect car just to try and keep that gap as low as possible. Maybe there could be an opportunity for him to squeeze through right here, like we've seen before, where you could be the trailing car, the two cars in front of you battling, but then be able to squeeze past both of them, although that's not going to happen right now. Looking for a gap past Turkey Hakkinen that just didn't seem to be available. And in fact, Turkey Hakkinen is actually trying to have another crack at the Varga car and reclaim the position he's just lost, but it does look like that Ferrari sending it down the inside, really using that inside curb to get the rotation and to avoid contact. It's all going to be about the exit onto this straight towards the final turn now. The slipstream is going to be of utmost importance as they've got an LMP2 behind them. That could be quite annoying if it approaches them before the turn, but it doesn't look like it. So Ferris Stanley is going to have a look down the inside of Hakkinen into the final turn, under braking. The Corvette just can't quite hang it around the outside, and on the exit they go. And it does look like if he can just about hold it, it's going to be third place for ground effect. But it all depends on whether he can hold on to it as well, because Nita Velix, they're still very, very close as they head through turn one. There just isn't that opportunity though, and that's going to allow Ferris Stanley to try and catch back up to the Varga car. He's just lost a little bit of time to trying to navigate past that Nita Velix car and try and get back into the position he was in just a few moments ago.
Seems that every time they get onto a bit of traffic here, Michal Schmidl gets closed in on by Ferris Stanley, but Stanley's not quite able to follow Schmidl through on any of these cars and really make a difference in that. So he closes that 1 second that you can see right on your screens right now, but it immediately returns when they go past the car because Stanley's not able to follow Schmidl straight away through. Now that could be clever driving from either Schmidl or the car being overtaken. Turkey Hakkinen was just overtaken. And I was talking earlier about how excuse me, how Manuel Biancalillo was very good at making sure he wasn't overtaken by more than one car at a time. So I'm not really sure what it's down to, but Stanley, if he was a little bit more aggressive, he might be able to stay a little bit closer to Michal Schmidl. But it is certainly very, very close in GTE at the moment, and there are cars all over the road and battles all over the road as well, really. When we get to the next round of pit stops, and Waveframe Esports finally ending this round for LMP2 with their pit stop on lap 47, able to go 1 lap longer than everybody else once again, and that is just going to keep getting more exaggerated every pit stop cycle we see. However, I just wonder, the pit lane, is going to be so busy when they next come down pit lane. It's going to be quite a manic part of the race, really, and this is quite manic as well, actually, with Wisniewski and Goran Djordjevic, who also didn't take tyres, to my knowledge, at the last particular pit stop. So Wisniewski closing massively on him now, inside line of the Corvette down into Sunset Bend, and so the other Corvette, the Zancho Corvette, not taking tyres on that particular occasion, but getting overtaken quite a lot here. It seems that that seems to be the strategy for all of the Corvettes so far in this race.
Yeah, it looks like Wisniewski just on the advantage, because I do believe he changed tyres at the last pit stop, which is why he ended up quite close to the Zancho car. But once again, we're seeing the battles that we had before the pit stop begin to emerge, but after the next pit stop, I think we'll be back into a similar sort of position that we had before the first set of pit stops, with Varga back on top. And I think that's what's going to happen for the rest of the race, that it's going to be every other pit stop that we see the overall race positions of the drivers as tyres are, as they are on the same stint for their tyres. And that's what's going to be quite interesting, and it could get quite blurred as well as pit stops become a bit different between each of the cars as they run different lengths in each of their stints. So that's also going to be one thing to look out for. But Choosers Motorsports Cup are going to have to start being wary, because Nikodem Wisniewski in that BMW is going to start putting on pressure. We've got Black Hawk Racing right now behind Musto GD Esports. So I don't believe they changed tyres at the last pit stop, but I'm not sure the car in front. I think the Musto car, though, did. However, that's not looking to be to their advantage right now, because Black Hawk really putting on some pressure, riding right up the rear of that Ferrari.
Yeah,
to
so
try and
Musto
keep
and
that
Black
speed.
Hawk still battling alone. Oh, sorry, some things going on
Yeah,
with the
many
connection
things
there.
going
But But anyway, it seems that you're back now, so that's all right. I'm glad that you've not disconnected or anything. But yeah, here we go anyway. Musto GD Esports versus Black Hawk Racing. I don't believe either of these have actually taken tires. Again, I'll reiterate, could be wrong about these things because I wasn't able to see all the pit stop times for everybody. So it is a little bit difficult to tell. But to my knowledge, Brioni is just struggling a little bit. I mean, I think it's quite rare to see a driver change happen through a pit stop where you're not changing tyres. You know, the first driver will have seen the progression of those tyres. They'll have seen them getting worse as they go throughout the stint. And then, you know, when you change driver halfway through that kind of cycle, it seems a little bit strange to me. So I don't really know why they did that in Musto. And it seems that Brioni really is struggling because he was up towards Andrea Terzi beforehand. Now he's about 10 seconds behind the way for his sports car. So it could just be that Brioni is struggling. It could be something else at play. But it certainly seems that after a good start to the race, the 53 Musto GD sports car struggling ever so slightly now. And this is really not what they need. They're 23 points adrift at the moment in the standings for this championship. With only 4 rounds to go, they can't afford to lose any more points, really, to Vargas Sim Racing, because 23 points is getting towards a bit of a big gap.
Now we've got Jordi San Andres actually behind Sean Jacobs, really trying to find a way through to get this 13th position. But I think as well, we saw with the final part of that last stint with Musto, they seem to be dropping off a little bit and just beginning to drop back behind those other cars. I think Wisniewski might have actually gotten past them before they arrived at the pits for that stop. So it'll be interesting to see, but also hopping into a car when the drive's already halfway worn is always a bit scary, and it makes it just a little bit harder to get into the rhythm because you've got a bit more play in the grip of the car. You've got to be a little bit more careful and in trying to test those limits, because of course when you're practicing, you usually get into a car when its tires are completely fresh. So that is just another thing to be concerned about. But those worn tires with a fresh driver, definitely an odd strategy, and it doesn't seem to be working too well for Musto.
No, not for the moment, but meanwhile, in the lead of this race, we've had some driver changes and so on in LMP2, so I just thought I'll bring you up to date with some of those, since we've not had that for a little while. Michael Romanidis is still driving the Williams Esports 441, and then are leading the race ahead of Jurne Simoncic, who's got into the Burst Edge Esports car. Drillers Esports number 8, Jan Vosnica, is in third, ahead of Mantus Rekus in fourth. Chris Shepard has swapped in for Boya Milan in fifth place, ahead of Juan Carlos Fernandez. Then Wave Freem Esports have just come in, for Lorenzo Risi. He's still into that car in seventh place, ahead of Rick Van Earl in eighth. So we have seen a few driver changes so far, but you know, we're not really reaching these guys' limit. You know, we've done an hour and a half of this race. I know 50 laps. It seems like quite a lot actually, but it's not really to these guys. You know, these guys can do about 4-hour stints. If they're asked to do more, then they will. You know, we used to have a 4-hour driving limit in VEC. I don't believe that's still in effect, but 70% is the maximum that you can do these days in terms of laps. So, you know, these guys can go for a lot longer than that. It's all about keeping your drivers fresh and just swapping in and out as much as possible. In a race like this, you know, swapping drivers after an hour and a half is not really a problem. It maybe would be in a 24-hour race because you constantly be in and out and you maybe break that rhythm. But I think in a race like this, it's not a problem.
No, and as well with the nature of this track, it's a very draining track to drive around, especially for such long stints, because there's always something to be on the lookout for. With how narrow it is, it could be that it's traffic or just the way that lots of it is just tight and twisting. Whereas, for example, a track like Le Mans where you do a 24-hour race, you've got those areas to have a bit of a brief respite, perhaps along the Mulsanne Straight. So it all plays into effect. But yeah, keeping drivers fresh can be really important because there is a bit of a time penalty, but it's only a few seconds for swapping drivers, so it's not the end of the world. Perhaps you're losing a bit too much time. Maybe the driver's fatigued, or maybe they're just not in rhythm with the car, and it might just be to the team's advantage to swap the driver, which is why we see these swaps perhaps, only 1.5 hours in, but we will see perhaps drivers get back into the car later on in the race, as we can't be entirely sure how long it's going to last. It could last, we know it's going to last in excess of 8 hours, but because it is in laps and there's no set time limit, we can't be sure of the precise finishing time, and that's actually going to be Michael Schmidl actually hitting the back of Andrea Terzi, and that could be some front end damage for the Porsche, maybe some rear end damage to the Ferrari. And he hasn't quite made that position stick yet because he's going to have to try and keep it around the outside. Can they avoid contact? I almost said like he was turning in there, but he was only just behind the Wave Freem car. This battle right now for the lead of GTE, and it looks like Andrea Terzi is going to be able to hold on to it, but you've got to remember that Schmidl is on fresh tyres, whereas Terzi's already over an hour and a half old. So that's going to be an advantage to the Varga car. I say they're fresh. They've been put on relatively recently, definitely more recently than those on the Wave Freem car. And it's all going to be down to this last turn, because it does seem like Sunset is the optimal opportunity to try and go for these overtakes, because it has that room. There is that runoff on the exit, and it is a heavy braking zone followed by quite a long straight. So it does seem to be that is the favoured opportunity to try and get past these drivers. But that Pinsim Drillers LMP2 is going to mean that Schmidl has to go a little bit wider, and that could compromise his exit ever so slightly and disadvantage him against Andrea Terzi. It could mean it might be at least another lap before he's able to make an overtake on this Ferrari, although saying that he's closing up quite rapidly as a sniff of the inside line, but just isn't able to have a go at it into turn 1.
And if you're wondering where Ferris Stanley is in all this, I'm afraid he's DNF'd in the garage. He's disconnected, I'm afraid. It's just another disconnection for him. He's had so many of them in recent times, and well, certainly that I've seen anyway. I believe he had one at Silverstone when he was starting that car in the VEC for the first round, and multiple others in many races as well. So a real shame to see for ground effect sim racing. Schmidl, now with the pressure alleviated slightly, is now able to make some moves, hopefully for his sake, on the back of Andrea Terzi. It's going to be difficult for him. It was about this time last lap when the two came into a bit of contact, or I believe so anyway, but Terzi certainly had a massive slide, and it wasn't phased by it, I have to say. Defended well down into Cunningham this time last lap, but doesn't need to on this particular occasion. Michael Schmidl stuck behind him just for the moment, and no way through as it stands right now. Varga versus Wave Freem Esports. Let's see how much traffic there is coming up towards. A lot is what I can tell you, really, as these guys head out of tower. We've got DX Droids just behind them, and they are heading, not really a train, but just a lot of gaps that are quite small, and so when you're in a GT car, it's just going to seem constant. So DX Droids is currently coming through, and they're actually going to be overtaken by the Wave Freem number 26, Lorenzo Risi, is going to get up into 6th place in LMP2. Looks like he's going to be followed through us on nearly 3 wide, nearly 4 wide going towards Sunset Bend. Just look at this in the moment. Lorenzo Risi in the middle of 3 wide, and there's big defence going on from Andrea Terzi in the lead of GTE. Oh my goodness, down the inside goes Schmidl. He's skating the car on the rear brakes. He's just about managed to pull it up. I can't quite believe he's made the corner, but he has. And Andrea Terzi's got nothing to answer. He pulls to the outside once again, trying to get the run on the Porsche through turn 1, but I mean, he might actually do it here. The straight line speed of that Ferrari might just win him back first place. He goes round the outside at turn number 1, and he might have it back. He goes on the grass though, and that might give the invitation to Schmidl. Yes, it does. He finally gets the lead of GTE back once again. What an exciting battle that was going through Sunset Bend. The car control from Michael Schmidl there was absolutely fantastic.
No, I don't think Terzi was expecting Schmidl to go for such a late move, because he was initially looking to go round the outside. Then suddenly he was on the inside, and I don't think the Ferrari had anything to respond to it. He did try and fend it off, but he just slightly overcooked it into that first turn. As you said, he went onto the dirt, and that just cost him the exit speed that is so important when you're trying to defend. But once again, we're going down to LMP2, because we saw in the midst of that battle, another battle develop. We've got Herman Stocky in the Nita Velox LMP2, currently in the lead of this little train, currently sitting in P6. We can see all the way down to, it looks like P10 as well, so we've got a 4-way battle right now emerging. Herman Stocky at the front. We've got Lorenzo Risi just behind him, though, with the Wave Freem car. That's half a second he's got to try and make up, but that is altogether possible. It looks like it's relatively clear up ahead now, having cleared a fairly dense part of the GT traffic. Now they've got just each other to contend with, and we see that's just a speedy white Ferrari, it looks like, in front of them. But we are seeing this LMP2 field suddenly become a lot less dispersed than it was just a few laps ago, because there's only one GT in front to contend with, and it looks like Herman Stocky is going to have to compromise his line through Sunset Bend. In fact, there's going to be contact between Lorenzo Arisi and the Speedy Mike Ferrari. That is not ideal when you're trying to navigate traffic. As well as that, though, they've got the other cars behind them to be worried about as well. You've got Gira just a second or so down. In fact, they're trying to make a move on the car in front of them. So this is really developing currently in LMP2. You can see just in the background of the shot, there is that secondary battle that we are witnessing. But this is some really close stuff. P6 down to P10. That involves, I think, 5 cars. And while GT have dominated the air so far this evening, it looks like LMP2 are about to take the spotlight for at least the next few laps, because Herman Stocky, whilst he is quick, he's not quick enough to pull away from these guys, and because they are quite so condensed on track at the moment, it's only going to be a matter of time before they enter the traffic, and that's when we're really going to see this battle evolve and see those gaps potentially change, and we could see some potential incidents. I mean, we saw Arisi have contact with that Ferrari on the exit of Sunset Bend just a lap or so ago. So this is going to be really interesting to watch out for and see how they deal with the traffic. You can see the first of it beginning to emerge on our screen right now. And Arisi just needs to get a little bit closer to Stocky to start putting on that pressure and try and find a way through, which he's not able to do right now, because they do seem to be quite equally matched in terms of pace as they head up towards turn 17. You can see they used all of that curb on the exit, but just behind as well, we've got that Ajira car trying to find his way through as well. So this is getting very close. It's going to be very tense between all of these drivers, because it's not just a battle between 2, it's a battle between 4. They've got to think about the other cars around them as well when trying to make moves, and it looks like Arisi has made the most of that traffic there, trying to get past the Jean Alesi Aston Martin. That gap now just 2/10 of a second. Not the greatest exit though. He is riding in the slipstream, but it's just not enough. In fact, we're going to go down to David Mroszek. We've got Yuri Toman right now, right behind him, and that looks like a Pinsim Driller's car. Going to have to squeeze in behind. Down the inside goes Toman. He doesn't find the room to get past Mroszek though, and he's going to have to sit behind in P13 for now. That P12 looks so tantalizingly close. So LMP2 suddenly really hotting up, almost out of nowhere, and we're seeing them catch up to the traffic that the other group has just cleared. So this is going to be definitely an interesting battle, and it's going to have some implications on the title as well because of the involvement of so many drivers.
Yeah, but oh, big of a slide actually for David Mroszek there, and now through goes Yuri Toman. Surely the championship lead. Oh no, he hasn't actually managed to get through at the hairpin. Surprised a little bit by that one, but he may have an opportunity now into Cunningham turn at turn 10. But there's a car in the way. Martin Dylan driving the John Alesi Esports Aston Martin has actually hindered Yuri Toman a little bit more than he has David Mroszek. But either way, Toman gets through now, and will be able to continue his assault a little bit later on. For the lead of this category in LMP2, we have a battle on between Jurnej Simoncic and Michael Romanidis. That's Williams Esports versus Burst Edge Esports, happening as they go down towards, actually out of Sunset Bend now, and into the first parts of the next lap. But yeah, it's all hotting up all over the circuit, really. If you're wondering as well, in GTE about a few minutes ago, Tiziano Brioni has just been off the road, and he is now, was briefly into the wall. Well, I don't know if he went into the wall. He certainly went off the road. So we'll check that one for you, but he certainly dropped down the order, is what I can confirm. The 12th place now for Tiziano Brioni. That strategy for Musto clearly not working out. But as they go down towards the hairpin, once again, the leaders really starting to close in. Jurnej Simoncic looking to the inside line of Michael Romanidis, and he goes through. Burst Edge Esports now to the lead of this race, as we've got a car off. 2 cars off, 2-car LMP2 incident between the 49 and the 27. Vargas Sim Racing have been involved in an accident down there at turn number 1, and it was with the Burst Esports Simplexity car of David Mroszek he was just battling with. We'll get a replay of that one for you, hopefully, in the next few moments, but a big moment and a possibly championship-changing moment as well.
Yeah, that's going to have severe implications for the title, especially if they've got damage, because that's going to send them even further down the grid than they already were as a result of penalties carried over from the last round, because we saw that demote them quite heavily down the order at the start of this race. They their biggest focus was to try and just make their way up the order, and that unfortunately hasn't been entirely successful for them, having come together with David Mrozek. But we have also had that lead change. It's all gone down all of a sudden in LMP2. And also looking at GT, the field seems to be a bit more evenly dispersed than it was earlier. But this is the leader of the race right now. It's the Burst Stage car having taken the lead off the Williams LMP2. They're in the lead, that Hungry DK sponsorship. But can they hold on to it is the real question as they head through to start the 57th lap this evening. We've been going for about an hour and 3/4 at this point in the race, but this is the Varga car as well, who is just behind the Burst Esports Simplexity vehicle as they head towards sunset now, just to round off their lap that they're currently on. That's the 56th lap they're sitting on, heading towards 57, and that shows like the relative gap. But Varga Sim Racing going for a mega switchback, in fact, going to have a fantastic exit and just about squeeze past, luckily avoiding contact this time around as they head towards turn 1 though. Burst Esports and Complexity could go for a move with David Mrozek at the wheel, just not finding a way to get past Yuri Tobin, who has taken that position, and it looks like he's going to be able to make it stick. Once they get past this GT car, it could be a bit of an advantage, but he has to get past it first to make the most of it. And in fact, yeah, it's going to sit between them a little bit, and that's going to give him a little bit of breathing room to that Burst Esports car just behind him.
Yes, so we presume they've come into contact. We don't know who was at fault. We haven't been able to get a replay of it, I'm afraid, and we won't be able to show that one to you. But Varga Sim Racing and Burst Esports certainly into contact. And, you know, Burst Simplexity, they're not in running for this race, really. They're not challenging for the race or the title. However, Burst Edge Esports, a kind of sister car, definitely are. And Varga Sim Racing are currently leading the championship in both LMP2 and GTE. So, you know, all the holding back that David Mrozek could have done then was done, and was needed to be done, really, to aid the championship charge of Burst Edge Esports. I mean, if they were able to win today, that would be a huge step forward for them in this particular championship. I mean, you know, if they came first and Varga came fourth, let's say, then the gap would shrink to just 1 point. So, you know, this championship is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Varga Sim Racing have been so strong this season in the LMP2, and they have been in many championships, actually, not just the VEC, but finishing in the top 2 for all 5 of the first 5 races of this season. And so they've just done a fantastic job, but it seems to be falling apart for them a little bit at the moment. However, they still have 210 laps to make the ground up, although, you know, if they are getting involved in these incidents, then they're at risk of another penalty, which sets them back further, and so they have to go through this cycle again. If they can just stop getting themselves penalties, then they might be able to win a couple more races, as if they need to win anymore at the moment.
Yeah, with this current situation for them, it's not ideal to be heading in towards the last 3 races of the calendar. So yeah, they're just going to be trying to, I suppose, minimise the damage that they can be dealt this race, because if they're not going to have a great finish, what they need to do is just avoid getting those drive-throughs, especially drive-throughs carried through to the next race, which is what has damaged them so far this evening, because they are trying to recover from it, but it's not been awfully successful for them, and that is really, it's playing into Burst Edge Esports hands right now. But we could see that change going into the last 3 races of the championship. Of course, we've got 6 hours of around Japan, then we've got the 8 hours of Spa, followed by the highlights of the season, some would say, the 24 hours of Le Mans. So still got a long way to go in the championship, and that means all of these points are going to be extremely valuable. We are currently watching the Wave Stream car in front. In fact, in front we've got Citros Bergs with Herman Stocky at the wheel, I think, just getting past the Pinson Drillers car, taking 5th place there. So once again, we're seeing these guys seemingly out of nowhere suddenly become very close to each other on the track, and yeah, we're seeing this develop once again. We've had incidents earlier on in the race which have switched things around a little bit, and we're seeing the effects of that now, and it will only be a matter of time actually before this all changes once more. and the strategy will come into play once again, especially when they're close to each other. People will want to do a different strategy to their immediate rivals to try and get the upper hand on them, and that can result in them being on different strategies altogether. And that's the Wave Freem car absolutely sending it, having a bit of a lockup, looking a little bit stable on the entrance to that turn, just about holding on to it though, and getting away quite cleanly with that sixth position. So this is very interesting. Now I've got a bit of traffic to get past as well. Big rear lockup. Was there contact there though? I'm not sure, but you did see that rear end kick out quite a bit as they turned into the apex with a bit of a lockup as well. So clearly not ideal. And of course, you don't want to be overstretching your tyres during this race, because you want to maximize those stint times, especially for that final stint. But now we're going to go down to Sapphire Racing actually, against the Black Hawk Racing Aston Martin, heading through Sunset Bend now, just not finding the way through. They're going to go a little bit wider, try and carry a little bit more speed. Can they get anything up on the exit? You can see that gap closing down quite rapidly as they head along the pit straight. They have got an LMP pause that should. Can they take this position through turn one? They're just about going to hold on to it, and the inside line just seems to be a little bit more advantageous in speed, and that's going to be 8th position for that Porsche.
More battling going on in LMP2. Ajira, Blackhawk, Varga, all under a blanket at the moment, down to Sunset Bend. And it's Blackhawk taking 12th place away from Ajira. And following through is Yuri Toman right now. So it looks like Daniel Almeida, who's driving that 444 Ajira car at the moment, getting pushed out wide and losing 2 spaces in one corner there, which is not really good news for him. But certainly good news for Blackhawk and Varga. We know that Yuri Toman's driving the number 27, but it's Roman Yakubovic driving the number 3 Blackhawk Pescara SRT car. And so, yeah, that's a good effort from him to get down the inside into the sunset and get through into the top 12. All kinds of battles going on in LMP2, really. We saw in the first hour that it was GTE taking the spotlight. Incredible fighting going on in this slowest category in the VEC at the moment, but LMP2 providing the entertainment for us in the second hour at the moment. So we've never really been bored. We've never had no battles to watch, and you can see another example of that right now. Pinsim Drillers Esports struggling a little bit in this third stint of the race. They're falling back and having a lot of cars go through on the inside and outside of them, getting overtaken a fair amount. And I think DX Droids Ajira might be able to add themselves to that list at the moment. It's still Juan Carlos Fernandez driving that 330. It's still Jan Vosnica driving the number 2 car, which is in contention for this championship in third place at the moment. But they're 38 points back. They need to gain points on Varga, need to gain on the bad day that Varga are having. But and a 7th place finish they're getting right now is not really going to do that. It might end up being 8th place before long as Fernandez tries to go down the inside into turn 1, but not for the moment.
Indeed. Well, Pinson Drillers with this title championship, that's going to see a real shake-up, because we're seeing Varga struggle so far, and also with this car as well, that struggling is really playing into Burst Edge Esports' favour, I think, this evening is what I'm trying to say, because they're sitting right now at the top, and their 2 rivals are not quite challenging them at the moment. And look at this, DX Droids actually having to take a defensive line against Ajira. Ajira is sending it down the inside though. It's going to be really close on the exit. Can they hold on to the position? They're just about going to get away with that extremely risky move. And that's going to be Undercover Sim Racing behind DX Droids. So it looks like Ajira might be the first car to contend the Pin Sim Drillers car rather than DX Droids, which is what we were perhaps expecting. And you can see right now that Aston Martin, a lot larger than these P2s. And in fact, it's going to be Undercover Sim Racing getting very close, touching wheel arches with the DX Droids LMP2. Not quite able to find a way through there, because that was very close with that Aston Martin taking up a fair amount of the track due to its sheer volume in comparison to these prototypes, which are a lot smaller but also a lot more nimble. And now we're going to head back to GT, who we've somewhat ignored in the last few laps, just because the LMP2 field has been so entertaining. We've got Mark Vate right now at the helm of that Black Hawk Racing Ferrari, trying to get past Tiziano Brioni, and we're seeing that Musto GDE sports car in this later stage of the opening of the race really quite struggling. They haven't been able to match that initial performance towards the it's pretty much since that first pit stop and the driver change. So we're seeing the effects of that now. Mark Vaite could be looking to get his car up into P13. We'll have to see how this plays out. It all depends on the exit through this final turn 17, and onto the straight, because if they can get good speed carried through here, and it looks like he's going to be successful in that, it will give him an advantage into turn 1. Will he go for the inside line? Yes, he will. It seems like that's the best line to try and hold a position or even take one. And under brakes now, it's going to be quite close between the two Ferraris, but Mark Vaite is going to get away with that quite well. Tiziano Brioni having to concede as the PinSim Drillers LMP2 car makes his way past both of them. So once again, we're seeing these GTs having quite a massive, but yeah, Musto GD Esports really not having a great time out of it since that first pit stop.
Yes, their strategy, I think, is just not working out. They may revert to just changing tyres every pit stop from now on, as Sean Jacobs has gone around ever so slightly for a half spin at the hairpin. We'll try and see what happened on that one for you. But yeah, Musto just not nailing the strategy at this particular juncture of the race. Andrea Terzi, Turka Hakkinen, Christian Malcler, those kind of guys have really nailed the strategy on this one, and they've got closer to Vargas Sim Racing than before the pit stops. So they've gained out of all of this, but I think everybody else pretty much has fallen back here, including Dennis Duna in that one, as well as the likes of Tiziano Brioni, especially, who's really struggled here in the second stint of this GT race. But we saw Anthony Yams in on that last particular lap. Now we're seeing the LMP2 pit stops well and truly take shape. Juan Carlos Fernandez has just got through on Rick Van Earl as we're going to go rewind and see what happened here to Sean Jacobs. It looked like he was going for a spin on his own anyway. And there was a small bump to the back of him by one of the World of Sim Racing cars, currently driven by Jordi San Andres, who's currently very close to Goran Djordjevic at the moment. But yeah, we'll see how that one really goes, and he gets through. There is Jordi San Andres.
Yeah, and that's just the effect of it being so close on this track, because these drivers just really getting pretty, not aggressive as such, but just the distance you have to have to the car in front to be able to make a successful move in this GT class around this track is pretty much within 0.4 of a second, I would say. And that's why we're seeing these errors begin to creep through, because there's only so long that you can drive in such proximity before something happens. Now what's interesting is that Varga car, despite having changed tyres at the previous pit stop, is now in quite a solid lead in GT. With Schmidl at the wheel, that is now 8 seconds clear of P2. And that second place car, I don't believe, changed tyres at the last pit stop. Of course, their main rival, with Ferris Stanley at the wheel, that unfortunately disconnected, which was a really big shame, because that was a big contender for a potential win here in the GT class. So that is essentially the effect of online racing. That's the one thing you can't account for. You can't be prepared for your Wi-Fi to disconnect, and it is just unfortunate. But we now have got Dennis Duna, Sim Racing for Holland, 1.2 seconds away from the car in front, but 21 seconds off the leader. So once again, the GT class beginning to stretch out. So those initial battles we've had are now becoming more like little skirmishes around the track. We've now got David Serra on the back of Tiziano Brioni, now with that Musto GD Ferrari once again under pressure, and it looks like the X-Droids now in their BMW could be able to try and find a way through here as they head through these sweeping turns. It's all going to be about that straight line speed as they both use the maximum of that exit curve. It's going to be just 1.5 of a second, closing up rapidly as they head towards Sunset Bend. Can he get it under the brakes? It's quite a large BMW to try and squeeze through, and it's not going to be enough there, but it could still be turn 1, because there are, in fact, he might get it before turn 1, somehow managing to get it back up around the outside now, but through the inside for turn 17. It's going to be hard to try and swing it around the outside for turn 1. It looks like Brioni might try and retaliate down the inside but he's going to have to concede that position as well. Just doesn't seem to have the pace, and it might be tyre related as well. But Adam Baldwin actually getting past the Sim Racing for Holland car. He seemingly came out of nowhere, but he's going to be up into 6th place, having just taken that position off Dennis Dooner.
Well, he's on new tyres, is Adam Bolt, or newer tyres than Dennis Dooner is, so that's to be expected, kind of. But it certainly shows that Dennis Dooner's gained here, because we're getting towards the pit stop now or the next round of pit stops, should I say, for GTE cars. And Dennis Dooner was not this far up the grid, it has to be said. He was around 10th place, and his current gain has been made for that Corvette. As what on earth is going on here out to Sunset Bend? That might well be a penalty for Rookie Monsters. Oh, sorry, that's for Wanako, should I say, going into the pit lane very, very late indeed. Herman Stocky and Lorenzo Arisi both going through into 3rd and 4th as the pit stops have well and truly kicked off. Chris Shepherd, Arna Shumbley, Mantis Rekas, Juan Carlos Fernandez all into the pit lane for the moment, with the LMP2 battles continuing on here. This is the 3rd as these guys make their way through on some more of the GTE traffic. Is Michał Schmiedl, though, in the lead by about 9.3 seconds to Alan Andre. I've done it again. Roy McDuff was mentioning it a few moments ago in the YouTube chat, by the way, and I apologise to everyone at Wave 3, not least Andrea himself, because we've called him his right name, but Alan Terzi and Alan Terzic, we've called him all kinds of different things, so I apologise, but anyway, he's in 2nd place at the moment, 2.5 seconds ahead of Naito Belix, Turka Hakkinen, who have really, really gained out of this one. They were 11th before the first round of pit stops, and now they're inside of the top 3. A great effort from Turka Hakkinen to be so nice on his tyres, but also so quick while doing that.
Yeah, and once again, we've got Yamina Sula coming back to prominence, and it looks like Dennis Dooner with Sim Racing for Holland, that car might just be dropping off as they get towards the end of this second stint. Of course, they didn't take tyres at the last pit stop, whereas I'm pretty sure Satellite Racing did, and we're now seeing the advantage of that at this late stage in the stint. And Yemi Asula is going to move to the outside. Looks like there's some slight contact there as they're running as close as you like through these turns here, and he looks like he just about has the advantage under braking, holding the inside line, and he's holding that position as well. 7th place. Now he's going to have to look in front to the Juicers Motorsports car and try and catch up to that, because that is a relatively big gap, but he's not done here yet. Of course, he's got 2.5 seconds to close up, but he's also got 0.3 of a second to defend from Dennis Dooner, although I do think that pace on the Corvette won't be too good. And this is Yuri Toman now taking 5th place, as we are seeing the next phase of pit stops begin to develop for these LMP2s as we head towards the second hour of the race.
Yeah, so Yuri Toman up into 4th place now because of that particular move, and Roman Yakubic continuing to lose time for Black Hawk Pescara. Further up the road a little bit, Lorenzo Risi and Herman Stocky are now battling ever so slightly. Lorenzo Risi has been going a little bit longer on his fuel, as you may well know if you've been tuned in for a little while. So 3 or 4 laps he's still got remaining here, whereas some guys are already coming into the pit lane. You know, the Ajira car, like on a Shumbley, and DX Droids, Romanidis, excuse me, is also being into the pit lane. So, yeah, doing very well at the moment is Lorenzo Arisi. It just remains to be seen whether he can get through on Stocky now and really convert this good position into a good finish. In the championship so far, they're in 5th place, 50 points behind Varga Sim Racing, and this is Jene Simoncic in the lead, for only 13 points behind Varga Sim Racing, as Simoncic carries on to lap 67. He was last in, or that car was last in, it was driven in by Alex Siebel, but that car was last in on lap 44, so this is turning into a 23-lap stint for those guys, I believe, which is a fairly long way in the end of all of this. Lorenzo Risi expected to carry on for a few more laps, and Herman Stocky will probably carry on at least for another 2 as well. So still a long way to go in terms of the LMP2 pit stops, but it's already starting to kick off as well in GTE. The 52 Wooders Sim Racing car is in at the moment, and it's time for us to try and figure out who's changing tyres and who isn't. A very difficult part of the race, but I'd expect some of them to be taking tyres, some of them to not. It's going to be very, very difficult to predict, I'd expect, at this point.
Most definitely, and I think we're seeing as well with LMP2, those different stint lengths are having quite an impact, because one lap longer, maybe 2 laps longer every stint is really going to start adding up, because we're just approaching on 70 laps now. We've still got another 200 laps to go. So adding up, just having those extra couple of laps every stint is going to start really having an impact and spreading out the field. But this is David Serra now. You can see right on the edge of the limit, using those curves. You've got to be careful when you're on the limit of those tires and you touch those curves, because you have got to be aware that it can unsettle the vehicle. We've got Michael Schmidl now currently in the pits. This was the race leader just before this pit stop phase developed. You can see him currently at 27th overall. It's P6 in class, and this is Adam Baldwin as well. The Juices Motorsports Club Porsche just in front in terms of the pit box position. However, actually behind in terms of net position, it looks like. So we'll see how this all develops. We've got more GTs coming into the pit. So this is the point where the LMP2 pit stops and GT pit stops seem to collide. So it seems like every couple of hours this is going to happen. You can see right now Turkka Hakkinen now leading the GT field, having yet to make a second pit stop, although he will be coming in imminently. So we'll have to see when that occurs. But definitely doing a good job at having not taken tyres at the last pit stop. He'll certainly be taking tyres at this one, so it'll be a little bit longer. And then at the end of this pit stop, everyone will have at least taken a second set of tyres. So that's going to be interesting to see where everyone comes out in relation to each other.
Well, I think those guys behind are taking tyres again here. The guys like Wojtek Polesny, and definitely if you're getting a new driver into the car, then I would suggest that you want to be getting new tyres onto the car as well. Out of the pit lane he comes, and that's close already with the Jean Lazy Esports Aston Martin heading down towards turn 3 again as Polesny goes through the first few corners. Burst Edge Esports have been into the pit lane then from the lead of LMP2, so have Naito Velix, number 30, so have the number 7 Pinsim Drillers car. That was all at the end of lap 67, but Lorenzo Risi once again left out there on his own as we look at Jakub Brzezinski, or Kuba Brzezinski as he's otherwise known, known to most people as Kuba, but he's partnering Nikodem Wisniewski as he has done for many years now, and those two have won a VEC title together in LMP1, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on. Obviously, it's a different challenge that they're embarking on here today, but nevertheless, they are out there in 14th place, 2.2 seconds ahead of Juices Motorsport Club. As these pit stops filter out, we'll get a better idea of who's taken tyres and who hasn't, but for the moment, they're down in 14th or 15th.
Well, that Williams BMW does seem to be quite threatening, with such a dangerous pair of drivers for the other teams to be aware of, because both of them are extremely quick. Now you can see 200 laps remaining now in the top left of the screen, so we're a fair way through. We're about a fifth of the way through the race, if I'm correct, which probably no, we're past a fifth of the way through. My maths just isn't up to scratch. But we've got David Serra right now with the DX Droids BMW. He has got that Pinsim Drillers car passing him, but he's got the Zansho Corvette in front of him, just 0.6 of a second. However, that gap is going to be augmented slightly by this traffic that's passing them both, because this seems to be a little bit busy at the moment. And you can see now 0.7 of a second. That hasn't worked out quite to the DX Droids' favour. However, we'll see what their pace is overall, and can David Serra close up a little bit. We've got the Wave Freem LMP2 just behind him. I think that's the current LMP2 leader, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, they've yet to make that pit stop, and they're just really stretching these stints, and that could really work to their advantage come the end of the race, because I think everyone else in LMP2 has made that third pit stop, so they're really stretching as far as they can go, and that could be really beneficial in just under 200 laps time.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was indeed the race leader going through, by the way. But yeah, this is the battle for 5th place. The top 7 haven't actually come in GTE yet, so we need to hold off a little bit. But Satellite Racing, Yumi Nisela now into the pit lane in the 264 car. They were in on lap 32 last, and they're in again on lap 63. So 31 laps seems to be the norm for those guys, as David Serra is also in for DX Droid. So GTE pit stops well and truly underway. Still got one to go in LMP2, and they've actually, Wave Free Esports, I should say, have actually gone one extra lap than even they have been doing in the past. So a very good effort from them on this occasion, but we're now going to watch a bit of battling here because it's very exciting indeed. Chris Shepherd versus Arne Schoenfleet once again. Now, Ajira haven't had the best day, it has to be said, but not a bad overtake happening right now. Chris Shepherd not putting up much of a fight there, actually. Schoenfleet was just able to drive round him.
Yeah, I think that was as a consequence of just running slightly wide, because when you get on that dirt, you just can't quite apply the power that you can when you're on that tarmac. And that just cost him the exit speed that he needed to defend from the Ajira car. And he's going to be behind for now, although he will try and get his move back up. Of course, both of these cars freshly stopped. And you can see right towards the edge of the track limits goes on a Schoenfleet. And this is one battle that seems to be ready to develop a little bit. They're currently sandwiched between two wave frame Ferraris, although that'll probably change quite quickly as they pass relatively soon. But it seems like this Ajira car is going to be able to pull away quite rapidly, actually, from the car he's just overtaken. So that's working to his benefit, at least.
Yeah, we'll see if there's tyres involved in that, etc. But we don't know for the moment. So we'll work it out. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to tell as it stands right now. Still leading though, Waveframe Esports as it stands on lap 70 at the moment, as they're about to complete another lap, and they are into the pit lane. Lorenzo Arisi from the lead of this one on lap 70 does indeed come into the pit lane. And so this is getting, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, the gaps between pit stops are getting quite large now. And so they're going to be able to spend a little bit less time in the pits a little bit later on. But we'll see how that develops. Yoni Simoncic is in second. He's about to be in first place, and he's got 20 seconds, we'll call it a lead for the moment, between himself and Mantus Rekus, the number 37 car, is in second place. Great drive from them, rookie monsters today, and I believe someone was mentioning that a little bit earlier on in the particular chat. So yeah, it's thanks for everybody, by the way, for informing us on some information that we've missed, as we watch Jack Keithley on the back of the Ajira car. It's in 12th place at the moment. Jack Keithley, who is come out or got in, for Michael Romanidis, and that's a driver change that happened not so long ago. But you might think that from second place they've dropped all the way down for 13th. Well, that just shows how close LMP2 is right now. You know, one piece of off-strategy play from them has put them a long way back. So it's very encouraging for us to see how it's this close. But Jack Keithley now into 12th place, which is a good 10 positions down on where he was before. However, he's hoping that in the long run his strategy will pay out.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just been able to squeeze past the Ajira car and start trying to maybe recover a little bit of the time that car appears to have lost. But of course, with these different strategies now taking place, we're going to see quite a changing field from now, and you can see mounting the curb as well. Just another sign of how differently sprung these LMP2s are. But yeah, this LMP2 field, it was really stretched out, and then suddenly it all came together as that GT field has spread out right now. So they seem to be working inversely, the two categories, and that is definitely not to say that I'm complaining, because I'm quite enjoying this. And Jack Keithley with Williams, he's a very quick driver. I think he had a disconnection actually last time, so that was really unfortunate, and he's going to be looking to try and reclaim some of those potential points that they lost as a result of that, because of course when you disconnect, you've got to complete, when you rejoin, you've got to complete the lap that you started all over again. So it's really, it puts you at a disadvantage, but you can see that he has got a lot of pace. He's already gained half a second on the car in front, perhaps due in part to traffic, but even so, it's pace that is going to be important as well, and that gap now closing down even more so, as that's Kuba Brzezinski, I think, in the BMW in front of them. Both Williams actually coming together on track, of course, completely different categories, which means that we're not going to see a battle between the two drivers as much as some people might have enjoyed to see that. And now we've got the Yuri Toman in the Vargas and racing car passing the lead car, or what was the lead car in GTE. as they head through turn 1 as well. So we're seeing the sister teams actually passing each other on track at the same time, which is quite interesting. But yeah, Yuri Toman, just half a second to that car in front, will be looking to get past as soon as possible. And with the pace he's got, is entirely an opportunity for him to try and squeeze through, because Varga are definitely beginning to reclaim some of the time they lost at the start of this race as a result of the penalties, because that put them in a position that doesn't reflect the amount of pace that these guys have as they begin to reclaim some of that time they lost. We've got Goran Djordjevic now for the Zancho car, currently leading the class, although I don't think he's done that second pit stop yet somehow, even though we've been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes almost. So really stretching the fuel, it seems like this Corvette is able to do, which isn't what you think of when you think of big American muscle cars. You tend to think of guzzling fuel, but that doesn't seem to be the case with Sancho, at least. And it looks like he's lining himself up to go into the pits. Slight correction, but there he goes. And now we've got Kuba Brzezinski now, just 0.2 seconds off that Nita Velix car. This is going to be very interesting. Currently battling for P5. You can see the concentration on Kuba Brzezinski's face from the, I would say, onboard camera. But Christian Michel right now in Cetra's Nita Velix, having replaced their teammate, is going to be looking to defend quite hard now from this BMW. This is going to be a very interesting battle. So GT beginning to hot up a little bit, and it does seem that LMP2 is beginning to stretch out as well, because we have had that pit stop phase where the two categories seem to have amalgamated in the pit lane, but that has sorted itself out. Now Zancho now in the pits, so that's going to allow Varga to take first position back, and it'll be interesting to see where that Zancho car comes out. But this stretching of their strategy is going to really help them towards the end of the race. Now Brzezinski is riding very close to the rear of Christian Michel as they head onto the main straight now, onto the pit straight. A bit of a correction there from the BMW driver, but he's still got a lot of speed onto it. He's got to be careful though, because there is that P2 going down the inside of both of them. That could put him at an advantage, but just under brakes, not close enough to make a move. However, on the exit, he might just be able to get it past it. His bonnet is by the tail of Christian Michel. Under braking for the left-hander, he's managed to pull that off. An absolutely fantastic move there, and that's going to be 4th place for the GT car.
Yeah, finally just being able to get through, and I thought actually Christian Michel might be able to hold on for a little bit longer there, but I believe at this stage of the race anyway that they are on the same tyres. Nita Velix and Williams Esports, I think, have both changed at the last stop, so that's why I was expecting Michel to hang on, a little bit longer. But here's Wojtek Polesny in the lead of this race. He's taken over from Michał Schmidl. And he's obviously doing his thing, as you might expect. Another yellow flag in Sector 1, which seems to be catching everybody out. And I'm afraid to report it's Manuel Biancalula now. I was going to say it's Tiziano Brioni, because he had such a terrible first stint, but he's got out of that car now. Manuel Biancalula back in, but seemingly not having a good day either. I mean, number 53 came in pretty good on this championship. I mean, only 23 points down. Excuse me. After 5 rounds is not bad at all, but they've just had a really poor day by their standards, and I'm afraid that it's just not worked out for them, and that might be the end of their championship charge in season 13. It would be a shame to see, but really it's just not looking that promising for them at the moment.
Yes, we've also got Jeremy Talbot right now, who's trying to defend from Dennis Richter in the Your Name Here Racing Porsche. So it does seem, though, that as that LMP2 battle kind of stretches out, it seems like the GT one condenses, and that's what we're seeing right now here with Jeremy Talbot, who, in the Speedway car, I think he might have replaced Sean Jacobs at the wheel of that Ferrari, as it is kind of the part of the race, that last stop, where you see those major driver changes, because it's about 2 hours. That's a decent amount of time to be driving, and of course, some of those drivers might be getting back into the car later in the race. And we already discussed earlier about how the different driver lengths, the stint times can vary depending on the track and the situation of the race, of course, this being just over 8 hours. And
Whoa!
I was about to say we haven't had a code 80, but we came very close to having one there with Jeremy Talbot just having a bit of oversteer through there. In fact, that could cost him 2 positions because Alessandro Apolloni with the Drive Game Seat Racing Team Ferrari might send it round the outside. Can he hold on to it though? Under braking, yes, because that narrow line is going to compromise Jeremy Talbot. So that is unfortunate for him. That is the result of pressure, I think, that had come from the Your Name Here car. But now we've got Martin Hemmingson, Pinsim Drillers car, leading the Williams Esports LMP2. So there are still battles everywhere. This is currently the battle for 11th place, just outside the top 10, but that's not too far away, just 4.5 seconds up the road from these two. But this is definitely going to be an interesting battle because the way the LMPs battle with each other is a very different style to those that the GTs battle because they have those completely different cars. You've got the smaller P2s and their speed through turns, which really creates quite a interesting dynamic when they're passing each other. And also they've got the added factor of trying to navigate traffic, which isn't quite as big of an issue for GT. Although they do have to let the other cars through, it's not as prominent for them because more of the onus is put on the LMP2s to try and find their way through.
So with their, or they have the responsibility, of doing that. GT, not that the GTs have to be or are completely passive when they're overtaken. They'll be watching their mirrors and so on. It is the responsibility of the prototype, as we're seeing now. Drillers Esports versus Williams Esports, two very, very good teams actually, and not really where they want to be, languishing down here outside of the top 10. Don't forget this season that we've extended the points or the amount of points that you can get down to 15, or the top 15, I believe it is. It is the top 15. And you can get points all the way down to there. So they will be still getting points, but Williams Esports will want a few more and maybe even a race win out of this one if they can get it, because I don't really think either of these two have got a realistic chance of winning this championship. I think that's fair to say. That Drillers car, the Drillers Esports car, the number 7 at least, is in 4th place actually. They're just not having the best day. 49 points behind in a championship that is becoming an increasingly 2, maybe 3 horse race between Varga, Burst and Ajira. It just depends whether Ajira can really get up there. They're 5th place at the moment with Arna Schumble and came into the day 38 points. Just doing some quick maths there. 38 points behind Varga Sim Racing. So it's arguably increasingly becoming a 2-horse race, with this man Jurnin Simincic really making inroads into the gap held now by Varga Sim Racing. Varga currently in 7th place. Yuri Toman driving well, but he's losing points at the moment to Jurnin Simincic, and it's hard to see anybody other than Burst Edge Esports winning this one at the moment, even though there is a long way to go and it's too early to be saying that kind of thing.
Well, from at least what we've seen already, that Burst Edge Esports car just has an incredible amount of pace. They're currently in first by 15 seconds, although, as you said, we've still got a long way to go. We don't know what the impact of strategies are going to be. So those cars, such as the Wave Frame car, that has been running really long on some of these stints, they could come to prominence in that final stage of the race, but we'll have to see how that all plays out. But right now, they are looking incredibly strong. And this is going to put them in really good stead for the championship, because Varga, currently in 7th place now, having recovered a little bit from their penalty. They're leading both them and Ajira, and currently 2nd in the championship, I believe. This is really advantageous for them as we head towards the end of the championship. They're going to be really quite in a good position to try and force their way maybe onto first. It all depends on how Varga retaliates in the later stages of the race. Maybe next race when they won't have the disadvantage of those drive-through penalties. We'll have to wait and see though, but it is definitely going to make for quite an interesting end to the season, as it is not entirely clear who is going to come out on top out of all of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really up in the air at the moment. 1 lap 77 of 268. You're watching the 1,000 miles of Sebring, the 6th round of the Virtual Endurance Championships 13th season. So we're massively enjoying it so far. It's Ewan O'Leary alongside Hugo Barrow for the next about 40 minutes, and then we'll be joined by Cameron Roger and Neil Heatley a little bit later on for a few hours from those guys. Yeah, we're enjoying the race so far. Jone Simoncic is leading in LMP2 and overall. Lorenzo Risi is 14.5 seconds behind, followed by Manchester Wreckers, Herman Stocky and Honor Schumfleet to complete the top 5. And in GTE, we've got Wojtek Polesny leading ahead of Andrea Michelli. Renz Klopp has got into the other Waveframe Esports car ahead of Christian Malguera, and Kuba Brzezinski has got into the Williams Esports car. It's Jakob and Kuba's the same thing, same person. So he's driving in 4th place at the moment, just ahead of Christian Mikel. They're in a little bit of a battle. We saw a little bit earlier on, actually, that Brzezinski got through on Mikel, but the Season 7 champion overall, I believe, Christian Mikel, all those days ago, how many years? About 6-7 years ago now, when he won the Virtual Endurance Championship overall. In GTE at the moment, driving for Denison's Nitro Velux team for the number 60, and he's not too far behind Jakub Brzezinski. It's very, very close in GTE, as you might be able to imagine at the moment, even though Wojtek Polesny has got an 11-second lead. Behind that, it is quite close.
Yeah, it's going to develop as we go through, but you can see Williams and Pinson drillers, that gap under a tenth of a second, so I'll be aching to see what's going on between those two drivers at the moment, because this is really quite an interesting battle to watch out for. Both of those drivers really quite quick, but with LMP2 right now, they seem to be the ones to watch in comparison to GT. Of course, we have got those battles, but right now Varga seems to be running away with the lead in GT. I don't want to say that just yet though, with still 190 laps to go. However, right now they are looking very strong, much like Burst Edge Esports with Jone Simoncic at the wheel, and that is Murray Walker, who I'm very sad to hear has died at the age of 94, I believe, having had the most fantastic career as a commentator in motorsports.
Yeah, very sad to hear while we've been on broadcast here. I know that a few people have been talking about it in the YouTube chat, but in case you haven't heard, yeah, there you go. Very sad news to hear for the last few moments. Yeah, hopefully we can. I don't know. I don't really know how to pick up from those kind of things. You know what I mean? From those kind of events. But anyway, we'll get back to the racing at least for the next few moments to forget about those kind of things, because it is incredibly sad. Jack Keithley on the back of Drillers Esports once again here. Martin Hemmingson is now driving that car. Roman Yakubovic is not too far in front, and neither is Anthony Jans here, so we could have some very nice battling coming up here soon. Jack Keithley not long got into the top 12 once again, and trying to get inside the top 10 now. I believe he's got some new tyres to do so. I think they triple stinted their first set of tyres actually in this race, and so they are now going to do that again. And oh my goodness me, that's very close between Drillers and Musto, who had a big slide going into turn 1 there, but Jack Keithley not phased by any of that. He closes up to Hemmingson once again.
Yeah, that was a very heart-in-mouth moment, and what's interesting is that Jack Keithley just doesn't seem to be able to find an opportunity to get past this Driller's car. He's all over the back of him. He's not losing time, but there just isn't that space for him to try and squeeze through. And right now, looking ahead, there seems to be a lot of traffic to contend with as well. So that's going to be really interesting to see how it develops. You can see dust being kicked up as the drivers take the optimal line through those little mini chicanes, essentially, on the exit of that turn, which is it's always interesting to see drivers try and go side by side through there, as it is very risky. But right now, we have got the Zansho. That's the Zansho Corvette, actually, which we did see earlier in the race in the lead, having really stretched its pit stop to 15 minutes beyond the hour mark. Currently sitting in 12th position right now, though, and they are getting past. But this is Alessandro Apolloni behind the Your Name Here Porsche, currently in P15, looking to get P14. It'll be interesting to see how these two drivers fight each other, try and move up the order, because although we have got a long way to go, because this seems to be a relatively isolated battle, it is in the interest of the drivers to try and get through. Although, of course, they don't want to lose too much time in doing so. So it's definitely striking a balance. But if you are the quicker driver, it's definitely you want to be the car in front, because then you're going to be losing the least amount of time, which I suppose is pretty just reasonable anyway. So, yeah, Alessandro Apolloni, though, He is putting on a bit of pressure to that your name here in his drive game seat, Ferrari, as they head through the Sunset Bend right now. He's going to have quite a compromised exit. He's moving to the outside there. You can see just in front of him is the Your Name Here car as they head through turn one. Not quite finding the way through, but he could go for a later apex and have a better exit because of the slightly narrower entrance of that Porsche, but it doesn't seem like there is that opportunity. He's going to have to sit back for now. This is Renz Klopp now. He's got Kuba Brzezinski. So this is for the podium position, P3. That Wave Cream car is going to be looking in his rear view mirrors now because that BMW is certainly imposing, especially with Kuba Brzezinski at the wheel, who's doing an excellent job right now, taking that car around and trying to ascend up the positions. Once he gets past one Wave Frame car though, he'll have to do it again. You can see just off in the distance along this straight. They are being passed by, I think that's the Ajira, one of the Ajira LMP2s right now, as they head in to Sunset Bend. That gap 3.5 tenths of a second. It's going to close up a little bit as they head through this hairpin style turn back onto the pit straight. It doesn't seem to have been the best exit. Brzezinski just isn't quite able to slingshot out of the final turn as they head towards the first turn for the next lap, which definitely isn't lap 81 for the GTs. He's close, but just not finding that opportunity he needs to squeeze past Renz Klopp in that Ferrari.
Yeah, not sure what he's looking at, actually, down towards his left-hand side there, but yeah, he's certainly concentrating on other things at the same time as driving, but it doesn't seem to be taking anything away from him right now as he exits turn 5 and tries to get a run through Big Bend to make a move maybe at the hairpin. I was about to say at the bottom of the hill, but there are no hills here, so it's just at the end of the straight and there is no move, although there is a lock-up for Renz Klopp. He's recently got into that car for Christian Malglera. I mentioned that a little bit earlier on, but both Wave Premium Sports cars have made driver change as we have a yellow flag in sector number 1. The number 7 Pinsim Drillers Esports car has gone off. Martin Hemmingsen was in a fight with Jack Keithley and Roman Jakubovic actually, and I think that Hemmingsen has come together with Jakubovic because Keithley has got through on them both. We've seen a lot of yellow flags through sector 1, it has to be said, throughout this race, and it looks like Brzezinski's going to try and get through on Klopp now. Action going on all over the circuit. Round the outside through Bishop is going to have to be the order of the day for Brzezinski if he wants to get the move done, but it's a long way around there. It's a fast corner, and if things go wrong, the walls are fairly close through there. Once you get into Le Mans here, the final chicane, it's a little bit well, there's a little bit more runoff, but up through Bishop there is absolutely not at all, and now Brzezinski right under the rear wing of the Ferrari, although we've seen in the past that Ferrari very strong in a straight line and it's difficult to get through. The slipstream is helping the BMW, not enough seemingly down into Sunset.
No, but it could be to his advantage now because he's a lot closer than he was last lap as we head along the pit straight. They've got to be careful though, they don't want to lose too much time because they have got that Cetra Zanita Velix Corvette behind them, so they don't want to be losing too much time to each other. But Kuba Brzezinski could have a move down the inside, just not finding the gap. It's not being given to him by Renz Klopp, but Renz Klopp is going to run wide onto the dirt. That could really impact his exit. It's going to be the inside line though for Kuba Brzezinski. Under braking, he's just about going to hold it, and there's no way back through for Wave Freem. In fact, he's going to make a way back through as he gets on the power slightly too early, but there just isn't the exit speed to hold on to it. But definitely putting up a fight. But look at this. This is Christian Michel, who could make the most of the battle that's just occurred in front of him. Renz Klopp now moving to the inside to take a defensive line. In fact, he's going to move to the outside of Kuba Brzezinski. He could go for a later apex here, try and squeeze him on the exit. In fact, no, he's not. He's actually keep it round the outside. But this is a really close battle. The battle for third position in class. And it looks like Kuba Brzezinski is going to come out on top. We've got the Pin Sim Drillers and the Undercover Sim Racing LMP2 trying to find a way through here as well. There just isn't the room, but Renz Klopp going back round the outside of Kuba Brzezinski, trying to go for that later apex, maximise the power on the exit as they head up. Well, yeah, as you said, there's no hills here, but as they head back onto the track right now, there just isn't the room. Pin Sim Drillers finding their way through as well, right up behind Kuba Brzezinski. And I'm afraid these two LMP2 cars have separated the gap a little bit more, and that's going to mean that there's going to be a little bit of work on Renz Klopp's behalf if he's going to try and catch up to that BMW, as well as trying to defend from Christian Michel as well.
Yeah, so Ren's Club went for the second kind of bite of the cherry there. Brzezinski got through because of a mistake that Klopp actually made there, but he tried again, and it actually nearly cost him another place for Christian Mikel, but the Ferrari was kind of saved by its straight line speed a little bit. Here's the fight for 12th place between Daniel Almeida and Martin Hemmingsen as Anthony Jans gets passed by Jack Keithley. Martin Hemmingsen is about to pass Daniel Almeida, two orange and white cars, it has to be said, but two very good-looking cars, but Almeida not able to drive his quite as quickly as Hemmingsen is just for the moment. Hemmingsen through and Anthony Jans into the pit lane. That is getting increasingly early with these stops, it has to be said, is Anthony Jans. He's driving fairly well, but he's just having some early stops for the moment. Expecting the first real stops among the front runners to come in about 3 laps' time for LMP2. So we'll monitor those in a few moments' time. But we've still got lots of battling to be watching, not least in GTE, where we've got 3 manufacturers battling over the final spot on the podium. BMW, Ferrari, Corvette, all very, very close together, very well matched on pace, and it's just great racing to watch in this class at the moment.
Absolutely fantastic, and they're keeping it really clean as well, which is excellent to see, and that's allowing us to continue with this battle as Christian Mikel keeps the pressure on that wave-free corner. You've got Kuba Brzezinski just up the road. He's not quite able to pull away yet. However, that is still 0.8 of a second behind him to the wave-free Ferrari. So he's got to be careful. And he's also got an LMP2 coming up behind him. It should be able to get past him with little difficulty though. But Christian Mikel, he looks to be slightly quicker than that car in front.
Does indeed for the moment, but not. Whoa, that's close. Bit of a slide as he goes through there, but no mistakes particularly made. He gathered it all up fairly nicely. Well, they go down the Ullman straight once again, not really making any inroads into Andrea Riccelli, who is a little bit further up the road. But Riccelli is also losing a little bit of time to the Vargas Sim Racing car driven by Wojciech Polesny at the moment. Currently leading this race by 12.7 seconds as we go on board with Ren's Club to complete another lap. Maybe we can stay on board for the whole lap if things don't kick off elsewhere, and we can get a real view on board as to what these bumps are like. Somebody mentioning earlier that the TV camera really doesn't do this place justice in terms of how bumpy this circuit actually is, and you can already see through turn 1 the kind of stress that these cars are under. The curbs at 3, 4 and 5 are fairly big, so you don't want to be touching them too much really, because they can throw your car up onto 2 wheels, especially these GTs, as they go through my favourite corner name on the corner, which is Big Bend, the gentle right-hander here towards the hairpin. And of course he'll just be checking his mirrors a little bit, making sure that nobody's firing down his inside, and somebody actually is. That's Daniel Almeida, the Agera 444 car, getting down his inside. A bumpy circuit, a tricky circuit, and one with high curves as well, which I've not too much throughout the broadcast today, but you know, especially for that sector 1, it's quite noticeable actually how much these cars bounce over those curves.
Yeah, and I think the aggression of the curbs is also one of the things that inhibits drivers from really sending it down the inside sometimes, because they've got to be careful, because going over those curbs can really upset the car and potentially drive you into the other one through no fault, or well, through partial fault of your own, but without intention. But as well as that, because this is based on an airfield, and we've seen the aircraft in the background as well, it just means that that first part of the lap just through the main straight is so utterly bumpy because of where the track is situated. You can see the Pinson Villas car moving through, and Ren's Klopp as well. He is just trying to defend from Christian Mikel behind him. But it is really interesting to see what is going on for the onboard as they head through Sunset Bend, and this is where you see quite how bumpy this track is right now, and definitely quite difficult to wrestle with, especially when you're getting such pressure from behind, which you can see right now.
Yeah, it's very, very exaggerated on those in that final corner. Excuse me, as battle just closes up slightly for 4th place. So battle in LMP2 for 2nd, which is closing up. Mantis Records is going to have to do a bit of defending from him and Stocky on a Schumbleit soon, but looks like Christian Mikel is not too far away from actually making a move here, although the exit from Ren's got out of turn 5 was not a bad one, actually. And so he's just given himself a little bit of time. And the Ferrari straight line speed has also helped him out a little bit there as those guys head towards the hairpin. Now, in LMP2, Sunset Bend is where we're at. And there's a lot of traffic, actually, up in front of these guys. Manchester Wreckers having to do a bit of defending. Wasn't expecting to see Rookie Monsters so up towards the front here today because they haven't had the best season, but driving really quite well at the moment as into the pit lane comes Ajira further behind. We're at another pit stop cycle, I'm pleased to say, but Manchester Wreckers is going to be very pleased to see it as well because Herman Stuckey's right behind him, and it's quite a bad situation for him really, because he's losing time, and so he wants his pit stop as soon as possible so he can maybe get some new tyres, some more fuel as well.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to be entirely comfortable with the pressure being put on from Herman Stocky, but I think the way that this race has turned out as a result of the start is that we've had some real contenders for potential win this evening, actually a lot further down the order than we'd normally expect, and that's given other teams an opportunity to be much higher than we would otherwise see them. Although, saying that, we've got Varga now in P5, so they're slowly but surely making their way up. However, it is this next salvo of pit stops emerging for these LMP2s as we're about 40 minutes into the third hour of this race, and with these pit stops we'll see what happens, what positions people come out in, and whether they take tyres or not, because strategy once again is going to be very interesting, and will be interesting as well as how far Wave 3 can go in this stint, because they have just been stretching it ridiculously far so far this evening.
Yeah, it seems that if they carry on the way they're going, then they may well come in like maybe lap 93, if my maths is right. And yeah, that's in a good 8 laps time, so you never know when they're going to come in really. And if they can stretch an extra pit stop, or sorry, one less pit stop out of this, then they could really be in the running for this race. Meanwhile, Manchester Wreckers does indeed come in for the 37 crew. That is at the end of lap 86, which is just a lap later than some of the others. Yuri Toman just behind, and he's been going a little bit further in this one. But you know, once that Varga Sim Racing car has started to get towards the front a little bit further, they've all of a sudden found it a little bit more difficult to overtake drivers, because that's what happens really. When you get further up the order, it does, or your progress at least, does become a little bit slower.
Yeah, and we're seeing the effects of that now, because it seems that since the start of the race we've been having a further and further stretched out pit window for all of these drivers in LMP2. It seems to be stretching out over quite a few laps now, because we had that initial set of pit stops, but definitely not the majority of cars quite yet, because as you can see, the top 7 or so still haven't pitted, and maybe even more than that. I think you can see the divide of pit stops where the Ajira car is 50 seconds behind P8 right now, although they're closing up, of course, as Rookie Monsters are sitting in the pits. But Herman Stocky, he'll be coming in at some point of it. It will be interesting to see where he comes out in relation to that Rookie Monsters car, whether he can just stretch a little bit out of this somewhat clean air and close that gap slightly more. But he's also going to be wary, because Yuri Toman 6 seconds behind, but one wrong move can really cost you a lot of time, especially if you end up facing the wrong way. And you can see as well, I think that's the Wanako car and Pinson Drillers battling very hard on a different lap.
Yeah, that's Wanako just coming out of the pit lane actually, trying to get through. Daniel Brewer trying to defend, but Boya Milan back into that car for the second time today, is back through now, and onto another lap he goes inside of the top 10 once again. Most people staying at, well, we've just starting to cross the line for the leaders in LMP2 as well, so we'll see who comes in on this particular occasion. Matt Beavis has got into the Rookie Monsters number 37, Nick De Silva into the number 2 Ajira Racing car. Hopefully Nick can put in a good performance here, because unassumedly it has kind of been banging the team's drum a little bit on his own so far in this season, and he will want a little bit of backup from the likes of De Silva, who is a very good driver in his own right, let's not forget, but it just needs to today, and yeah, they'll be getting on for a good performance. Williams Esports into the pit lane as well. Jack Keepley, after 87 laps, comes in for his fourth pit stop of the day, as we go back to GTE, because the battle rages on. You get the feeling though that Christian Mikel is being held up now by Renz Klopp.
Yeah, he's clearly got enough pace to try and find his way through, but it just seems that that Ferrari is really good at defending, and maybe that the Corvette is disadvantaged in the straight line, which is very important when you're trying to close up to make those positions, because you can see he's got the slipstream, but he's not making up an awful lot of time. He's only gained about a tenth of a second, even in the direct slipstream of Ren's Cobb, and then through this turn as well, he might get a superior exit, but it's not going to be able. He's not going to be close enough to make a move. And I think that's just the story of this battle so far. He's just not able to close up enough to find a way past Ren's Klopp, which is definitely incredibly frustrating for Christian Michel, because if he can clear the Ferrari, he will stop losing time, which he must be losing in his current position. We now got, I think that's Jack Keithley, unless he's been replaced, coming out of the pit lane now with the Williams LMP2 car. You've also got the Burst Esports Complexity, I think. No, not Complexity, the Hungry DK car, I think, just moving through right now. And yeah, you can see that's cost Christian Michel a bit of time. So the rate at which he catches up to Renskop will show what his relative speed is, but it just seems that he isn't able to try and find a way past that Ferrari.
No, not for the moment, but it is starting to cost him time, it has to be said, actually, in this one, because now 3.5 seconds up the road is Kuba Brzezinski, and he's starting to bear down a little bit on the car in front of him, which is Andrea Riccelli of Wave Free Esports, not Rick Kelly, as I was saying earlier, but never mind, doesn't matter. Somebody pointing out in the chat. But anyway, Christian Michel actually he's just lost a bit of time actually because of a bit of traffic from LMP2. That's what can happen from time to time. Just gets in between these GTE cars and just splits these battles up momentarily. So you can see the gaps to 8 tenths, but you'll see through this Le Mans chicane already that he's gained a tenth and a half, and he gains some more as well on the exit. So certainly the quicker driver. You can see by the way he's catching back up to the Ferrari after these kind of setbacks. That Christian Michel is driving well at the moment, but expecting him to actually go on for one more stint here. Most people last time went for just one stint on their tyres and then decided to go again or changing tyres every time. But the Nitro guys deciding to go for something a bit different. We'll see if they do the same with Christian Michel, or they decide to just keep changing every time like everybody else from now on.
Yeah, well, we've also got another battle here with Pedro Ramada and Dennis Richter as well. So yeah, it's interesting to see which drivers decide, or which teams decide to do the double stint on tyres, because it doesn't seem to be the most popular decision in the GT field. And now we've got Jene Simoncic, who was the leader of the race, and now got those top 3 in the pits. We've got, I think that's the Wave Freem car currently in the lead. This is Roman Yakubovic as well. Black Hawk Pescara Sim Racing Team coming into the pits as well. And we've seen some interesting lines into the pit entrance so far this evening, with some guys deciding to come across right at the last moment. Now we can see the relative positions gained and lost. So Vargas and Racing have gained a position. Wave Free Esports, though, currently in P2 in GTE, have gained 7 positions, and also Williams Esports are dropping back a little bit behind them. They're 1.5 seconds behind, whereas the Nito Velix behind the 4th place Wave Freem car is now just 4 tenths of a second. So he clearly is being held up somewhat by that car. Now, it is Wave Freem Esports in the lead of the LMP2 field, and this is Jack Keithley still at the wheel of the LMP2 for Williams Ben Q, and this is Dennis Jordan now in the Burst Edge Esports, having replaced Jene Simoncic. Now coming out in second place with Wave Freem at nearly 1.5 minutes up the road, although they have yet to make a pit stop, the next pit stop rather. So it'll be interesting to see what that relative position is and how long the Wave Freem car can go before it decides to come into the pits. And this is Marcel Shinchik in the Vargas in Racing car, and we can see once again that camera angle, which is really interesting because it shows just the exact direction and the way they are conducting the wheel for us. And you can see quite aggressive, but you have to be aggressive with the LMP2 to make the most of its grip.
Yeah, it certainly is very aggressive, and we're actually looking at this very camera angle when you have a massive slide through turn 1 for the opposite lock, and it was very, very exciting. But he'll be hoping for less of those squeaky moments will Chinsick, and he'll be hoping he can get himself back up towards where he started this race, which was on pole. If you weren't with us a little bit earlier on, they had 2 penalties to serve, I believe drive-throughs, but either way, they're down to 6th place now, as we have a yellow flag in Sector 1. That's the 264 off the road. Satellite Racing, Ian Paper, he's got recently into that car for Yimi Nisela, who started it. He's just recently turned around and he's back going again, but now down in 11th place behind Musto GD Esports, so I'm afraid that's not gone well for them in the last few moments. But yeah, mistakes starting to creep in for a few of these guys. I guess it's to be expected at nearly 3 hours in.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, what we haven't seen an awful lot of so far this evening is drive-through penalties, although I'm sure we will be seeing those right towards the end of the race. And of course, they're always very critical at that late stage in the race, because it can have a real impact on people's relative positions. Now we can see Wojciech Polesny here driving the Vargas Sim racing car in the lead. You see very hard concentration on his face, because he's got to have that to maintain the current 15-second lead he has in the GTE category. Doing an absolutely fantastic job, the Vargas Sim racing outfit is. One wonders how long he'll be in that car for. Maybe he'll potentially hop out at the next pit stop. We'll have to wait and see though. And it looks like that's the Vargas Sim Racing LMP2 about to make his way past. And I'm sure we'll see quite a lot of courtesy from the LMP2 leaders, as that's P6. Oh, sorry, from the GT leaders as P6 and LMP2 makes his way around with ease. And yeah, just that Vargas Sim Racing car doing a fantastic job. They did have that challenge earlier on with Ferris Wheeler at the wheel, but that just didn't work, because unfortunately he did disconnect, and that meant that there wasn't the opportunity for him to try and for him to battle and contend that lead. But this is Kevin Yeager right now behind the Sim Racing for Holland as well. So once again, LMP2, the gap expands, and GTE, they provide us with some action, because this Black Hawk racing car is putting on quite a bit of pressure. And the Sim Racing for Holland team have been relatively interesting this evening, because you can't really be sure what position they're going to come out in as a result of their alternate strategy, and especially the strategies relating to those other cars around them on track. So they're definitely one to watch to see what their final position will be, and they're doing a pretty good job right now in their Corvette, although Kevin Yeager will be looking to change that and take that 7th position.
Yeah, so there's been a driver change for Sim Racing. It seems that there's been a driver change for most GTs actually at the last pit stop, and it's impossible to tell you of all of them. But Bert Knox is into the Sim Racing for Holland car, Kevin Yeager into the Black Hawk car, and these two both going for the alternate strategy. They're double stinted in the first 2 hours, as the leaders, Wave Freem Esports, are in at the end of lap 93. Now, this is an interesting point to make actually in LMP2, because, sorry, at the end of lap 90. Did I say lap 92 before? Anyway, they came in 3 laps later than those around them again for the 2nd time in a row. Now, it was increasing. It was 2 laps a couple of hours ago. It was 3 laps last time, and now it's 4. Well, I thought it was going to be 4 laps. I thought they were going to go 1 more, but seemingly 3 laps is their limit. But it just depends really how this works out to the end of the race, really. You know, we're doing 22, 32 kind of lap stints on this. Sorry. 32 or 33 lap stints, shall I say, in an LMP2 car. I mean, I don't know if that's going to get them 1 less pit stop. I presume that's. I don't know if that's what they're aiming for at this point. It's a little bit difficult to work out. Somebody will have crunched the numbers though, and they will know whether that strategy is going to give them 1 less stop than those around them or not. But the fact that they're no longer increasing the margin between them and the rest of them pitting suggests that maybe they're not going to get an extra pit stop. Although I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see.
What it does mean though is that at least they will have a shorter final pit stop, and that will give them an advantage on 2 counts, because it will mean the overall pit time is shorter, but it also mean they'll have a lighter car for that last stage, because they won't have to take in that extra fuel as well. So we'll see how that all works out. Maybe they've decided that it's not possible to try and negate that final pit stop, but maybe they're trying to minimise the length of it. So we will see how that strategy plays out. Maybe they'll stop fuel saving potentially. But this is Mario Marquez just taking ninth position with the DX Droids car, passing Pinsim Drillers right now. So once again, another battle, and it looks like he's got a lot of clear traffic or clear air in front of him to try and start extending that gap. He's got 16 seconds to the car in front though, so he's going to have to do a good job of it to catch up. However, doing a pretty decent job at the moment are DX Droids. They'll be looking to continue up the field, and it looks like Nita Velox having quite a long pit stop according to the timing screen. We've also got Ajira Racing and Vargason Racing both right next to each other on track, so that's also yet another battle in LMP2 to watch out for. But Mario Marquez is pulling away from the Pinsim Drillers car.
That is a mistake, by the way, on the Nita Velox pit stop. They're not even in the pit lane at the moment, so it's just a bit of a timing glitch or a graphic thing that's going on. They haven't been in the pit lane for 8 minutes, and they are in 7th place, as you can see on your screen. And I can tell you, because their gap isn't actually on the screen right now, that they are only just under 5 seconds behind Nick De Silva, who has just been overtaken by Marcel Chinsik. That's the change for 5th place in LMP2 and overall. So Chinsik now starting to really march up the field. Wave Free Esports did get out in 2nd place. Daniele Canestrazzi is now into that car. He's had 3 LMP2 race wins here in the VEC, and they all came last season, where they unfortunately came up just short of actually winning the championship in all of that one. That went to Singularity, as they were at the time, or Hydra, or whatever. Dennis Lynn's team, anyway, I'm pretty sure, took the title last year. Could be wrong. I could have forgotten. But anyway, they're up into 2nd place at the moment, trying to hold off Williams Esports. Jack Keithley not far behind. So we're seeing a couple of these battles starting to crop up as the GTs get within 5-10 laps of their next round of pit stops. The action is really on in LMP2, it has to be said. Battle for 2nd place, and a change indeed for 5th place as well.
Yeah, this is really interesting because Wave Freem as well, they're going to have to be careful of Jack Keithley behind them. In fact, we go to the other Williams in GT because it's Kuba Brzezinski currently battling for 2nd position. He's gotten past the 4th place Wave Freem Esports guys, trying to get past the 3rd place one as well. He's going to have to keep it round the outside. This is going to be very risky. Will he run onto the dirt, as we've seen so many times this evening, getting a little bit of oversteer? He's managed to hold onto it though, but this is going to be ridiculously close. He's going to have the outside line. That's going to disadvantage him. He is going to have the inside for the 2nd part, but there just isn't the room really to stay side by side through that final part of turns. However, on the exit, as they head along the track, he is really putting his car right up behind that Wave Freem Ferrari. He's going to be forced to the outside though for the hairpin. Under heavy braking, this could be to his advantage if he can go for a late apex, get the power down early and try and blast past, but there just isn't the room on the exit because of the way the track is laid out. So he's going to have to stick behind for now, but he could have an advantage later on in the lap. It looks like he's flashed his lights ever so slightly just to try and put off that Wave Freem car, and it looks like he's going to be right on the edge of the limit. In fact, going slightly beyond it, really sliding, trying to stick as close behind as possible so he can minimize the amount of risk he has to take in an overtake. It is now just 0.2 of a second. He's really maintaining this gap. This pressure is immense, and if I was in that car in front, I would definitely be very concerned about this big old BMW following me so closely. Right over the curves he goes then as we head towards the back straight. On the power, it's going to be 0.4 that he's going to have to make up, but the Ferrari is good in a straight line. The BMW doesn't seem to be quite as good. However, along the straight we go though, it might have to be under braking, perhaps into turn 1 of the next lap. We'll have to see as they head through Sunset Bend right now. They are still ridiculously close. Kuba Brzezinski just isn't letting him go, maybe trying to force him into an error so he can find his way through, but it just doesn't seem to be working right now, although he has got quite close on the exit. Just 0.2 of a second under braking for turn 1. Is he going to have a look to the inside? No, he's not. At least he's not forced to the outside like he was last time. The last opportunity he's going to have until the next, for the next few tens of seconds, maybe the next minute or so, will be here, and he just isn't finding the room to get through.
Yeah, Cooper Brzezinski, excuse me, driving very well in this stint, I would imagine. If you remember to nearly an hour ago now, when he got into that car for the first time, he was battling with Renz being able to get through on that Wave Free Esports car. He's now trying to do the same thing to the other one now. Big defence now from Andrea Riccelli, now into the hairpin, but no way round for Brzezinski on this one. You can see also that Brzezinski's put a good 6 seconds into the other Wave Free car, which he was with a moment ago. So, yeah, very good driving from the Williams Esports car, but 15 seconds to catch up to Varga. It's going to be a very big job for them to do that, as his first job, I guess, is getting through on the Wave Free car. Easier said than done, certainly, in this circuit. It's not the hardest circuit to overtake, certainly, but for some it's proving quite difficult.
I think also the disadvantages of the BMW and the advantages of the Ferrari seem to be playing into quite some effect right now. Because if he does get past this Varga, get past the Wave Free Ferrari, he's still got a long way to go to get to the Varga if he has the pace. And I've no doubt that this BMW pair with Kuba Brzezinski and Wisniewski as well, they are very, very fast. However, is he going to be able to succeed in overtaking Wave Free? This could be his best opportunity yet. Really riding quite close as we head into the braking zone of turn 17. He's going to have a look at the inside line. He is going to send it under the brakes. Can he hold it there as they fly over the bumps? He's going to just about keep it on the track, not sliding, maintaining that momentum, and he's held onto it. But the Ferrari could have a go at striking back now as they head towards turn 1. Will the Wave Free car have a go? Yes, he will. Looking to the inside, under braking. They are going to be very close, but it looks like Brzezinski is going to hold it round the outside. Back onto the dirt he goes. In fact, they both go onto the dirt because they're carrying so much speed through turn 1. But that might just be second place for Kuba Brzezinski.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like that is going to be the case. And finally, he's managed to get there. There's a freeway battle going on for third place in LMP2 at the moment as well. So it's remarkable with the battling that's going on right now. It's kind of all happening all over the road as we approach 100 laps completed in this race. Jack Keithley, Matt Beavis, Marcel Chinsick all together. And so is Renz and Christian Michel, here in this one. So, yeah, we're massively enjoying these fights, but given that we're 3 hours in and we've been here for a while, me and Hugo, we're going to step aside now for Cam Roger and Neil Heatley to get into the booth, and hopefully you enjoy their company. I'm sure you will. They're going to be taking you through the next few hours of the race. Welcome to you both. Good to have you here, and yeah, I hope you enjoy the next few hours of the race in their company.
Thank you, Ewan, and yeah, good job in the first 3 hours, and we're obviously getting very, very slowly towards the halfway point of this 1,000 miles of Sebring as well. And as Ewan said, myself, Cameron Roger, will be joined by Neil Heatley for this next 3 hours. So welcome, Neil. How have you been finding the race so far?
Thank you very much. And yes, the race has been fairly interesting so far. Of course, Sebring, one of the classic circuits in the world, and also a very, very difficult circuit as well. Of course, this version of Sebring is laser scanned, so you can feel every single bump. And that's actually pretty hard on the suspension, because usually you want to try and set up the suspension on your cars to be as optimal as possible. The fact that Sebring is so bumpy means that you have to have a slightly softer suspension than normal, and of course that can have an adverse effect on the other handling characteristics of your car.
Indeed, these bumps are quite incredible. It's something that the drivers would have had to plan for. They maybe in terms of their setup, also in terms of their driving style, and even your line into certain corners. It's going to be a bit of a difficult job for these drivers to get towards that 1,000 mile mark. It's not just a simple 8 or 9 hour race. It is that little bit more difficult with the bumps. And I'm sure the drivers would have had to prepare just a little bit more than they would for some other races. Also considering it's one of the more prestigious events on the calendar. It's one that all the drivers want to have their name against in the history books. And so far we're coming up to almost 100 laps completed here. And it is obviously Burstage Esports leading the way in LMP2 and Varg Sim Racing in LMGTE. So they're looking pretty good, but I don't think the race is going to be over, as we see now Wojtek Bolesny coming onto the back straight, and I would say it's going to get a little bit more difficult for them as the hours roll on, and you can always make a mistake very easily at this track.
Yes, it is so easy to make a mistake, mainly because so many of the corners are incredibly high speed, and when you eventually have a corner, it's massive, massive braking. Think of the hairpin, thinking of Cunningham as well, the two, and Church, I think as well, if I remember correctly, the two right-handers towards the back of the circuit, the two almost 90-degree right-handers at the back of the circuit. Those two are big, big braking zones. We're just having a look here at Jakub Brzezinski going through Sunset Bend. Of course, that is a bend that has so many challenges of its own because it is so fast. You are turning and braking essentially all the way through that corner. You want to try and let off the throttle and let the car just roll through Sunset, but of course then you've got to decide, when do you put on the throttle? When do you pick up that accelerator? Whenever I drive Sebring, I never pick up the accelerator at the correct time. It seems like an impossible task.
Yeah, certainly is. It's one of the hardest corners in the world, not just on this specific track, for the reason, as you say, it's a million things going on at once with your braking, with your accelerator, as you say, but also trying to miss the bumps to get the exact line, but also then trying to take all the speed out of that, because obviously you got a pretty long straight after that as well, coming down the start-finish straight. That's something that the drivers have to think about every single lap, and they do come around fairly quickly here, even though it is one of the longer tracks on the calendar. They are certainly rolling off fairly fast, and every time you come up to it, you have to just take away that little bit of caution in your mind and just go for it, because otherwise you will be losing many tenths of a second in a critical corner like that.
And as you correctly say, this is a distance race. This is one of the only distance races we have on the calendar, 1,000 miles. And that just brings a whole new dimension to the strategy, because under the time races that we have, you know you have a set distance to hit. So that makes it slightly easier to almost work backwards from the end in terms of strategy, as opposed to a timed race where you're never quite sure how many laps you are going to complete. So we're having a looking on screen at the moment. Brent's popping away from the sports car, and Christian Michael in the Centres Unitor Velix car coming up towards Sunset themselves. That very fast corner, letting the LMP2 car through. But yes, the fact that this is a distance race, as we're now on lap 100, the fact that this is a distance race makes that strategy so much more different to the normal time races we have.
And we can see Williams Esports have come into the pit lane along with one of the other teams. And as you say, with it being a distance race, they can sort of work backwards from here. So now they know they can do 100 laps after so many stints. Then there'll be another 100 laps, and they'll doing the same stints again, same stint lengths again. Then obviously there's only that 68 laps to work out after that. So it makes the strategy in some ways a little bit easier, because you know the lap distance, because when it's a timed race, you don't know exactly how many laps of the race is going to be. If the pace is a little bit faster, you might end up doing an extra lap. If it's a little bit slower, if there's a code 80, or maybe if just the leader has some issues, then you might do a lap less. And that is very crucial when calculating the fuel. Whereas here, you know exactly how it's going to go, you know exactly how many laps it is. And I'm sure some of the teams would have been planning some different strategies to try and work out maybe how to save a pit stop, or maybe have a little stop at the end, because that is always the crucial point when you get to the end of a race either way. But in this lap distance race, they can, as you say, work backwards, work out what they're going to do, and they know now that it's sort of coming into a second 100 laps, and then that last couple of stints at the end is where it's really going to get quite crucial.
Yes, those last few laps, as you said, and you know, even though you did correct, as you said, you know, in a timed race, you can always guesstimate how many laps you're going to be doing, but you're never quite sure. In this case, you're correct, you do know how many laps you're doing, but in terms of the GTs, it really is a guesstimate in terms of the GTs as well, because you've got to try and estimate how many times you are going to be lapped in the race by the time the LMP2 leader does 1,000 miles. As Ren's clock just dives into the pits there, the right-hand side, directly on the exit of Sunset Bend, which means Christian Michael is now the undisputed leader for the moment of the GTE class.
Yeah, these pit stops are going to be fascinating for the GTE. Been keeping an eye on the proceedings, and they've sort of been all over the place a little bit. Obviously, different manufacturers and different teams trying some different strategies with slightly longer or shorter pit stops. And as you say, for that class, they don't know how many laps it's going to be. They're going to be able to guess roughly, because they'll know how many laps it takes them to lose a lap to the leader, so they can work it out roughly. But yeah, that for them, that is going to be fairly similar to normal, where it's going to be maybe a lap plus or minus for their target, and we'll have to try and keep an eye on that to see how that's going to work out when we get to that point in the race. And obviously, during our commentary stint, we're going to go over that half distance as well, which is quite a crucial factor in itself, because then you start thinking about the end of the race. You get into that mindset of thinking that you're a little bit closer, although it's never going to be that quick, because we're still 32 laps away from half distance, which means we're still about another stint for most of these cars. But even then, they'll already be starting to think about that, working out their driver schedule and when they're going to do driver stops, because that's also quite crucial in such a long race to keep your drivers fresh.
As we're just having a look at Christian Michael again making his way down towards Sunset Bend, and Bert Knops is the car behind in that sim racing for Holland. The, I would say now, iconic in sim racing checkerboard livery, currently in second place, 33 seconds behind as it stands. But as you can see on the timing column just on the left hand side there, he's only 7/10 of a second ahead of the car in third, who in turn is only 2 seconds ahead of the car in fourth, who in turn is only 4 seconds ahead of the car in fifth. So yeah, second to fifth looks like a fairly tasty battle as it stands. Christian Michael can just sit there and monitor that gap.
Yeah, he certainly can. But it's one of those difficult factors, especially in the GTE category, where you get these LMP2s coming past. And obviously, right here, this is actually going to be quite nice for him. He's going to have the driller's car there coming around the outside of the big bend, and that's going to be nice and easy for him. But then you get a Wanako car coming down, or Team Spirit, I should say, coming down the inside, right in the braking zone. That can always lose you just a tenth here and there. And when that adds up over the course of a 8 or 9 hour race, that is going to be many seconds that you've lost. So judging that traffic and knowing when to slightly back out of it, like Christian did there, to lose the minimal amount of time, that is where you win the time in the GTEs. It's not just about being the fastest overall or being the best at strategy. Sometimes you're gonna have a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of extra thinking, and then that will save you a tenth here or there, and then that will always add up.
Yeah, those tenths are incredibly important. As you're saying, we're just coming down to the fast left-hander before the complex now. You just see the LMP2 sweeping around the outside. Christian Michael needs to think about where to let those LMP2s pass. As we're just coming down towards the complex and going on to the Almond Straight down towards Sunset Bend, as indeed leaders are on now lap 103 of the race, and a 20-second lead in the LMP2 class as it stands. But as we were saying, second to fifth in the GTEs looks quite close. You can say the same for second to fourth in the LMP2s, only 2 seconds separating those three cars.
Yeah, it is an interesting one how you have a little bit of a gap forming there in both those classes, but it's good to see that it's so close behind. And then once again, we'll have to see how it works out with the pit stops. What different people are doing with the tyres, whether they're double stinting, single stinting, and how that continues, whether what they've learned already in the first 103 laps of the race, is that working for them? Are they going to try something different? And again, as the race evolves, we're going to really see what's going to happen as Donat Prodan gets a penalty for Volante Racing. So that would likely be a cut track penalty. And unfortunately, he's going to have to come through the pit lane for a drive-through penalty.
Yes, those drive-throughs are incredibly painful. Mainly because you're just sat there at 80 kilometers an hour while watching your rivals go past at 230, 240. It is so painful. As we're having a look on screen, the battle for 13th in the LMP2 class, Eros Mashuli in the Black Hawk Pescara SRT car, and Kalakuri in the Ajira Racing car. Both these LMP2s, of course, as they're coming down towards the back end of the circuit, indeed making their way down towards the complex at the end of the lap. This incredibly fast, flat-out left-hander is not a challenge for these cars in the dry, but should there be rain, it just makes it a little bit more difficult. But indeed, they're coming down towards the complex, and Curry doesn't appear to be closing in on Mashili at all at this moment in time.
Yeah, Kalikuri's an interesting one. Obviously, he's been moved to this new second Ajira racing car. When the when the classes merged, they split their drivers across another car, and Kalikuri, who was normally with Arne Schoenvliet last year in the McLaren Senna GTR, he's been moved over there as Jordi's Vise has gone over to the number 2. So it's a bit of a weird one because this car is struggling. This 444 is struggling a little bit since that merge of the classes, and it's a bit of a shame because Kuri is very, very fast driver on his day. He's able to get podiums in this Division 1, but unfortunately they've been struggling a bit, and it's sort of similar to be said with this Blackhawk Pescara car. Two teams linked together, both Blackhawk and Pescara, very successful and knowledgeable teams, but they're just not quite getting it this season, and it's a bit sort of disappointing to see them solo down, but I'm sure they're going to be working it out as the season progresses. We've still got 4 races left after this one, but yeah, it's a little bit weird to see them down here, but it does look like Kuri's getting right on the back of Mashuli now, and I think he's going to be trying to make an overtake in the next lap or so, but we do have traffic in front of us. That's going to be getting very tight with the Juice's Motorsport car, and there's some contact there.
Yeah.
Juice's Motorsport car got knocked a bit wide there by the Blackhawk car, and that caused Kuri to get all bunched up as well. So that's not what we want to see. We don't want to be seeing too much contact, as that Porsche might have a bit of rear end damage now.
Yes, and as you said, Kalikuri is a very accomplished driver. I mean, if you've been watching the VEC for the past couple of seasons, you know how accomplished a GT racer he is in those Ajira racing cars, regularly competing for those podiums and wins. But as you said, it appears that Blackhawk Pescara, and in particular that 444 Ajira racing car, do not seem to have just put it all together since the merging of the classes. But yes, I'm sure that was contact up at the back end of the circuit between Mashili and that Juice's Porsche. And look at this, that is Kalikuri trying to go all the way around the outside of the GTs at sunset, and look how much time that's lost him.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with how you play that GTE traffic, and unfortunately he was just there slightly at the wrong time, and Eros got down the inside, was on the better racing line, and has opened up 9/10 of a second, so he gained about half a second there in that battle, and that is how you can play the traffic. Obviously, sometimes there's a little bit of not necessarily luck, but that sort of thing happening where you meet the traffic at the right time. Also, when you meet it slightly at the wrong time, you then have to do damage limitation, and it certainly seems that Kuri lost a bit of time there, but he's caught back up a few tenths already in Sector 1. So now as we come through Sector 2, it looks like they're going to be getting even closer. But certainly, it's not going to be an easy overtake here.
Certainly not easy. And again, although I said earlier, there is a couple of big braking zones, the problem is that most of these braking zones are a little bit compromised beforehand. If we think of the two almost 90 degrees right-handers at the back end of the circuit, the braking zones are immediately after kinks. The biggest braking zone, of course, is the hairpin, and that really is the best opportunity for overtaking here at Sebring. You do have Sunset Bend as well, but you've got to have a big overspeed, and you've also got to be incredibly brave to make a move there. As we're having a look at the battle for the last podium step in the LMP2 class, Daniel Canastracci in the way from the eSports car versus Matthew Beavis in the Rookie Monsters car. And look at this, Beavis swinging out to the left-hand side, swinging out to the outside, and looks like we'll not be able to make a move into the hairpin. Indeed he can't, due to the GT traffic ahead, and again getting a little bit squirrely on the throttle coming out of the hairpin.
Now we go on board with Roy McDuff trying to go around the outside. Jack Keithley into the hairpin. That's got always Jack Keithley goes for a spin there, or a little half spin even, and that's going to make that a little bit easier. Although on the exit, he's actually managed to retain that just about. And now McDuff is going to be flashing him just a little bit as we come down now into the next braking zone. But once again, he's going to go to the outside, which is such a difficult maneuver. But he's going to try it, and if he can keep that, that'll be the inside for the next set of corners, and that could be the position done, but he's going to have to outbrake him now on the outside. Coming through sector 2, once again, Keithley gets a little bit oversteery on the entry of the corner, but he manages to defend, although he has a really bad exit. Now we've got one of the burst cars getting involved as well, 3 wide almost. And up through the left-hand kink, and now down to the next braking zone is the burst car, going to be able to get through on Jack Keithley as well. There might be a tiny bit of contact there, unfortunately, as we come through these fast-flowing sectional corners, still side by side, out onto the back straight. And this is great racing from 2 of the biggest names that we have here in the VEC, and it seems that that battle is still going to keep on going all the way down to Sunset Bend. Who's going to come out on top? Jack Keithley around the outside. Can he defend? Yes, he can, but struggling a little bit there on the brakes into a couple of those corners, and once again goes a little bit wide as the burst car now finally comes into the pit lane. But that was a worrying moment there for Jack Keithley as he first went for a half spin and then almost lost 2 places, but managed to hold on to that one in the end.
Yeah, there's a little bit of argy-bargy coming out the hairpin last time around, a little bit of touring car action. But yes, it appears that Williams Esports car is very, shall we say, lively on application of the throttle coming out of slow corners. And I'm just wondering if that's perhaps just something with the diff that they may. Well, I can't remember if you can actually change the diff in during race. I don't think you can.
Not
so that's
during the race, no.
So that's something you just have to deal with. But yeah, perhaps a little bit too open of a diff on the throttle application there as they're coming down towards the hairpin. And look how much, just because there's that battling between the Williams Esport and the Burst Esports car, look how much of a gap McDuff has made up.
Yeah, huge amount of time. 2.5 seconds just in half a lap. And that is why you have to pick and choose your battles. Obviously, Keithley was defending that one really well. He gave us such a good moment of racing, but sometimes it may, be smarter just to let a driver go. We've said this in the previous couple of races actually, where we saw Michi Hoyer, I believe it was, back in Indianapolis, basically holding up a car behind him that was clearly much quicker. And we were just saying on commentary at the time, it's like, just let him go. He's obviously so much quicker. Just let him go. There's no need to battle and lose each other time. But obviously, as a driver, you never want to lose a position when you don't have to. So now Williams is going to be coming down onto the back straight. This time, all on their own. It's going to be a little bit easier this lap, not having to go side by side.
Yeah, generally not going side by side is easier racing than going side by side. As we're having a look at the battle for 10th now between the WSR iZone Performance car and the Juices Motorsport Club car. 0.4 of a second separate the two of them as we're getting towards the back end of the circuit. It is Porsche versus Porsche, and indeed that 74 car closing down on the WOSR car.
Yeah, getting very close indeed. And as you say, like for like on the cars. So this is going to be all about the driver and obviously a little bit on the setup as well to try and get past. But it certainly looks like he has some overspeed compared to his rival in front of him. He just needs to work his way, get that momentum going to try and get the maximum slipstream that he can. Although it's going to be a little bit awkward now with the Burst Edge Esports car, number 28. Which I believe is Dennis Jordan in the car, and they're going to be getting involved, which makes it a little bit more difficult, but fortunately not too bad. And now, how good is the slipstream? There's going to be a slipstream factor now with the LMP2 in front of them as well for World of Sim Racing. So can the Juices car get down the inside of Sunset Bend? We know this is a difficult place to overtake, but as he goes for a little bit of a half spin, manages to save it. Good job. He almost lost the rear end.
Big deja vu vibes. Look at this, he's still side by side with WSR car across the start finish line. I'm not even sure who took the lead of that lap. I think it was the Juices was just ahead of the WSR car as he ran across the start finish line, and the Juices car going all the way around the outside and makes the move up into P10. But yes, big deja vu vibes coming off of Sunset.
That was almost an absolutely massive accident, but he managed to save it, and that would have been a lot of damage repair as well, because if you go off at Sunset, I can tell you from personal experience that one hurts. And not just your car, but also the amount of damage repair time, because that would have been a huge one. But he did save it, and in doing so actually managed to get enough momentum going as well to get the run all the way down that start finish straight, and then as you saw, go around the outside of turn number 1. So great bravery there to go up into 10th position.
Up into 10th, and of course, up into that last points paying position as well. That Juices Motorsport Club car. Now, They've just got to try and run away from the WSR car now, but that's far easier said than done. 6 tenths separating the two of them at the moment. Just got to wait a couple of laps to see if the number 74 can extend that gap any more.
Yeah, this number 74 car as well, sitting 5th in the GTE Championship and only 15 points off the top. So they will be a little bit disappointed to be down here in 10th position, because if they want to be fighting for this championship like they did a couple of seasons ago, then they will be needing to get some more points. But fortunately for them, it is very close. As I mentioned, with the top 5 only 15 points separated, so there's still plenty of action possible over the course of the next few races, and they'll be able to work their way back up there. Although he's actually getting pushed a little bit wide there from the VEC Sim Racing LMP2, as we now switch our focus to Jean Lacy Esports, all the way back down in 16th place now, trying to get alongside Ricky Monsters down the inside. They go. Fairly easy overtake there, had a plenty of overspeed, plenty of top speed difference, and that move has been done. So now Ricky Monsters is going to have to come back, but they're already quite far behind. So Ricky Monsters struggling a bit there, coming off the hairpin with the LMP2s coming past them.
Yeah, the LMP2s trying to get past the John Lacy Sports car and the Rookie Monsters car, battling for 15th as it stands, and that is Aston Martin versus Porsche. They're coming towards the back end of the circuit, 4 tenths separating the two of them. And it appears to me, well, this might just be my eyes deceiving me, but it appears to me that the Porsche is just ever so slightly better on the brakes than the Aston Martin at this moment in time.
I mean, unfortunately, I haven't driven the GTEs too much, but the Porsche is certainly a very, very good car. I mean, you can't really complain much about that. VEC Sim Racing have been doing very well, especially in the last couple of races in the GTE category, as you see leading the way here today as well. So in terms of the BOP, it is race-winning potential. So these teams just need to be able to work that one out. And certainly, the braking could be an area where it is better than the other cars. But it seems actually that the balance between all of the manufacturers seems fairly decent, as we've had a number of different cars up there. Obviously, we've got the Porsche and Corvette up there at the moment in P1 and 2.
P1 and 2, as he said, which just goes to show the balance of performance measures undertaken by Studio 397 appear to be working as it stands. But having a look at the battle for 17th, Speedy Mite versus Drive Game Seat versus, well, Speedy Mite. At the moment, the second Speedy Mite is far closer to the Drive Game Seat than the Drive Game Seat is to the first Speedy Mite car, and they're just letting the LMP2s through, going up the inside of Sunset and out into the weeds. There goes the number 51.
And these Speedy Mites, obviously, they have a couple of entries, as you say, and I wonder actually how that helps them. Obviously, you know, they're struggling a little bit today, down in 16th and 18th position, but I wonder how that helps them with their preparation for races, because obviously you have two teams to be able to help figure that out. As we now switch our attention to Blackhawk, who are now on the back of Team Rookie Monsters, coming onto the back straight for another lap. And what can Mashuli do? He's now worked his way up within only a few tenths of the Rookie Monsters car. So he needs to try and work his way through. Obviously, he just had that really big battle a few laps ago as well. So he's obviously fired up a little bit. But now needs to work out how he's going to get past his Team Rookie Monsters car, as they actually have been looking pretty decent today.
Yes, indeed, looking very decent today. As you said, as we've had a driver change in the Jean Lacy Esports car, and we can see an IRL cam there. Is that treble screens? I think it is.
How I'd love to have a triple screen set up. Yeah, that does look pretty good, and especially for the GTEs where you really need the awareness. It is very good to have that. That is Casper Stolzer there. Unfortunately, it seems to say that they are 2 laps down on the leader, so they've been struggling just a little bit today. Having a couple of issues here and there, but they are still going, and they still got over half the race to try and come back into a decent position. But yeah, you can see him there. Also with what looks to be a fairly nice wheel setup there, with quite a nice looking rig. So fair play to him. As we now jump to Yao Barbosa for the number 74 Juices Motorsports Club. coming in 9th place, only less than 1 second behind their rival, although they have gone now into the pit stop.
Commentator's curse. Oh, look, there's a battle. Oh no, one of them came into the pits.
We actually have some other pitters as well. We've got Varga, Burst, Edgy Sports, and Cetres Nita Velox coming in for LMP2 as well. So that is going to be... is that going to be a change? Yeah, it looks like Yannis Simičić is there. But it doesn't look like he's going to be driving, so he must just be engineering. Dennis there, who stays in for another stint. And he is now back out in 2nd place because one of the LMP2s has not stopped yet, which is Wave Free Esports. They're still out there in the number 26.
That number 26 car, as you said, doing quite a good job as it stands. And yes, at the moment, Daniel Castracci in the Wave Free Esports car, as we can see on screen in that number 26 car, is a 40-second gap over Dennis Jordan and that Burst Edge Esports car. Doing a very, very good job is that Wave Free car. 40 seconds in terms of I say that gets 2 wheels into the dirt coming into the Almond Straight there and getting quite wiggly there. But as you said, 40 seconds, that's what the best part of maybe about 40% of a lap round here, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. Obviously, they are going to be needing a pit stop, which will be obviously a little bit more than that. But if they can actually... This is one of the weird things about the LMP2s. Obviously, right now, they're out on really low fuel. But so technically, they should be quicker. But then obviously, their tyres would have been wearing quite a lot as well. So if their tyres actually aren't too bad, they might be able to pull that gap a tiny bit on Dennis Jordan. But Dennis, if he has changed his tyres, will be very quick indeed, and will start to close that lap down. But obviously, Waveframe aren't really in a position to challenge for that first position, even once they make their pit stop at the moment. And for the sake of Burst Edge Esports, they'll certainly be hoping that they come out in the lead after all the pit stops are made, because they're in a fairly decent position now, although Varga are getting fairly close. And remember as well, Varga had a couple of penalties, drive-through penalties earlier on in the race. So that obviously cost them quite a bit of time. And just like in Indianapolis 1 month ago, they have managed to come back from that and be within a fighting chance of that victory, even though we're not even halfway through this race.
Yes, of course, Indianapolis, the other American circuit, but I suppose you could say it's almost similar in terms of Sebring and the fact that they're both incredibly high-speed circuits as well. And, that might just play into the hands of maybe some drivers who are a little bit better at fuel saving on high-speed circuits. But yes, Daniel Castracci coming up to the back of a feisty GT battle along the Almond Straight, moving to the right-hand side, which is, of course, the inside for Sunset Bend. And so incredibly bumpy is Sunset, and as you said a few laps ago, Cameron, it's so easy to have a massive incident there.
Yes, Connor, you want to go fast in it, because on paper, if you just look at a track diagram, it just looks like a fairly quick 180-degree corner, but it's a lot more than that. There's so much more going on, as we now have a blue flag situation there with I think that's one of the other Burst LMP2s getting out of the way there for Castracci, who there was actually a thing on the forums this week with he and a number of other of our older drivers trying to say their age and show that sim racing is not just for the youngsters and the teenagers, but also for the people in their 40s and 50s as well. And it's quite interesting because there's quite a few of them, quite a few different people who got involved to say their age being in their 40s and 50s. So it's good to see that there's drivers of all ages up and down the field.
Of course, that age bracket also involves our lovely event coordinator and the founder of SRC, Jimmy Allison, as well. And I shall move on before he kills me.
Yeah, don't remind
But yes, as you said, Sunset, there's so much going on. And I remember one time I was racing in a race with one of my own clubs that I take part in, and it was the end of a 2.4-hour GT race. And normally in GTs, the apex speed at Sunset is about 100 miles an hour or so. I think I was on the last lap trying to defend a place, and I think I made an apex speed of about 65 miles an hour. Just stop it on the apex and make sure that they can't pass me. But yes, there is so many ways to take Sunset Bend. As we just had a look, I believe that was HQ there that you just saw in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, that's Jimmy's many screens as he looks over, obviously doing the I know he doesn't really like the term, but sort of the race director as such, overlooking the racing and the action, but also doing the broadcast and the cameras as well, which everyone is appreciative of. As Kanastraki comes in, and his car does not go up on the jacks there, so I believe he is keeping those tyres for another stint, and that means his pit stop's actually going to be a little bit shorter as well. Obviously, we didn't see what Dennis Jordan did, but obviously if you can try and double stint, you'll save about 30-35 seconds for a tyre change, and that means you'll gain quite a bit of track position, but you'll then be a lot slower, as second stint tyres are a lot slower. And here we see another shot of Jimmy's rig with his simulator there in the background, and also these wonderful broadcast cameras as Dennis Jordan now retakes the lead. And Kanastraki, as you still see that time going up, he's going to be many seconds behind as Marcel Chinchik now jumps up into second place. And Chinchik now only 15 seconds behind Dennis Jordan for Burst Edge Esports, which is quite remarkable considering you lose around 15 to 20 seconds for each drive-through penalty, and I believe Varga had 3, so they would have been in the region of about 50 seconds, give or take, behind. So they've already caught up a good 30 seconds of that, and maybe a little bit more as well.
I believe that's one of the definitions of pain.
Well, yeah, Spain without the S,
yes.
As they say. But we know that the Varga sim racing guys are so quick. Chinchik and Toman, like, they are just so unbelievably fast. Unfortunately, they keep on getting penalties, because if they didn't have penalties for Indianapolis and for today in Sebring, they would have absolutely walked away in the lead. So Burst G Sports are pretty happy that they are keeping it clean, not getting the penalties, and putting themselves in a good position. But it's so crazy how Varga can come back from those drive-through penalties.
It's just giving them a little bit of a handicap and giving them a bigger challenge to try and win the race.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's what their excuse will be.
Yeah, it's a funny way of giving yourself a BOP. It's giving yourself a couple of drive-throughs here and there. But here is Chinchik on board with him. We can only see his eyes.
Yeah, looking
so
like an 80-year-old trying to drive a VW Polo.
Yeah, so he's obviously got a very low, sort of open wheel design seat position. Well, I guess also in prototypes you're in that sort of bathtub sort of position. So yeah, we getting to see him there as we get Black Hawk Pescara struggling a little bit there, going a bit slow, and that's going to hold up the Varga car a little bit. They will be getting some blue flags as well, but then you've got the Speedy My car in the way, so ooh. I wouldn't be surprised if Chinchik had to lift out there. That was a little bit awkward for him, and that is just how the traffic can lose you, just half a second or whatever it was, just right there and then, as we now see Michi Hoyer in the number 49 car. Unfortunately, doing such good qualifying, but then having penalties himself. Then Mocek had a few issues earlier as well, down in 15th place. And that has been the story of this car all season, really. They've had very good pace. They've had the ability to get top fives, maybe even podiums on their day as well, but they just haven't been able to put the races together. But that's where the points are given. And unfortunately, they're down in 15th once again.
Indeed, down in 15th place, as you said, Hoyer, a second ahead of Filippo Versi in that ARMS Sim Racing car, making the way up towards turn. Well, I would call. Oh, speaking of ARMS, look at that, sideways in the middle of the circuit, just lost it on turning.
Yeah, and the other burst car, the number 50, had to get out of the way there, all over the grass. A little bit awkward moment there for Versi in the ARMS Sim Racing car, as you say. As now Mitch Hoyk is coming onto the back of the DX Droids. He goes for a bit of a slide there. And then Mitchy gets past. And that is actually a unlapping situation, because DX Droids, I believe, are up in 10th place at the moment. So Mitch Hoy's got a lap back there on one of the cars at least. You have to do that a few more times if he wants to get back onto the lead lap. As we now look back here, we got Kalikuri getting on the back of Team Spirit with Nicholas Pellis in the number 45 machine. As we now come around through Sector 2. Difficult part of the track to overtake, but this is where you need to set yourself up, especially as we come through these this really fast chicane sequence of corners coming onto the Le Mans corner. It's very important to keep close if you want an overtaking move down into Sunset.
Yes, and that can be actually pretty difficult in terms of the dirty air that these prototypes can get past, because that complex just before the Mont corner is, 3 fairly fast turns. That dirty air can really play havoc with how close you can stay to the car ahead, and that in turn can make it that little bit more difficult to make a move down to Sunset at the end of the Almond Straight. But Versi now in 16th place. In 16th place, 4/10 of a second ahead of Tony Jukic in the undercover sim racing cars. They're coming across the start-finish line themselves onto lap, it's lap 117 at the moment for the leaders. I believe these guys are a lap down, so it's lap 116 for them.
And that lap down situation is quite important, as we said, for the fuel strategy, because you might be like, oh yeah, it's only one lap, but one lap is very crucial when it comes to those final pit stops, especially if some of these teams will be having to do a splash and dash situation. Then at that point, it is literally just extra time that you're losing if you have to do that extra lap. And now Jukic is looking down the inside, but not quite close enough to make a move on Verzi just yet. But we have seen Verzi make a couple of mistakes in recent laps. So maybe Jukic can put some pressure on as we're now coming up behind, I believe that's the Grand Effect Sim Racing Ferrari. Down the inside, Verzi goes. And now Jukic is going to have to come around the outside. This is a very difficult part of the track coming up to the Tower corner. But fortunately, he's got through there quite nicely. But he has lost a little bit of time. And that's going to make it a little bit hard to overtake on this lap. But he just needs to work that momentum up, try and get the overspeed, get those extra couple of tenths a lap, and then he'll be able to try and make an overtake.
Those couple of tenths, though, it's far easier said than done, especially when you're as sideways as Jukic was there coming through the complex. But perfectly caught was that slide. But yes, a couple of tenths is far easier said than done, especially when you've got the caliber of drivers like we have here in the VEC.
I was just looking at the lap times of the leaders of the LMP2, and you would not be surprised to know that Marcel Cinchik is the fastest man out there on track by some half a second on the last lap from Dennis Jordan as well. He is getting really close. You can now see, you see there, last lap, minus 0.579 of a second, and he's even gone even quicker now. When Dennis Jordan just overtook the start-finish line. Now we'll see as he comes around the final corner once again how much quicker he is. But Dennis Jordan and also Varga, we know, like to play with the fuel numbers a little bit. So I do wonder how hard they're pushing, how much left they've got in the tank. And that last lap was over a second quicker, was Marcel Cinchik. So there's plenty of time left in this Varga sim racing car. But I do wonder, and we know the burst guys like to know their numbers, so I do wonder if maybe they're playing the numbers game a little bit just now, because obviously this is the time to do it. If you can save your lap or two in these stints in the middle of the race where it doesn't really matter, and get yourself in a position where in the final couple of stints you have to do no fuel saving, then that would be the absolute perfect situation. It's just you have to judge how much time you're losing, and at the moment Varga are really starting to reel in that Burst Edge esports car.
Yeah, a second may not sound like much time, but in motorsports, it is a chasm. As having Dennis Jordan 11 seconds ahead of Marcel Cinchik at the moment in that Varga sim racing cars. They're coming around to the back end of the circuit, and Dennis Jordan making his way around GT traffic as well. But yes, 11 seconds separates first and second. LMP2's 13 seconds separates second and third, and just 2 seconds separates third and fourth.
Yeah, it is certainly very close. Only a couple of seconds here and there, but as you say, 1 second is a lifetime. And especially if that is per lap over the course of 10 seconds, you're going to, or over the course of 10 laps, I should say, you're going to lose 10 seconds, which, as we know, is very difficult indeed to get back. just on pure lap speed alone, as Verzi once again in this corner goes a little bit off the racing line here down in 17th place, as we now jump on board once again with Kalakuri, still on the back of PLS, but he can't quite get past just yet. He's certainly very close, and as we mentioned before with Kala, he is a very fast driver. He just needs to find a way of getting past this Team Spirit car.
Just needs to find a way. Yes.
Just.
That's just a small thing. Yes. as Caligari, as you said, making his way back up to the rear end of that Team Spirit racing car, come down towards Bishop and through to the complex at the end of the lap, and we've got GT traffic ahead. And look at that, Curry's flashing his lights ahead. I bet you that's not only to the GT traffic, but also to Pilots as well.
Get one of the cars out of the way there. I believe that's the number 50 burst car. I was a little bit awkward there getting out of the way. Sometimes that's not always the best way of letting people pass. Going wide of the apex gets a little bit confusing. But fortunately for these two LMP2s, they managed to get through nice and safely. And now Kelly is all over the back of Nicholas out of this final corner. Can he put his foot down early enough to be able to get a bit of a slipstream? Doesn't look like he's just able to at the moment. We got a yellow in sector 2 as well. Interestingly, I guess this is a thing being this season. We haven't had too many Code 80s, which is always nice to see. As Kala is now getting very close with the World Sim Racing car, getting involved there as well, but he can't quite do it just yet.
Don't say anything about not having any Code 80s, because you know what will immediately happen.
Maybe that was my plan. Maybe that was my plan.
Just spice up that strategy a little bit more. Yes. We're having a look at Kevin Yeager trying to hold off João Barbosa's Blackhawk Racing versus Juice's Motorsport Club as they're making their way through the back end of the circuit. And look at this, Barbosa's moving to the right hand side. There's just more to know that Yeager, let me start that again. That was more to let Yeager know that Barbosa is there and ready to make a move at any moment in time.
And this is a slightly better race than normal for Blackhawk as well. They're down in 9th place in the GTE standings. Oh, that LMP2 DX Troy is getting a little bit of miscommunication there with Barbosa, and he's now going to potentially dive down the inside, but Barbosa's got to be careful not to go into the back of the LMP2, which will be held up just a little bit. And you can see it, Barbosa's actually almost being held up there by the LMP2 as the DX Troy's car was being nice and gentle through that sequence of corners. But we've now got another 3 LMP2s on the back, as well as undercover there, going wide just in the foreground before the camera shot away. So this is a difficult moment for Barbosa. He's got all these LMP2s coming past at a difficult part of the track when he's trying to set himself up for an overtake. It's certainly not a situation you choose to be in, as fortunately now the last one gets through on the straight.
Yes, the last one getting through on the straight is BMW versus Porsche. And just look at that size of the BMW. It may as well be a country mansion. As Kevin Yeager in that Blackhawk Racing car still trying to hold off João Barbosa, especially through this complex at 3, 4, 5. All you need to do is position your car in the correct position. There really is no overtaking opportunity there, but the big overtaking opportunity for Barbosa is coming through Big Bend and under braking for the hairpin underneath the second of the pedestrian bridges. He moves to the right hand side, and we do not see the end of that move, mainly because we now look at Daniel Canastracci trying to hold off Matthew Beavis. Wait for me Sports versus Rookie Monsters as they're coming across the start finish line to begin lap number 122.
And this is that's quite a crucial position really, because that is for the final podium position in LMP2, but also with the speed that Burst Edge Esports have had, and also Varga Sim Racing, that pretty much seals, in terms of pure pace, the first 2 positions. So if you want to get on the podium, that P3 is really your final fight. So that'll be a good one to catch up on over the next few laps, as well, as it looks like that one's getting very close. But as well, João Barbosa is getting very close once again to Kevin Yeager, but he's now got Verzi all over the back of him. So that is going to potentially put him off a little bit, but fortunately he's staying behind just for now. So João Barbosa, if he can get a good run out of this final corner, he might be looking down into Sunset. So let's see what he can do with the slipstream. The LMP2 is going completely out of the way, so no slipstream effect is going to be given just yet. As we now come towards this braking zone, Barbosa can't quite get past it. He's thinking about it on the inside. Tiny bit of a lock up there on the front left, but it's not enough to get his car in a position to make an overtake, although he might now have the momentum. Coming up towards turn number 1, he's getting closer and closer, but is he close enough to send his nose up the inside of turn number 1? Such a difficult overtaking opportunity into here. Such a fast corner, only 1 or 2 downshifts for these cars. And he now has another one of the LMP2s coming past him. This will be putting him off just slightly, but now he's going to go late on the brakes. Is it late enough? Into turn number 3. He's going to go all over the curb, and he won't be able to just get past at the moment.
Indeed, all over that curb. Of course, the curbs there are slightly raised as well, which means the car bottoms out ever so slightly. And of course, bottoming out means the wheels are off of the ground, and the wheels being off the ground is not conducive to turning. As we're having a look at this, Barbosa diving up the inside of Jaeger at the hairpin, and Barbosa has made that move. The 74 ahead of the 81.
Can he keep it now, though? Jaeger's coming back at him out to the next braking zone. This could be a potential for the Aston Martin to get back in front, but not enough for him to do a dive, as Barbosa did a couple of corners ago. So now he's made his way up into 6th position. And what is the gap ahead of him? It is some way. It's 37 seconds to the next car, which I believe is Wave Freem there in 5th place. So he's got a long way to go now if he wants to work his way up there. As we now jump to the 2 Wave Freem cars, who are following Williams Esports with Jakub Brzezinski in the car now for the BMW. And now these 2 Ferraris got to chase them down, but because they're sister teammates, they may be able to work together here a little bit to try and get themselves on the back of Williams.
Yes, is there going to be company orders at Wave Freem Esports? That is the question. Riccielli, of course, ahead of Klopp at the moment, as you can see there, and as you correctly said, trying to chase down Kuba Brzezinski in that Williams Esports car, letting the LMP2 cars go all the way around the outside of Big Bend there. But yes, I think just because we're not towards the well, we're not even halfway through this race. I think at this moment in time, the Wave Freem Esports cars might just work together ever so slightly. I don't really think that Klopp will attack Riccielli. Just try and let Riccielli make up some time on Brzezinski ahead.
One of these cars has been struggling a little bit earlier on in the season, which was the number 68. Ironically, the car ahead, that's number 68, is 7th in the championship, whereas the number 99, who is the second car in your picture, is up into 4th place in the championship and only 11 points off the leader. So at some point there might be almost team orders in place to swap these cars around, but as you say, they might want to keep in this position for now to let the front car have a good go, have the opportunity to try and catch down Williams, and if that's not working, then swap them round. But also, we are not even halfway in the race just yet. Still got another 10 laps to go for that to happen. So they're not going to be doing anything too crazy just yet, but there's something certainly to think about in terms of the championship. But it does look like Klopp is getting a lot closer to Riccielli now, as they actually fall back a little bit from the back of Brzezinski on this lap.
Yes, falling back ever so slightly, and that means Riccielli is falling into the hands of Klopp, his teammate. Now, because that gap has moved up ever so slightly, will Riccielli make it easy for Klopp to overtake into 4th place and then proceed to try and make some moves on Brzezinski? That is a big question that I think we will just need to wait and see the answer to, and hopefully we might have that answer soon.
Yeah, Klopp's getting very close now, and they've dropped Brzezinski by 3 seconds, so that does look actually it looks there like there's a little bit of a swapperoo happening between those 2 Wave Freem cars, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have now swapped around to try and let the other one of Klopp go through into the lead. And yes, on live timing I've seen they have swapped over now, so now Renz Klopp needs to try and chase down Brzezinski there. But in the sister Williams, unlike Wave Freem, they're not sisters in the same category. They are sisters in the other category. Now Jack Keighley is chasing down Andonovski, and unfortunately, hasn't been the best of races for Pin Sim Drillers Esports down there in 8th position at the moment. If you remember, a couple of races ago, they were on the podium back when we had the McLaren Senna GTR. In fact, I believe there's a double podium for Drillers at the Nürburgring. But now, ever since we've had the merge, they've been struggling just a little bit. And down in 8th place is not where they would want to see themselves, nor would 9th place be where Williams Esports see themselves either. So Jack Keithley now needs to try and work his way up into that 8th position, but he needs to get through these GTEs first and then have a crackdown of that 2-second gap.
Yes, just 2 seconds, not that much. Well, I say not that much at all. But yes, that gap appears to have gone up by about 1.25 seconds since we joined this battle, even just a half a lap ago. So it appears that at the moment the traffic is not being kind to that 441 Williams Esports car of Jack Keithley.
And that is just where you gain the traffic. Unfortunately, he had that through the that little complex of turn 3, 4, 5. Very difficult to overtake the GTEs there. You can send it into turn 5 if you're brave enough, but it's not something that we or the rule makers would recommend. You have to be very
not with that attitude.
Well, exactly. But you have to be very careful if you make a move there to turn 5. Sometimes it's just better to wait and get them around the big bend, as Matt Beavis has worked his way past Canastracki, because I believe last time we went to this battle, they were the other way around. I believe Canastracki was in 3rd place, but there's been a swap there. And now Beavis for Team Rookie Monsters has got up into that 3rd place, but they are some 20 seconds behind Vargas Sim Racing. Oh, is Canastracki there? Gets a little bit wobbly there on the entry of the corner, but fortunately he keeps it and doesn't hit that Ferrari. But yeah, it looks like Varga have just pulled away now from this battle for 3rd place and are closing in on Burst Edge Esports.
Yes, closing in. Matthew Beavis now in that podium position. And they are called Rookie Monsters, but I think they're doing a disservice with that name now. They are far, far more than rookies now. They are now experienced race drivers competing for podiums in the VEC.
Yes, certainly one of those things. Obviously, when the team first started, sure they would have been rookies and they would have been new to things, but they've been around for a good couple of years now, especially in the VEC and its sub series as well. So they certainly know what they're doing, and Simon Marshall over there has been running a very good outfit for the last few years now. And signing a driver such as Matthew Beavis and some of the other drivers he's got in there, he's made a very good mark on this championship, and he'll be trying to do his best to get that podium. They potentially could have done a bit better overall, but this LMP2 field is so close. It is so difficult to get yourself right up to the top. They're currently sitting in 8th in the standings, but they are 66 points off the championship leaders. So that is quite a way, especially compared to the gaps that we saw in the GTE category.
We've got to remember that the final race of this season, 24 Hours of Le Mans in June, is a double points race, 50 points up for grabs for the win there. So that is all important. And essentially, all you've got to do to be in a chance for the championship is to be within 50 points of the leaders. You enter Le Mans.
Yeah, you certainly do. And back in the day when I was racing down in Division 2 last season, coming into the final race in Le Mans, there was 5 teams that, in theory, could still win the championship because of that double points. And there's always the pros and cons. Some people like it, some people hate the double point system, but I think it certainly adds to that. And it gives teams who aren't quite at the top, it gives them that extra hope to keep pushing and get themselves, as you say, within that 50-point category, because you only get points if you complete, I believe it's 50% of the race. And in a 24-hour race, that means you've got to do at least 12 hours. And it is not common, or it's not uncommon, I should say, for people to actually DNF before that first half of the race. So you've got to be on it. You've got to be there. You've got to be in it to win it, as they say. And that 50-point margin is very crucial, especially for some of these teams like Rookie Monsters. But unfortunately, despite having a really good race in 3rd, they're still going to be losing points to Burst and Varga, who are doing such a good job here in Sebring.
Yes, Burst and Varga doing a very, very good job. And with what you were saying, with the so many teams being in contention, if I remember correctly, one of the first seasons that I commentated here at the VEC, there was 9 LMP2 cars in Division 1, and 8 of them could have won the championship at Le Mans.
Yeah,
I
that is.
remember correctly. Yeah, it was just
That's quite something.
incredibly close that year.
Well, that's what it's all about, really. Especially this LMP2 category. It has got so much talent up and down the field. It's really quite something, and it's good to see that it's remained as competitive, and that was one of the main reasons as well for that merge between the Senna and the LMP2, was to keep that competitiveness rather than having 2 divisions where there's sort of only 1 or 2 cars and then a few that weren't quite so competitive. Merge them all together, have one big category where it's very competitive and you have to be on your game all the time, and it certainly seems that that is the way. But we go back now to GTE, where we see Pedro Ramada, who is now in 10th place. He has Apolloni a bit behind him, 1.5 seconds behind him, but it seems like he's doing a pretty good job there in 10th place in that Aston Martin at the moment.
Having a look on board here of Apolloni making their way through turn 1. Look how close to the concrete wall on the left hand side of turn 1 he gets. Count through turn 2 and now braking hard for turn 3, about the 100-meter board into this very, very interesting, tight complex, and accelerating his way out of turn 5 towards Big Bend and underneath the pedestrian bridges.
And Ramada is a bit of an interesting one. Just checking where they are in the standings. They are 22nd in the standings, but that is because up until last race in Indianapolis, so before that, the first 4 races of the season, they were actually in Division 2. So they've got promoted as of last season up into, well, as of last race, I should say, which is why they have the number 2 in front of them, the number 258. They've got promoted, they're here, they're in 10th place, and now they have the potential to get some extra points, because obviously the way the divisions work is it's one big standings, so all the GTEs from Div 1, 2 and 3 are all in one big standings, and each race you get your points as we know them, so the top 15 in each category, but you then also get a participation point, and the participation point is 50 for Div 1, I believe it's then 30 and 10 for Div 2 and 3. So now that they've worked their way up, they're getting an extra 20 points per race just for being in Division 1, and now maybe they can work their way up the standings just a little bit, because I'm sure those of you who've been around for VEC in a while know of Ramada Motorsport. Obviously they're not quite so big necessarily as they potentially were a couple of years ago, but still good to see them there. And 22nd in the standings isn't quite where you would guess that they would be.
They'd be looking to be far higher than 20 seconds. We've as well. You can now see at least what a lap on board from the GTEs looks like, and just see the closing speeds, if you like, of the LMP2 cars, and how they just sweep almost out of nowhere, it appears.
Yeah, especially on certain parts of the track, the speed difference is quite remarkable. And you have to remember as well, back when we had the 3 classes as well, it was even more. But that's just something that you have to try and get used to. Being a GTE driver, you have to be always looking in your mirror. It's quite a funny style of racing, especially for those people who have only done prototype racing, and they're always like, oh, you know, GTEs they don't look in the mirrors. But it's very difficult if you actually go and do some GTE racing, or just any multi-class race. If you go to the bottom category and you have all these faster cars coming past you, it is very difficult. You have to always be looking in your mirror and seeing what's coming up behind you, always checking what the situation is. Just there, like with Dennis Jordan there, getting close. It was very close into that hairpin, getting past that Ferrari of Apolloni, but he managed to get through. But if that Ferrari wasn't looking, just turned in as if the burst car wasn't there, then that could have been quite a big accident. So you've always got to be looking out when you're in the GTEs.
Yes, those GTEs. Of course, the rules say that, you know, the LMP2s have to make their way round the GTEs. The GTEs are entitled to the racing line, but in practice it maybe doesn't always work like that. So having a look at Dennis Jordan, the lead of the race at the moment in that Burst Edge esports car, only 1.8 seconds, 2 seconds ahead of Marcel Tunchik in the Vargas Sim racing car.
Yeah, that is a very good point. It's obviously the a faster category's prerogative to do a clean, safe overtake, but obviously sometimes it's just also easier for the GTEs to help and be cooperative in facilitating an overtake, because then it's just better for everyone. If either category gets too protective of their position, then that's always going to end up in some more arguments. It's always good when there's common mutual respect. And talking about that, it's gonna have to remain respectful, but hopefully a bit of hard racing here between Varga and Burst Edge Esports, because they're getting very close. That gap has come all the way down to less than 2 seconds. So Dennis Jordan has been let's say managing this gap fairly well, but Varga have just been so much quicker over the course of the last few stints. We all know Dennis Jordan and his teammates in this number 28 VEC champions themselves a couple of years ago with Alex Siebel and Yanis Simčić. They know what they're doing, but this Varga car is just so quick at the moment.
Yes, so incredibly quick, that Varga car. And look, that gap's now down to 1 second. It was 2 seconds the last lap. So that Varga car is closed down a second in just 2 minutes. So they're making their way towards sunset now. That incredibly fast final iconic corner here at Sebring. Will Jordan or Tunchik come in this time round? It's a no for Jordan. I also believe it's a no for the Varga car. And look how far out they're swinging at the exit of sunset.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're now getting towards that halfway stage in the race, we've only got 2 laps to go until we're there on lap 134, as we now see Varga dive down the inside of ground effect as well. So this is getting very close. And you have to wonder, is this Dennis Jordan's speed? Is he managing the gap? Is he just letting them catch up? Is he trying to do a bit of fuel saving? Or just is this simply the pace that he has? And if it is, that could be a worrying moment for the Burst Edge guys, because they've been losing this gap quite rapidly. And now, I mean, on the last lap, it was still another 8/10 or 7/10 that they lost. So it's getting very close indeed on track. But now, can Tunchik get past? He's got the speed, but can he get past, or can Dennis hold him up until the next round of pit stops?
Yeah, and Dennis Jordan, all he needs to do is keep Tunchik behind. Yeah, that's quite easy, isn't it? But no, all he needs to do is essentially park it on each apex, and he should be okay and be able to keep Tunchik behind. But as you said, perhaps Jordan is fuel saving, and that'll be a little bit more of a boost to Burst Edge Esport if he's actually driving flat out as it stands.
Yeah, you'd hope that this isn't the speed of the car, because obviously Siebel and Simčić were so fast and so good earlier on. We do know that DJ himself is the king of planning the strategy. That doesn't necessarily to mean it's just all about fuel saving. It's about going fast at the right moments and controlling your position in the race. But they go around for another lap as we now head on to lap 133. It's big dive there from Tunchik on the inside of turn number 1. Very difficult because the braking zone is so short, especially in the LMP2 cars, because you can take so much speed there into turn number 1. But Tunchik is certainly feeling this. He's getting racy and he's trying to dive now almost into turn number 5, trying to put Dennis wide a little bit, which he actually did. So this is going to be a bit of a better run for the Varga car. Coming through turn 6, the big bend now down into turn 7, heavy braking zone. This is always a favourite overtaking opportunity, but he's now going to have to go round the outside if he wants to make that move at this part of the track. But I don't think he's going to be able to do it just yet. And Dennis is holding on very well here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tunchik gets past in the next few corners, because this is getting a little bit close and potentially a little bit too much for Dennis to hold on to. Yes, perhaps. And now Dennis is trying to do his best to hold on here with Marcel Chinchik, but this is going to be a difficult position for him. As I said, we are coming up to halfway into the race, so they are going to be working out their fuel strategy. So they know if they get that halfway point, they basically need to do that same set of strategies, that same stints again in the second half. So we need to see what they do as we now come towards the halfway point in the race. Who is going to lead, though, at the halfway stage? Is it going to be Dennis Jordan, or is it going to be Marcel Chinchik? Chinchik now goes to the inside, but can't quite make the move. Dennis holds off pretty nicely as he goes over the bumps there in Sunset Bend, and he now comes into the pit stop with the Arms sim racing car just ahead of them, who is potentially going to get involved in these pit stops as well. And hopefully these guys don't bump into each other, and they see when each of them, or where each of them, I should say, have their pit boxes. As we now see Dennis Jordan there is taking on tyres. As you see, the car is jacked up a little bit, but also Marcel Chinchik will be wanting to see if he can get ahead. But I would assume this is going to be a tyre change and full tank of fuel for both of those drivers. We'll have to see if either of them make a driver swap as well.
Yeah, I feel tire makes sense because, of course, last time we saw them in, I don't think they made a tire change.
Yeah, they didn't. So they obviously did a double stint. So I wouldn't expect many people to do, if any, to do a triple stint. But it just depends. Is Dennis going to stay in that car, or are they going to chuck someone else in there? Last time we saw the camera of Burst, we did see Yerne in the cockpit. So Yerne is there. Is he going to jump in at this halfway stage as we are on lap 134? This is the 500-mile mark of the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
And of course, that would then, therefore, as we were saying, working backwards from the end of the race, this would make perfect sense for the LMP2s to make it to the end of the race. Just copy the strategy from here.
Exactly. It's a little bit easier said than done. Because speaking to some of the guys, and it's not exactly a set amount of stint lengths. There is going to be that potential splash and dash at the end, which is why you maybe want to do a tiny bit of fuel saving, because let's say it's 5 laps that you need to splash. If you calculate that amount of fuel that you need to save for 5 laps, divide that by 1,000 miles, that is not that much percent that you need to save per lap. So that's quite an interesting factor for these teams to work in, or you just go flat out and try and make up that time on track, because the flip side of that is you then have 1,000 miles and best part of 8 hours to make up that extra 30 seconds that you're going to lose in the pit stop with a splash and dash. So it's that balance that you've got to choose, but we need to see how that is going to work back out on track, who is going to keep the lead. And I think it looks like Vargas Sim Racing have got out in front of Burst Edge Esports, because Burst Edge Esports have Alex Siebel in the car, and I believe he is about 3 and a bit seconds behind looking at the tower. So I think Vargas Sim Racing have taken the lead here in the pit stop cycle, which is or the net lead, I should say, which is quite an interesting one, because 4 seconds is a long time. And as far as I'm wary, that they both changed drivers, because Yuri Toman is now in the car as well. So somehow Burst have managed to lose about 4 seconds there in the pit stop.
Of course, Burst was ahead by about 1.5, 2 seconds. It's 6 seconds that they've roughly lost in the pit stop, which makes me think that either they had a horrific outlap, but as you said, it was just in the pit stop phase. So what if Fargav just short-filled ever so slightly?
It is a weird one. I wouldn't expect them to short fill, but maybe they pit with a few liters left in the tank. Maybe they stopped a bit early, but potentially underfueling is possible, because let's say around this track, just for argument's sake, you use 4 liters in a lap. So if you take 4 liters out, you might save a second or whatever with refueling time, but you're also only losing 1 lap out of your out of your potential stint length. But if that is enough to get you ahead, like they were here, if now Yuri can pull away from Burst Edge Esports, and rather than for a best part of a stint or half a stint being held up, he's now got the track position and he can then get away and potentially save that extra lap that he lost. So we'll have to see how that one works out. But either way, Varga Sim Racing look like they've taken the net race lead here at the halfway stage, and that is quite a big moment because, as we said, you have to remember they had a couple of drive-through penalties, and they've made that time back and they've got back into the lead.
Another thought that I've had is, of course, you know, they essentially pitted at a half point of the race, which means they can just mirror their strategy from the first half of the race. And if they are mirroring that strategy, that might suggest they didn't start the race with a full tank of fuel.
Yes, it is a weird one. We'll have to see how it works out. We'll have to see how much they underfueled by. Obviously, it seemed to be around 4 seconds. We'll have to work out how how much that actually is in terms of the literage. But if, as we mentioned in the last stint, we thought Dennis Jordan might be saving to prevent a splash and dash at the end, that could be a sign that Varga don't care about that and they're going to do that extra pit stop, which is going to be a minimum of 20 seconds because it's 20 seconds just for a drive-through. So if Burst can stay within that 20-second gap, then that's cool. But if Varga can now, in this second half of the race, considering that's going to be another, best part of 4 hours, if in that 4 hours they can make up that extra time, because we've seen how quick they are, then that doesn't even matter if they're going to make an extra pit stop. So it's going to be quite an interesting one in the strategy, but also the lap speed to see if they're quick enough to make that work.
Yes, and making that work may be very, very difficult. But as you said, Yuri Toman now in second place in the net lead of the race ahead of Alex Siebel. But that gap has come down since that pit stop phase. We were saying it was about 4.5 seconds. It's now just 3.
Well, exactly. That will fluctuate a little bit, as obviously the traffic can vary here and there. But they're obviously very similar on lap speed. But now that importantly both teams have changed drivers, with Toman in the car for Varga and now Siebel in for Burst, they've obviously just jumped in. They need to get up to speed as quickly as possible, and the difference in driver speed might be a little bit different compared to Jordan and Chinchik in terms of their the gap between the two drivers.
Yes, we just got to see what the gap between these two drivers are. As you said, as we now have a battle in the GTEs, for some reason I've been given control of the cameras. That is a terrible mistake by Jimmy. But indeed, we do have a battle in the GTEs. It's Jakub Brzezinski versus Alessandro Apollone again, I believe. And look at that, just a couple of attempts between them. They are essentially nose to tail around the back end of the circuit.
Getting very close indeed. And these guys had a big battle back in Indianapolis as well, or at least these two cars did. I believe it was Stefanko who was actually driving on that occasion, but these two had such a big battle with Williams and Varga Sim Racing, arguably the two biggest names in the GTE category in terms of the team and their stature. But that is going to be quite an interesting battle to look out for as well, as we've gone back to this battle with Ramada and Drive Game Seat, who have both changed drivers as well. We've got Basto and Arduini in the car for those two teams.
We do have those two. Sorry, I was trying to control cameras at the same time. It's far more difficult. We do have those two cars in at the same time, as you said. But here we have. Well, that was supposed to be Apollone, but I believe the cameras don't want to play with me at the moment. Hang on, just give me a second.
Well, on our screen at the moment, we've got Brzezinski and Schmidl getting very close. Schmidl is obviously effectively in the net race lead. I believe Williams still owe us a pit stop in this cycle. And now they're getting very close, coming down into turn number 7. Schmidl's going to have to go to the outside. There's LB2's in the way. This is going to be a little bit awkward, but now can he get over a cutback? A little bit of momentum now coming out of turn 8. Going to be a very good overtaking opportunity here. Quite difficult one, but if he can get down the inside, the bumpy braking zone is still enough, but he's now going to have to go round the outside. It's going to be a very difficult point, but then once again, he's going to have to try and get a little bit of a switchback, try and get that momentum, though he's now got the DX Droids car trying to get involved as well, trying to get past, and that's going to be a little bit awkward because he's going to get right in between them on the apex, and that is going to lose that battle a little bit of momentum for the moment. So Brzezinski is holding on for now, but he's going to have to see what he can do for this now sequence of corners before we get to the back straight. But Schmidl is certainly looking very racy as Henry Sinnick gets a penalty in the top left.
Yes, Sinnick getting a penalty. But as you said, there is opportunity for Schmidl there. Make a move on Brzezinski, those two right-handers at the back end of the circuit. But the problem is with those two right-handers that there's a kink immediately preceding both of them, which just makes it a little bit more difficult to actually set up that overtaking move.
And he's now getting very close out of this final corner. He's going to actually not really get the slipstream. He's actually too close to get the slipstream. That's going to hinder his ability to make this overtake in turn number 1, but Brzezinski's got the track position on the inside, but Schmidl will be able to get a little bit of an up and under sort of move coming through the kink of turn number 2. Can he do anything? It's turn 3 is the other Varga car. Now the LMP2 comes down the inside, your race leading Yuri Toman goes through and doesn't really help or hinder his sister teammate at all now. So we are now back to Schmidl doing it all on his own, coming through turn number 6. Can he get it down the inside? He's got the slipstream. He's going to have to go to the outside actually on the brakes. Is he got the good enough brakes? Oh, massive bit of contact there between the two on the apex, sliding out of the corner for Varga as well. So that contact, that BMW certainly got some damage on it. You can see the wrinkling on the bonnet, for instance, and that now we'll have some on the side of the car as well. Contact is not what we want to be able to see, but these guys are fighting so hard, and quite an interesting one considering where Schmidl is potentially after the pit stops play out. But now Schmidl looking to the inside, but he's going to have to back out of that one as well.
Beautiful back out of that one as well. It's just a question of at what point can Schmidl make that move, and the answer may be now, coming down to the complex, moving to the right hand side, which is the inside for the first corner. There's an ever so slight overlap. He takes the inside line, of course, going across the curbs, but Brzezinski holds on to it.
And he does, and this battle is getting quite fierce. I have a feeling there's a little bit more than just the track position to be played out between these two drivers, as Schmidl now trying to go to the outside once again. Brzezinski defending the inside and actually doing it quite nicely. So Schmidl's going to have to do what he did on the previous lap. The issue is he gets too close, although he's gone right to the outside, smashes into the wall. Schmidl's gone. Schmidl has gone. That is going to be the worst place to crash as well, but because he's got to do a whole in-lap now, and he is going to be so slow on this in-lap, and your race leader, your net race leader in GT has just put it in the wall on the final corner. He's got to do a whole lap at reduced speed because he's going to have some big damage from that one.
Yeah, there is going to be a big damage on that car. As you said, it's going to be big suspension damage as well, which is going to be incredibly painful.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one to drive back as well. I mean, if you're getting on board with him, I'm sure he's going to be steering well, one way or another, either left or right. He's going to have some steering damage in that one. Probably got some downforce damage. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to lose some mega time. Yeah, look at that steering. He's all over this. That is too much to carry on with. He's going to have to pit.
Yeah, he's turning left through a right-hander. That's never helpful.
Yeah, you know you're in a bad situation when that's happening. And he's literally wiggling the wheel at all times, trying to get the car turned, and not what Schmidl would have wanted. It is a bit of a weird one because, as I say, I'm pretty sure that Williams car owes us pit stop in relation to Varga, which means that was a fight Schmidl didn't really need to have. Although, to be fair to him, he was clearly quicker, but he just pushed it a little bit too hard, went around the outside there, and
look at that! It's essentially
yeah.
keeping the steering wheel level coming through Le Mans corner. That's no good. That is a broken car.
He's actually done well to not lose that much time. In reality, he's only lost, well, about a
He's still
second.
3 seconds behind Happenen in the
Right,
United
exactly.
Velix car.
He hasn't lost too much, but he's got to pit. Surely he has got to pit here. Yes,
Yeah.
he is coming into the pit lane, because that is too much to carry on with. That's going to be a few seconds a lap that he's losing. And the unfortunate thing is your car never gets like 100% repaired. There's generally something just a little bit going on. And yeah, rightly enough, this is obviously the championship leading car as well. Sim Racing for Holland have the potential to get back into the lead of the championship. They're only 3 points behind Varga, and then another 3 points behind them is Cetres Nita Velux. So Nita Velux have the opportunity to take the lead as well. So quite a lot of things happening here in the GTE category, as we see loads of LMP2s there going through the hairpin, with Rory McDuff and Canastracki getting involved as well, with Ajira just behind them. So we're looking now at a three-way battle for this 5th place. So it's really heating up in LMP2 as well, as we've starting to go well into the second half of this 1,000 miles of Sebring. Now Canastracki is trying to push out the Ajira car there, and it seems that he can hold on, though the driver of the Ajira car, which at the moment is Arne Schumfli, is flashing away a little bit there.
Yeah, flashing those lights as furiously as possible, and of course as furiously within the rules as possible, as he's making his way down towards the complex and Le Mans corner.
Yeah, that is one very crucial factor, especially here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Jimmy Allison and his crew are very hot on the rules, and you don't want to be going to break the rules, otherwise you will end up with penalties, as we saw from the likes of Varga Sim Racing at the beginning of the race. That is when they're given. So if you get a penalty this race, it will then be given as, for instance, a drive-through penalty for the next race in the first couple of laps as well. So at a very crucial point, when we now see Canastracki coming past that Williams esports car, which is now up into 2nd place in the GTE category. As we now see Canastracki getting a little bit closer to Rory McDuff, but not quite enough to make it the overtake. But he has pulled away from Schumfli, who's lost a little bit in that traffic.
Of course, the next race, as you said, we are here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It'll be the 6 hours of Suzuka next time round, the 10th of April. So in 4 weeks' time. Of course, Suzuka is a very, very intricate circuit, especially through that first sector, which makes it so much more difficult to overtake even GT traffic if you're in one of the LMP2 cars.
Yeah, that is going to be quite an awkward little point of the track when we get to Suzuka, because that is going to be quite a fast-flowing section of corners, as you say. Not the easiest place to overtake, but that is already in 4 weeks' time. On the 10th of April will be our next race, race 7, the 6 hours of Suzuka, before we then end up going to Spa and Le Mans to finish the season. As we now jump on board with Eros Masciuli, he's getting very close indeed with Team Spirit, with Nicholas Palace in that car, and the other Ajira cars getting involved as well. So there's two three-way battles for LMP2 going at the moment, as Masciuli holds on to that one. But we now see the Ajira trying to get side-by-side there with Daniel Almeida in the car, trying to get side-by-side with Nicholas Palace. There's a bit of contact there through the kink on the straight, and that's going to keep the position for now. So Almeida's going to have to try something else to get past this Ajira car. But this LMP2 field is certainly heating up with 2 three-way battles, as we still have many miles to go, but they want to fight for every position that they can.
I'm not sure if it was contact, but just evasive action, to be honest, coming down towards the corner there. But yes, it was a big, big swerve, as you said. It may well have been contact, but look at this, Perez and Almeida making their way down to the Almond Straight on lap number 142 of the race. It will be for them, and just closing, trying to use as much of that slipstream as possible. As Liam Rance has a penalty for what I can only presume would be cutting the track.
Yeah, very easy to do here at Sebring. There's a few corners in particular, especially that corner out onto the Almond Straight, Le Mans corner. You see that massive curb on the exit, and even some cars going over that curb, but you can easily get a cut track there. But also the entry to that corner where you go really far left to open it up. If you go over the white line there, you will also get a cut track very easily, and a couple of other corners on this track as well. So certainly something that you need to look out for, because those cut tracks add up. Those excuse me, those drive-through penalties add up over the course of the race. As we're now seeing Almeida once again get very close, but is it going to be close enough to go for a dive down into turn 7? He's thinking about it at least, but then Palez goes for the defend there into turn 7, which is also a sort of attack on to Eros Mashuli just ahead of them as well. But we're now getting the Juices Motorsports Club car involved as well. So we're almost going 3 wide in many occasions as Almeida locks up a little bit there, but not enough to try and get through just yet. This is a very awkward situation actually for Nicolas Pelez, because he's sort of needs to attack in as his form of defense from Daniel Almeida.
Yes, and when you're in a position like Piles at the moment, it's so much more difficult. You've got to attack and defend at the same time. You've got to make it. If you make an attack, you've got to make sure that you do not lose too much time and therefore come under defence immediately. It's such a difficult position to be in. But that Team Spirit racing car 4.5 tenths behind the Blackhawk Pescara car. You can just see that gap closing ever so slightly due to that slipstream coming down the Almond Straight.
Yeah, the slipstream is fairly decent in the LMP2, but you do have to be quite close to get it. So that exit out of Le Mans corner is so crucial, and you can see now that Eros Mashuli is really feeling the pressure from behind now, as Pelez is getting close enough, but not close enough to make a move into turn 1 just yet. But this is where he needs to set him up. But the issue is, if he doesn't keep on pushing, keep on being aggressive, then Almeida is going to be coming past him as well. So it's a very awkward situation. We might only be fighting for 10th place, but these guys are giving it absolutely everything here down in the lower points for LMP2. But it seems like Eros is holding on pretty well, and we definitely know that Eros likes a good fight.
Yeah, like a very good fight, as you say. Seen how spirited he could be in his defending as well in that Blackhawk Pescara car. But look at this now, Pelez is now actually closer to Almeida than he is to that car in 10th place of Mashuli. Just 3 tenths of a second separating them as they're coming down towards this complex. And look, they're essentially nose to tail to nose to tail.
Getting very close, and as these battles go on, the tension just rises a little bit, and you often end up seeing a little bit of a overly aggressive maneuver at some point. As you see there, Mashuli getting a little bit awkward there with the Speedy Mike car. Now there's a bit of a spin there for Eros. He goes around, and that has caused a little bit of a chain reaction with Pelez and that Speedy Mike car, and that has let Almeida get through as well. Didn't quite actually see what happened there. It was a little bit of a weird one. I'm not sure if Eros just locked the rears going into that corner, but that was very sudden. Went for a little bit of a spin there, and that means that he has gone for a bit of a spin, lost a couple of positions there, as we now go to the other Ajira car fighting here with Daniele Canastracchi side by side into Tower Corner. That is not where you want to overtake, so he's going to have to fall back in line. And now, what can this number 2 machine do? Can they get close to that number 26? He's going to go for a bit of a dive into that same corner where Eros just went for the spin, but fortunately he doesn't himself, though he has a bit of damage on that front end as well, which could be causing him a little bit of issue. But he's now trying to get the slipstream with that whole train of LMP2s just ahead of him.
Yeah, that whole train of LMP2s. And look at this, Schunbley is so close to Canastracci coming through Sunset, but there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, not at the moment, but now he has got a bit of a run. It's not going to be enough because the straight isn't going to be there. But now these LMP2s ahead of them. They've got a one Echo car just ahead of them, and also a couple of others a bit further up the road. They're going to be getting involved and potentially holding up. They do have to get out of the way because the blue flag rules are applicable in the same class as you, and I do believe that one Echo car is a lap down to these drivers. So he's going to have to be getting out of the way, which he's not doing quite just yet. But that's going to be a little bit awkward actually, because as I said, they do have to let the faster cars through in the same class. And now this is getting a little bit awkward because Schindler is going to be all over the back of Canastracki, because Canastracki can't quite get past this one Echo car.
Yeah, and if you don't obey the blue flag, Jimmy will come on you like a bag of bricks.
Sorry, I thought that was going to be a big T-bone accident there, but Canastracki managed to get it stopped. And as I said before, this is just where the tension builds up, because it's not needed for that one Echo car to be getting involved in the way that they are. But it's it's going to be a little bit awkward. But actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is for position. Actually, which it is. I am sorry to Wanaka. This is for position, as the thing wasn't quite showing. But they're actually fighting now with all these GTEs ahead of them. All of a sudden, as now Canastracki is getting very close. So this is actually, as I said, for position. Borja Milan. That's why he was defending it so hard. Was because he knows that he's got two fast guys coming up right behind him. And with this GTE traffic getting involved, this could be an opportunity for him to lose two positions. So he does not want that at all. He's trying to pull out the slipstream as well, coming down towards turn number one.
Yes, coming down towards turn number one. Look at that, going up the inside, perhaps. Excuse me. Oh, a little bit of contact. Look at that. One Echo pushed all the way to the outside and losing two positions in one corner.
And that is exactly what he didn't want to happen, but it has. And to be fair, I think he is slower than these two drivers, but that's not the way he would have wanted. He was just slightly nudged out by Canastracki on the exit of turn number one, enough just to lose the momentum for Schindler to get past, as well as now Ajira are trying to get up now into fifth place themselves, which could be possible here with Canastracki going too fast into that corner. Waveframe going too wide, and the number 26 having to back down there. Schuvli taking two positions in the space of only a couple of kilometers, with Borja Milan now trying to get back involved. But Canastracki going a bit deep once again. Can't get back past Ajira, who are now comfortably up there into fifth place, because it doesn't look like these guys are going to be getting back at them anytime soon.
Yes, not going to be coming back anytime soon, as you said. But look at this, Waveframe still not falling back off the back of the Ajira, despite the kerfuffle there was at turn one this lap round. Just 0.4 of a second separating the two of them.
And getting very close. Another one of these three-way battles in LMP2. They're really going for it at the moment in this category. And you've got another two just ahead of them with Undercover and such as Nita Velox as well. The Nita Velox car is the next car up the road from Ajira Racing, with Undercover obviously unfortunately being a lap or two down on that battle, as we now move back to the number 81 Blackhawk Racing car on the back of World of Sim Racing for 7th and 8th position in class, as the Team Ricky Monsters car there gets out of the way. Now we look at another battle here coming up into turn number one, but always a very difficult battle, a difficult place to overtake, as it's such a fast corner, especially in these high-level sports cars.
This is very, very high-level sports cars. Much technology going into them, and you know, it may not seem, especially with these GT cars, you know, they may not look very aerodynamic, but trust me, there is so much aerodynamics on all of these cars. So look at the battle between 13 and 14, Waveframe and Waveframe, half a second separating the two of them for that final podium position in the GTEs.
Yeah, this is, as we said before, a little bit of an interesting one for the team. Do they keep that number 99 ahead? The number 99 is higher in the standings. Or do they, at this point in the race, maybe now, because they did swap earlier on, as we picked up on, but maybe now at this point in the race it's the other way around. and maybe Terzi is a bit quicker than Margera. So maybe they want to switch around again. They need to be a little bit smart here to try and not lose time for both of them, because they're also in a very good position with 30 seconds behind them. So they don't want to ruin that 30-second gap. They've got the ability to get a podium here. They just need to see if they can somehow work their way into a double podium with third place, or second place, I should say, only being 4 seconds up the road.
Yeah, 4 seconds up the road. That is as easy as just a small mistake from the car ahead, and you can be right there in that battle. But yes, coming down towards the hairpin, and again, it could be like what we said before when these two away from the esports car were nose to tail. Just a little bit of team orders passed between the two of them.
Yeah, they need to just be sure that they're not holding each other up, really. Obviously, they're in a very strong position, and as always, the team result as a whole needs to come. As we now look at, I believe that is the number two machine, who is into the pit lane, Arna Schoenvliet, as well as DX Droids, Burst Esports, Simplexity, and also Pinsim Drillers are into the pit lane as well. So a number of teams there making another set of pit stops here on lap 149. As we see Jan Wozniak for Pinsim Drillers in the number 8 machine down there in 10th place. They've been struggling a little bit this race, haven't they? The Drillers cars. And hopefully they can work their way back up into a stronger position where they were in the early parts of the season. But this is where they are. And they are almost 2 minutes off the leader, which, to be fair, isn't too bad after 4.5 hours in reality. But I'm sure they would want to be a little bit closer than that.
Yeah, want to be that ever so slightly bit closer. And of course, you've got to be that much closer to actually make that move. So now having a look at Jan Wozniak in the Pinsim Drillers Motorsports car, and I believe he's the last LMP2 on the lead lap.
Yeah, such is the way that it goes with the lapping traffic, and with where the leaders go. It's not really a goal for the LMP2 guys to lap their own category, but obviously it does happen. It's over the course of these many hour races that we do as well. Wozniak goes a bit wide there, but over the many hours that we do, it's obviously very easy to lose 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, and before you know it, you're going a lap down. As Wozniak also there getting past the Jean Lacey Esports Academy, Aston Martin as well. And I believe Wozniak has only just been added to this car. There's number 8 car for this race. Drillers have swapped around their drivers a little bit over recent races as well, trying to get the best driving teams that they can, because they do have 3 LMP2s, but it's not quite working out for them. They're up there in 7th place, 10th place, but then they're also down, I think, with a DNF now for the 227. Oh, there's a car disappeared there on the screen. Hopefully they come back a little bit. But yeah, David Mocek here down in 16th place. They've just made that pit stop. Michi Hoyer was previously in that car, and now David is back in. Unfortunately, we mentioned before, this number 49 not having the best of days, as they are 2 laps off the lead.
Yeah, 2 laps off the lead is certainly not what you want to be, especially when you're trying to compete for wins and trying to be there at the end of the season in order to compete for that championship. But yes, 46 seconds is Murchek from the next car, and that's well, certainly at the moment he's just sat there by himself, just trying to watch that timer come down.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward situation there to be 46 seconds behind, because it's not exactly going to be a quick job to recover that time. But nor is Tony Jukic here, 17 seconds off, struggling just a little bit for undercover today. They're going to have to be trying to work themselves out a bit, as he's having a bit of lag issues there coming into the pit lane. So we jump on board with Matt Beavis here in 3rd place. This is a good story today for Ricky Monsters, getting up onto the podium. if they can manage to finish there, I think they're going to be very happy with that one. They obviously have done fairly decently in this LMP2 in the last couple of seasons, but especially this season with how close, how tight the LMP2 field has been. If they can get themselves up into a podium, then that would be a very, very good result for them, as they are, struggling. Well, not really struggling, but they're just a little bit away off in the championship. So it would be good to see another team get up there.
Yeah, looking to get another team up there, and that's of course part of the beauty of the VEC, that you have so many teams competing for podiums, competing for wins as well. You never really know who's going to be up there towards the end of the race. We're having a look at Matthew Beavis, 25 seconds to the leader, 13 seconds to second place.
Yeah, 13 seconds to second place is an interesting one, because that is an attainable gap. That isn't really too far. And the interesting fact is that car ahead of them is Alex Siebel for Burst Edge Esports, who are now starting to lose a decent chunk of time to Vargas Sim Racing. Varga have now got an 11-second lead. That is going to be quite a margin that's going to be building up. Now that they've got the lead, we did notice that they underfueled potentially, which is how they got into that position. But that doesn't really matter if they have to do a splash and dash at the end due to the underfueling, because if they can build up that time, that extra time that they need to make that extra pit stop, then that's all fine. And already in just this one stint, they've gained 12 seconds, so they're well onto their way of doing that. And on the last lap, Siebel was a fair amount slow, actually, 2.4 seconds slower on the last lap. So I do wonder if something's going on there at the Burst team.
Yeah, 2.4 seconds is a lot of time, and I don't believe that we just lose that naturally. I think there must have been traffic of some description throughout that lap. As you're having Daniel Almeida, and look at that, just 0.7 of a second behind the next car, and certainly he's got that next car in his sights.
And Almeida obviously having that huge battle moments ago, but he's now surrounded by Drillers cars here down for 12th place. The one ahead of him, the number 8, is for position. This one behind him isn't behind him on the track. Unfortunately, can't quite see which one it is. That's the number 7, so that is lapping. So number 7 is putting a lap on Daniel Almeida there. The number 7 is up in 6th place overall, and obviously 6th place in the LMP2s therefore. But this number is this battle for 12th place, I should say, is with the other Drillers, the number 8 that is a little bit further up the road. And that is going to be what he is looking out for. 1.3 seconds he needs to catch up. But it's going to be a little bit difficult when he's got the teammate of that car right ahead of him.
Yes, perhaps some tactical positioning from the teammate.
Yeah, tactical could be the way that it goes, but unfortunately for Almeida, he's just got to see what happens. He's actually lost a little bit of time there to that Driller's car as well, so it's not going to be, it's not going to be ideal for him. But he just needs to see what he can do and see if he can work his way up into that car. As we mentioned, this number 444 has struggled a little bit since it was created, I believe, back at the NOLA race a few races ago. So they do need to try and sort that out, because otherwise, they will be continuing to struggle just a little bit, and that's obviously not what they want.
Yeah, certainly not what is needed for that treble 4 car, and 2 seconds to try and make up any. I've just a feeling, just having a look at that gap just extend over the past few laps, I think he's maybe a little bit of help from traffic to actually make those 2 seconds up.
Yeah, 2 seconds is certainly going to be, quite a difficult one really to catch up. The traffic is going to be getting involved, but as you can see at this part of the track, there is no traffic, so he's going to have to do it on his own. Well, it doesn't look like that is going to be going the way of him too soon. So, yeah, we'll have to see how that one goes. And just for those of you watching, obviously we do apologise for this slight sort of stuttering that you're seeing on the stream. Hopefully it'll be sorted shortly. But yeah, Daniel Almeida is now trying to get involved with this traffic, see what he can do. The two drillers cars look like they're going to be doing a little bit of a rotation there, which they have done. Number 7 is now in the lead. Oh, he goes for a bit of a dive there down on the inside of, I believe that's the Ramada BTE, who's now got the satellite car trying to get involved as well. So loads of cars here, almost 4 wide there at one point. As we now come up to the next braking zone, it's going to be a little bit awkward with undercover now getting involved as well.
Yeah, boy.
And so we are back. Just hopefully everything is all good on the video side now. So we are back for the 1,000 miles of Sebring. We're on lap 157. So we still have 111 laps to go here, as it looks like the sun's starting to go down ever so slightly. We are expecting to get towards the nighttime conditions at the end of this race. Now we're on board with Michael Romanidis for the number 441 Williams Esports car there in 8th place. They need to do a little bit of work because they are some 40 seconds off the next car though. But Neil, I'm sure they're going to try and find a way back, because we would expect this car to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, expecting this car to be a little bit further ahead than it currently is. 96 seconds off of the leader as it stands is the 441. 26 seconds to the next car in 7th place. So still on the lead lap. And really, you just need to be on the lead lap, because that kind of ensures that you don't really lose that much time, or at least try and lose as little time as possible. Being in the lead lap is so much more important, as it's going around the outside of one of the Blackhawk cars at Sunset Bend. And crossing the start-finish line to begin lap 157 for the 441.
As we take a look now at Daniele Canestrecchi leading the way here for the LMP2s, but we know this car is generally going a little bit longer on the pit stops, so he has obviously inherited the lead, but we don't expect him to stay there once everything works out. But the important bit is, how is that going to work when we get to the final pit stop? Because if he's judged this correctly and he ends up being in the lead at the end once the others have made their pit stops in this situation, then it might work out pretty well. But we need to see how the maths works on that. It's a little bit too soon to work out, with there still being, as I said, 110 laps to go. There's still plenty of time for things to happen on that one. But certainly this car has actually been looking fairly decent.
Yeah, looking fairly decent, as you said. And looking to continue the strong run. Having a look at Daniel Canestrecchi, of course, in that way from Esports number 26 car, in the lead by about 10 seconds over Yuri Toman.
And as we're at this point in the race, it would be good to get a chat with some people, and someone who's offered to come for an interview is Michi Hoyer from the number 49 Burst Esports Simplexity car. They've had a bit of a different one so far. Mocek is in the car at the moment, and Michi, just give us an insight into how the first half of the race has gone for you.
Probably not as expected. Well, pretty much the penalties got us, well, expectedly in the back of the field, and then David had to come together with Varga into turn 1, and that got us with a little bit more than 2 minutes repair time on pit road. And yeah, we're trying hard to recover from that. And in my doubles turn, I just had great pace. Could make up like 20, 25, 30 seconds, something in that area over P10 to 15, but then, yeah, my rFactor 2 decided to produce some, well, basically the same reason why you guys restarted your game just a couple of minutes ago, and that, yeah, forced me to park the car and get my machine ready to actually display rFactor 2 in correct manner again, and, well, 30 seconds gone again.
So what do you think you can do in the next 109 laps towards the end of the race? Do you see yourself being able to get further up into the points, or do you think this is sort of where you're going to be?
To be entirely honest, we still believe we have chances to end up in the top 10. Certainly that event that I just described didn't help us in that regard, but I think David can do my pace, and we looked quite a bit faster than everyone around P11. So yeah, we just push hard and try to see where we end up. I think 100 laps is still long time to go. So yeah, potentially we end up somewhere around P10. At least that is what we think is still possible from here.
And are you just going to be alternating with the double stints to the end, or have you got any other crazy strategies that you want to tell us about?
Not really. As David had the crash on his first stint after the pit stop, we decided to repair, take fresh tires, and double stint that afterwards. I don't know where this gets us now to the point of having a splash and dash in the end of the race. I believe we still, like any other car that is on the push strategy as well, to splash and dash in the end. So in that regard, I don't think we do have the edge over anyone in that pack. But yeah, you never know. Sebring it's easy to lose cars on the bumps. There may be a slow car somewhere, and suddenly we got Code 80 that mixes everything up. And yeah, that's probably a little bit of what we hope for, a Code 80 in a convenient time spot for us to help us get forwards.
Certainly. Well, good luck for the remainder of the race, but over 100 races, 100 laps, I should say, to go now. So yeah, good luck for the remaining part of the race, and yeah, we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. Enjoy the stream.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Neil, if you were in their situation, what would you do? Obviously, it's a bit difficult being that far down, but how do you keep yourself motivated to keep going?
Of course, every point counts, and you've got 9 races in this championship. You may also count, excuse me, you may also count one of your rivals having a bad race either later on here in Sebring, or at Suzuka, or at Spa, or at Le Mans later on in the season. You've just got to try and think that you may have a bad race this time round, but your rivals may have a bad race in the future.
Yeah, indeed. And one kind of awkward thing coming on the screen now is Davin Mocek is now on the back of Varga Sim Racing. So not only is that who he crashed with earlier on in the race, as Mitchie said, but he's also going to be unlapping himself, which is a bit of an awkward situation in itself. But also, Varga obviously battling with the sister Burst car, with the Burst Edge Esports car. So it is going to be quite an interesting one to see how Mocek comes about this, because obviously they're on different laps now. So once he gets ahead, he needs to pull away, otherwise he's just going to get blue flags again. And then he'll have to give the place back. So hopefully David can judge this one nicely, as Varga seemingly aren't quite on the same pace there. But is he going to let him through? I think the Varga Sim Racing car has actually let him through there, and it looks like he's now gone ahead in that situation, as we now jump with Kasper Stolzer in 14th place. Is right behind the Black Hawk Ferrari, and now he's trying to get ahead. There's only 2/10 in between them.
Just 2/10 seconds. We're having a look there at Kasper Stolz in that Jean Alesi Sim Sports car as they go 3 wide ahead with the GT and a couple of prototypes, and he moves to the inside of Sunset Bend, just following through those prototypes, and that number 66 car goes up into 13. But look at this, here comes the Ferrari on the cutback on the inside of Sunset Bend, but luckily Stolz has the inside for turn 1, so he should theoretically have a better chance of holding on to this 13th place coming through turn 1. Will he stay side by side? No, the Ferrari just goes back. Jean Lazy Esports up into 13.
Now Black Hawk Ferrari is being driven by Mark Veit, who is quite an interesting character in VEC, but also in recent times, I believe he's driven all 3 of the classes, because he's obviously now in this Ferrari, but he was with Undercover momentarily in the LMP2, but he was also racing in the Senna last season as well. So he's had experience in all of the categories very recently, so he knows hopefully a thing or two with how to race each of them by now. And unfortunately there he's dropped back down, with Kasper Stolzer going up a position there. But yeah, nice and clean battle there between those 2 drivers, who can be a little bit lively in their own right.
Yeah, very, very lively in their own right, as you said. But Stolz does not have that far to the next car. It's only 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, certainly is now. So he's picked one off, and then now can he pick the next one off? His next car up the road is Your Name Here Racing, with Manuel Giesen in the car, the number 391. So he's got that coming for him, but he needs to see how fast he can make up that time, because that is obviously 2.5 seconds, as we mentioned. Doesn't sound like much, but when you're very close to lap time with someone else, then it can be quite hard. But that is that yellow Porsche just up the road is the Your Name Here. That is the one he is fighting for. The Porsche ahead of him is the Rookie Monsters car.
Yeah, very, very close. And again, this is just the thing about multi-class racing. And the GT cars almost always have to have eyes in front, looking out of the windshield, and eyes behind, looking in that rear view mirror. Because these LMP2 cars can just suddenly spring up on you, and they can actually, and you know, they can suddenly spring up on you, especially if you're in a battle and focusing on a battle for position.
Indeed, it can be quite a interesting thing, can the traffic and also just the battling in general with multi-classes. A million things going on. Everyone's trying to race their own battle in their own way. Everyone's trying to fight for their own position, and then you have different classes coming in. It's a very unique way of racing, as we're actually already coming up almost to 100 laps to go here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring. So it's getting to that point now where teams are going to be starting to think more and more about how they're going to finish this race, how many stints they're going to have towards the end of the race. As we jump back on board with Mrocek, who's now only 1 second behind the car ahead of him. So Michi Hoyer was telling us a few moments ago that they are aiming at getting towards the top 10. Well, this is that first battle that they need to overcome. Currently here in 15th place, Go Team Racing with Moritz Mell in front of them, only less than a second now. And on the last lap, David was 1.5 seconds quicker than the Go Team Racing LMP2. So there's definitely the speed, but can Mrocek get past?
Yeah, Mrocek trying to get past Male in that 2:47 car, and indeed coming down towards Bishops and the Le Mans complex as well. I think Mrocek might have a good chance through the complex, and even have a good chance coming down to Sunset this time round.
Yeah, he's certainly got the speed. As we mentioned, this car should be higher up. It should be in the top 5 and even fighting for podiums. They've just struggled a little bit, so this should be a good overtake for Mrocek on the number 247. As he goes down the inside now into Sunset Corner, this should be a fairly clean overtake there from Mrocek, who gets past and is now working his way around the final corner. And actually, on the last lap, he was the fastest of anyone in this category by, well, over a second in pretty much all cases. So he is going very quick at the moment and very motivated to get that lap time back that he lost with that incident earlier on in the race. And they are now 45 seconds behind Eros Mashuli. So he's got quite a long way to go. But if he can, be 1 second a lap quicker, he'll be able to do that in the next couple of stints.
Yes, these next couple of stints are going to be very, very important for this number 49 car to try and make its way up into the top 10, as Michi said they wanted to by the end of this race. They've got 105 laps to do it, though.
Yeah, they certainly do. There's still plenty of racing still to be had. You just got to keep going. It's that point of the race, this middle point of the race, where you just have to keep going. Don't slow down. Don't get comfortable with your position, because anything can happen, especially here at Sebring, as some people have already alluded to. It's very bumpy. It's very tight, very twisty. There's so many places where you can crash and have incidents, so you just got to go as fast as you can at all times, stick to your fuel strategy, and then see where you end up towards the end of the race. It's very difficult to plan things exactly, but the one thing you can plan to do is just to drive the wheels off the car, hopefully not literally.
Yes. It would be helpful if we get 4 wheels on that car. I find that's conducive to being fast, is keeping all 4 wheels on the car. But indeed, Mrocek is now in 14th place. So he comes across the start finish line to begin lap 162, I believe it will be for that car. Indeed, just trying to pluck off those cars ahead one by one as he goes up the inside of one of the GTs at turn 1. So now having a look at Belangoya and Arduini for 8th and 9th respectively in the GTE class, coming through Big Bend underneath pedestrian bridges and towards the hairpin.
Absolutely. As this battle's been going on for a while now for this sort of 8th, 9th, 10th place in GTE. There's always been a little battle between a number of teams, and now it is the chance of the 83 to get past. He has a seemingly very good speed at the moment, and he's getting a bit of overspeed here in the slipstream coming down into the braking zone. He's getting very close, but this is just a part of the track where you need to sort yourself out, get yourself up behind your competitor. It's a very difficult part to actually overtake precisely, but this is where you have to stay close, as he does. Coming into Tower Corner, World Sim Racing's actually gone wide a little bit. This is going to give the Ferrari the opportunity to get a good run here, coming up this back straight through the fast left-hand corner. It's going to not be able to take an opportunity, especially as we've got the Go Team Racing car coming past as well. But if he can actually stay close, which he can't do, because unfortunately he's going to have the blue flags here for the Varga team for the Porsche as well. But he's trying to stay as close as he can, because he knows that this is an opportunity with all this traffic. But he's going to be pushed out there, keeping it flat out. Fair play on the grass, although he really needed to concede the position. But he knows when Varga goes through the World Sim Racing car, this could be an opportunity to try and get that position as well, as Varga is getting very close here round the outside of the World of Sim Racing. He's going to go a bit wide, actually. Oh, it's very close to hitting the wall there for the Michael Schmidl, who is in that car. And actually, Berenguer goes into the pit lane to stop that battle either way. So unfortunately, that's brought that one to a finish. But yeah, Arduini there having a very eventful last lap or so.
Yeah, I've got to remember Schmidl was the one who had that incident when chasing the Williams Esports. I think it's Brzezinski at the wheel of the Williams Esports car at the time, and hit the wall on the outside of Sunset and caused that massive suspension damage.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting suspension damage like that. Like we saw with Schmidl earlier on. It's just too much risk, too many seconds lost, and Schmidl now is quite a way down in 21st position, considering they were leading comfortably at one point in this race. That is quite an interesting one indeed, as we're now seeing the Williams Esports car getting all over the back of Arduini as well. But this Williams Esports car is actually leading the way. Jakub Brzezinski, they've done such a good job once again with the strategy. In Indianapolis, they did the exact same. They weren't necessarily looking like they were in a race-winning position, but they managed to get themselves up there. Well, obviously with the strategy, but also with the speed, with Wisniewski and Brzezinski being so quick as he sends it down the inside there. But we also have another driver wanting to come for an interview, so we will bring him in and we will speak to Mantis Rekas, who is from the Rookie Monsters car, the number 37, currently on the podium position. We mentioned a couple of times already this race. That would be a great result if they can keep there and get themselves a podium here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring. But Mantis, how is the race going for you and your team?
So far, it's really good. Probably the best race of the season for the 37 crew as it is. It's been quite a tough season with some bad luck striking in Indy, where it was quite promising, but here, even after serving a penalty for some excursions from the last race, it seems to be going quite well. Although the strategy is not favoring us. We did make an undercut at the start, so we're not looking that comfy, but anything can happen, so still looking forward to it.
So you said you're not looking too comfy on the strategy. Does that mean you're worried about losing out to the likes of Nita Velux and Ajira behind you, or do you think they're in a similar situation to you?
It really comes down to lap by lap strategy at this point, and from what we can see is it's really close. Whether people will make it or not, we won't know for sure until we actually cross the finish line on whether we made the right call or not. But for now, we have our strategy quite clearly set for us, and we'll just keep on going with it.
And obviously that's looking behind, but looking ahead, obviously you're in a good position now, but you're only, quotation marks, 16 seconds off Burst Edge Esports, who we know have been so fast this season. Do you think there's any possibility you could catch them at least on speed, if not the strategy?
To be fair, 16 seconds seems quite small considering they had no penalties to serve and we had. So in 5 hours of racing, we had a net gain of about 5 seconds. So I'm looking quite optimistic on that. But yeah, strategy could play a big part into it. But of course, looking at Varga is quite demoralizing at this point. They've had 3 penalties and now they're leading by 15 seconds from a burst car. They've literally put 15 seconds in 2 stints, which is, yeah, I'll just not say anything.
So you said you had a bit of bad luck this season, but what's your prospects for the remaining races this season, especially as we're going to 3 of the, well, including this race, 4 of the best tracks on the calendar? What do you think you can do?
Firstly, have fun, as sim racing is kind of to have fun, but also just keep this positive momentum going. Maybe get a podium or 2, possibly a win, but yeah, most important part is just to come away with some good experience, maybe learn some things and have fun.
Well, indeed, this is ultimately all about having fun, and with just 100 laps to go here in Sebring, we wish you luck, and hopefully you can get this podium. So yeah, keep going, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye bye. Yeah, Neil, they're certainly in a good position, and they're even talking about potentially catching down to burst. So the Ricky Monsters are certainly feeling quite confident here.
Yeah, looking and sounding very, very confident. They obviously have a lot of faith in that car and believe they have a lot of pace in that car as well. We've seen how much pace they have, mainly because they're currently in 3rd place. So we just got to see how much faster that car can become over the next 100 laps.
Yeah, it feels quite weird to say there's only 100 laps remaining. Or is it pops up on the screen as well? 100 laps remaining on the top left. Good timing for that one. And that is going to be quite an important factor. 100 laps is a nice round number. So the teams will be looking at this now to divide that up into their stints and their strategies. We do know the LMP2s go a bit more than 20 laps, somewhere in the region of 21, 22 laps. So if that is the case, then they will need a splash and dash for the final stint, because obviously they won't quite get to that 100 laps, but then obviously that depends on how much fuel they have in the tank as well. So that sort of thing is what they're going to be looking at now. So that's going to be 4 or 5 stints to the end, and their engineers will be working out exactly where the fuel numbers are. Also for the GTEs, probably going to be more in the region of 3 to 4 stints, depending exactly how they're looking on the fuel numbers as well. So that is going to be important from both categories now, with that nice round number towards the end of the race.
Yes, looking at that fuel number, as you said, and just waiting to see whether they can actually make it to the end, or whether they indeed need that splash and dash to make it to the checkered flag. Have a look at Manuel Gerson in the Your Name Here Racing number 391, just 0.8 of a second behind the car in 9th as it stands.
Yeah, very close indeed for this battle. Though, has this? Yeah, this battle's spun around, hasn't it? Because we were looking earlier at him, Stolzer, chasing down Your Name Here, but they're now in front. So over the course of the last 5 or 6 laps, since we last looked at them, or as you can see, getting very close there with the Rookie Monsters LMP2. Seems that Your Name Here has lost that position to Jean Lacey Esports Academy, but only just. So we need to see if there's any chance of them coming back towards the Jean Lacey car. On the previous lap, they were slightly slower. So it looks like they will have to try and at least do their best to hold on. But 10th place is certainly not a bad result either.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much would it cost me to change their name to the Neil Heatley Memorial Racing Team? Who knows? But yes, as we're now having a look at Alex Breutigam in the Blackhawk car, and look at this, 0.3 of a second behind the car in second. That Waveframe car looking to gain a position, gain a lot of points, but they've got to be careful because here comes all of the LMP2 traffic at the same time.
Oh, this is going to get a little bit awkward with these 6 cars here, 3 in each category, and this is a battle for second and third place in the GTE. So Blackhawk have done a really good job to get themselves up into this position. Obviously, pending pit stops, we'll have to see if that one remains in that position. But either way, that is a nice place to be in because we know that this Waveframe car is battling for that top 4, top 5 positions. So Margera is going to be doing his best to defend from Blackhawk, who are having a good race here in excuse me, in their Aston Martin. They've also got that Ferrari as well. But this number 81 is doing a decent job, considering that they are a little bit of a way down in the standings from where they are, as they now have the ground effect car trying to get past them as well. Although ground effect, despite being up the front at the early point in the race with Ferris Stanley at the wheel, they are now down in 22nd position. They are really struggling a little bit, so they haven't had the best race here, but they're now trying to unlap themselves from Alex, who has now gone wide, and there he goes up the inside.
Yeah, going up the inside, as you said. And look at here, Alex Breutigam is just falling back away from Margera, 1.3 seconds now. The gap between the Blackhawk and the Waveframe car, and I really think Breuigam's best chance was that last time round to make a move on that Waveframe Esports 99.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to take the opportunity when it comes. It's not always the best thing to sit and wait, which is ironic, considering the amount of times we say, look, boys, you've got all these laps, take your time. But sometimes you get a good opportunity and you just need to take it, because we do know how difficult it can be to overtake. You can't pick and choose when you want to overtake. You need to work it up. Build up the momentum over the course of a couple of laps and then really fight for it when you finally get that opportunity. But now Breutigam is going to have to try and work his way back up. He's lost about a second to Margera, so he will then have to try and sort that out. But now the Grand Effect car is going to be trying to get past him as well, so it's going to be a little bit awkward for him to defend and attack at the same time.
Yes, and as I said last time we saw this, it's such a difficult position to be in that middle car, essentially in a 3-car battle, to attack and defend at the same time. But yes, Breutigam, 0.8 of a second now, so that gap certainly is going backwards and forwards, just depending on the traffic around these 2 cars. And look at that, it's now under 0.4 of a second because Margera had to let that GT car pass.
Yeah, now the Grand Effect car is out of the way. This is going to be a clean fight. Well, I say that. Now another LMP2 comes up behind with Ricky Monsters getting involved. The number
There's no such thing as a clean battle here anymore, especially at this point in the race.
These LMP2s, I mean, you mentioned it a few laps ago. These LMP2s come up behind you so quickly, and now Breutigam is going to be looking down the inside. Not enough to make an overtake just yet, but he's just showing him that he's there at least. But yeah, those LMP2s really fly up behind you when you are not looking, and you have to keep on looking in your mirrors despite having such a tough battle as these guys are coming towards the next braking zone. Can Breutigam go around the outside? He's thinking about it, but he's going to run out of room there mid-corner, so he's going to have to try and do a little bit of a switchback now, and he's going to have to see if he can get the braking correct in this sequence of corners, because this is the very important one, as this works your way all the way towards the Ullman Straight, where you can make the overtake a lot more easily.
Yes, making the way down through Bishops and towards the Le Mans complex, and look how close that 81 car is now. Closing, but not close enough for to make a move into that right-hander. That right-hander doesn't really have a braking zone. It's more like a light dab on the brakes and a couple of gears down really for that first right-hander in the complex. But anyway, along the Ullman Straight now comes the 81 and the 99. That gap is closing. Breutigam can follow. Excuse me, follow the LMP2 car through, but isn't able to, mainly because Monguera shuts that door.
Yeah, to do a bit of a switch from the right to the left to try and see if he can get himself in a better position, but now he is coming up in the slipstream towards turn number 1. Can he get himself down the inside? He's going to be sending it down the inside. Not much of a braking zone, but enough to get his car in the way there. But now Christian's going to hold it around the outside. Can he keep it through turn number 2 into the braking zone of turn number 3? Who's going to be better on the brakes? And it looks like Breutigam has made that move stick finally after a couple of laps of working. And he then goes up into what is currently in 2nd position, as Mrocek has now found his next battle with Andrea Martino.
Yeah, a very, very good move there by the Black Hawk car. Textbook move coming through turns 1, 2, and 3. But as you said, we're now looking at Martino and Mrocek, the 14 and the 49. The 14 in 14th place as they're making their way down towards the hairpin. And Mrocek looking for a way past in that Burst Esports Simplexity car and finding no way past as it stands.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. As I said, you can't pick and choose your overtakes even when you are a little bit faster than the car ahead. So Mrocek needs to be careful here to use the speed wisely. We've seen that he has got the speed at the moment. For whatever reason, he is just on fire over the last few laps. So he needs to make sure that he can work this one out nicely. On the last lap, he was actually basically did the same time as Martino, so he must have been already stuck behind. As well, Martino goes for a huge send there on the other Black Hawk car, the Ferrari Black Hawk there, and that's going to give him a couple of tenths actually as we come out onto the back straight. As Mrocek goes wide as well, so I think he's going to be able to defend this, and that's why sometimes we say the best form of defense is to be aggressive and to attack. And that has worked out there for Martino, who seems like he can hold on this position. But it certainly seems that Mrocek is in a good position to get some further points. But ahead of Martino is that huge gap of 45 seconds that we mentioned before. So he's going to have to do a big stint, or Michi Hoyer, when he gets back in, is going to have to do a big drive to try and get those seconds back.
Yeah, trying to get all those seconds back, but again, that is far easier said than done, especially when you have drivers of the caliber that we have here in the VEC. But 7 tenths now has Mrocek to make up for, getting directly on the rear wing of Martino in that Arms Sim Racing number 14, as they're making their way up towards GT traffic again, trying to make a move, trying to put those GT cars yet another lap down.
Yeah, by this point in the race, you probably think these GTEs are tired of the LMP2s coming past them. But you always have to remember that this race is only going to be about maybe 8.5 hours long. And we get to the big one, Le Mans 24, which is obviously 24 hours, which means at this point in the race, they would still have around 18 or so hours to go. So that just shows you the endurance that you get in the VEC. Even this race is fairly long, but then the 24 hours is just something different, and that is why it is that double points to finish the season. But we will get to that in a few races time. For now, it is Mrocek. Look at this, he's got all the slipstream in the world, but can he make it work? Martino's gone all the way to the inside. Mrocek's going to have to go round the outside of Sunset Bend. We know how dangerous this could be, so he needs to play this nicely and try and get some sort of cutback or momentum up onto the start-finish straight, which he has done. He's actually sent it down the inside on the apex, but can he get the momentum up to turn number 1, or will Martino, with the faster outside line in the final corner, have enough speed to defend into turn number 1? It looks like he just has, so Mrocek is going to have to do something clever here to try and get past, but he's got the speed. He just needs to get his car in the right place. So that was a good attempt, but he's going to have to try something a little bit more special.
Yeah, just try something different to get past Martino in that number 14 car. And look how much closer he is this time around. He's essentially underneath the rear wing. But when you get that close, you never actually benefit from the slipstream because you are too close. He moves to the left-hand side, tries to go around all the way around the outside of the hairpin, and that's not working this time around. The cutback will also not work. He doesn't have the overspeed on the exit.
They've also got a car coming up behind them because they are racing so hard as well, which is DX Droids. That's for position, but now Mocek dives down the inside. Oh, there's going to be a bit of contact there. Martino just about holds on to the position, squeezing Mocek onto the apex there, but then Mocek was a little bit late with his dive as well. And now Mocek's going to have an awkward situation. As we mentioned many times, his LMP3s, or LMP2s I should say, have always ended up in these 3-car battles where it is so difficult for that middle car, because you're having to defend and attack at the same time. So now Mocek needs to look in his mirrors, but I'm sure his full focus is on Martino just ahead of him. He had a very good opportunity in Sunset on the last lap, but he was a little bit closer than he was on this lap. But if he can judge this correctly, he'll be able to get the momentum out of the final corner and up to turn number 1. So let's see what he can do in Sunset Bend this time around. But that DX Droids of Juan Carlos Fernandez is getting very close in his rearview mirrors as well.
Yeah, just closing. Again, Murchek is going to be in the position of attacking and defending in the same time soon if he does not get past the Arms racing car quickly. And look how much time he's just losing to the Arms racing car, because he needs to focus on the rear view mirror. That DX Droids looking up the inside at turn 3. No room there at the moment for Fernandez.
Mocek starting to make a couple of mistakes here and there, going a little bit wide. Obviously, the tension is building up, and the stress of the situation. As I mentioned, having to defend and attack at the same time is not an easy task at all. So he's going to have to try and calm down as such, but still keep that momentum going forward, which he has done in the previous couple of corners. He's now got the slipstream. Is he going to go left or right? No, he's going to stay behind just for now, or getting very close there. Maybe even the tiniest tap on the back of Martino there. Very close in the braking zone. So he's certainly trying very hard, but what that's done is it's only lost him a couple of tenths. He needs to work his way up slowly and get himself in that momentum and try and get in a position where he is close out of Le Mans corner. But at the moment, he's going to be a couple of car lengths too far away if he cannot make some time through this fast chicane. As we then come out onto the Ormond Straight once again. And Martino goes a little bit on the grass. This could be an opportunity for Mocek. Now to get the slipstream once again, coming down to the final corner. He may not have enough just to dive down the inside, but once again, he can do a little bit of a switchback and then get the inside at the apex. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. Martino came down onto Mocek. Mocek was diving late once again. And this is going to give Fernandez a good opportunity as well. If Mocek, once again, can't get himself in position into turn number 1, which it looks like he's going to be able to do, but he's going to have to dive it down the inside, though he chooses not to. So once again, he's going to have to stay behind.
Going to have to stay behind for now, but that battle is certainly getting dicey, and Murchek needs to, can clearly want to get past Martino at this moment in time, but he's got to look out for Fernandez at 330 DX Droid's car. He's moving to the left-hand side as Fernandez can't go all the way around the outside of Big Bend. Will he move to the outside for braking for the hairpin? No, he dives to the right-hand side, the inside. Will he do a lunge? Indeed he does. He goes up the inside. Is that going to be contact again? No, it isn't. Just somehow. And somehow Murchek keeps ahead for 330.
From that camera angle, I really thought Mocek was going to lose that position, but he managed to have enough speed on the exit.
That as well. I thought DX Droids had made that move.
Yeah, but Fernandez obviously just slid it in too much on the apex, had no forward momentum as he was sliding too much, which helped Mocek keep that position. But that is a warning to Mocek. He needs to try and get past here. Otherwise, he's going to be losing the position as well. 90 laps to go in this race now. And that's not to say by any means they are running out of time, but it is getting obviously to a point where you need to start trying to plan your end of the race. And this is an important factor for Mocek and this car to get past, because now the gap ahead is 55 seconds. So they've lost another 5 seconds in this battle to the car ahead, which is Kalikuri for Ajira Racing. As now Mocek, can he get up the inside once again? That's going to be so tight. And Martino's actually going into the pit lane, so that was a very difficult situation. So Mocek has now been released somewhat by himself, but also by the fact that Martino's gone into the pit lane. Now he needs to try and pull away from Fernandez, because he probably was quicker. He was just being held up massively by Martino. but either way, he's up into 14th place now, and he's got some huge gap to get Kalikuri, as I mentioned, about 55 seconds now.
Yeah, and that's the problem when you're in a fierce battle like this, and one of you needs to come into the pits, but you've got no way of indicating of how to do it. And that was almost a big accident there on pit entry, but Martino managed to dive into the pits eventually. And as you said, Mroczek is now released from behind that armed sim racing car. As Mroczek is making his way, well, no, you can see that gap's now gone up to 7/10 of a second. He's making his way around the outside the GT traffic along the back side of the circuit, and that gap is just going up and up and up.
Yeah, Fernandez can't quite keep with him. You can see Mroczek sliding a little bit as well. He's really trying to push, get Fernandez out of that window where he mentally thinks he can get back past rather easily. So instead, he's going to pull away now. And on the last lap, he was almost a second slower than Kalikuri, but that included battling with Martino. So on this lap, finishing now, we will see how good this lap time is from David Mroczek. And we'll see how it is compared to Curie, and if he is able to try and get that overtake himself. So we'll see as he comes across the line. He will have a couple of GT cars on this lap as well, but obviously that is the same for everyone. And yeah, Mroczek was faster now than Curie on this lap. So this is the beginning of Mroczek now trying to get those seconds back. It is very easy to lose the seconds. It's a lot harder to gain them back as we now jump to Martin Hemmingsen, third place for Pin Sim Drillers. They've done well to get themselves back up. They've got the number 50 Burst Esport behind them, who is quite a few laps down now, but just ahead of them is Daniele Canastracchi, who is now second place and is holding on very nicely. But Martin Hemmingsen has done well, and his teammates have done well to get that number 7 back in a decent position, and they're now up into third.
Yes, 6/10 separating the two of them at the moment. Away from esports may have to go on the defense, not too long from that Pin Sim Drillers esport car. Half a second now as they're coming towards the back side of the circuit. You can see that Canastracchi is just behind some of that GT traffic, just couldn't get past them before the corner, before the braking zone, but he will be able to get past them now. Now Hemmingsen won't be able to get past the GT car, and that allows Canastracchi to escape up the road.
And that is how a GT bit of traffic can in some ways ruin, but obviously it goes both ways, and sometimes it helps out the team as well. As we now see Kuba Brzezinski on the back of Andrea Terzi coming round the big bend, and this is obviously a battle with Varga Sim Racing just behind them as well. Though Varga, as we mentioned before, a little way down. After that battle, we got Luca D'Amelio for Team Rookie Monsters coming past as well. So all sorts is going on here, coming through turns 7 and 8. And now, can Kuba Brzezinski get the big boy BMW in front of this Ferrari? He's getting very close indeed. He's going to now have the outside line. He's going to have to do a big braking maneuver on the outside. That's going to be very difficult to hold, but he has the track position. He might be able to hold this actually, because that'll be the inside for the next corner, and he's done that. That is a nice move there from Brzezinski to get himself up into second place. And now Terzi is going to have to defend from the Porsche of Varga, who are trying to unlap themselves as well. So that was a really important move from Brzezinski.
Yeah, a very, very important move from that Williams esports car. And again, going to have to see if you can get away from Terzi, as it stands 4/10 of a second separating the two of them. It's coming down towards the Almond Straight. You'll be able to see that gap close ever so slightly coming along the Almond Straight. Well, I say that, I might have actually ever so slightly lied. No, you can see that it's eventually coming down about halfway down the straight due to that slipstream that Terzi is getting from Brzezinski in that BMW. As that 490 is coming around Sunset Bend yet again.
We've had a couple of pit stops as well. Burst Edge Esports have made a pit stop. Dennis Jordan's got in the car. Marcel Chinchik has also got in the car for Varga Sim Racing. So we thought that Varga were under fueling, but they still did a fairly decent stint as well, which is quite crazy considering. So obviously doing a bit of good fuel saving despite keeping the speed as well, which is unbelievable, really. how fast they have been, and they now have a 15-second gap. So Dennis Jordan needs to see if he can hold on and hold on to that gap, because if they can keep it within around 30 seconds, then that defends from the fact that Varga may be doing a splash and dash at the end, but there's still plenty of way to go before that.
Plenty of time to go. We are, of course, on lap number. Let's have a look. Lap number. Oh, I managed to minimize my stream. Fantastic. 181 of 268, which makes it, I made that about 86, 85, 86 laps to go here at Sebring. And indeed, one lap of fuel to save 86 in 86 laps. Well, of course, that just means you need to save, what, 1.2% of fuel per lap? 1.1% fuel per lap?
Right, exactly. That makes it nice and easy when you have a longer race to save the fuel. But obviously, they may try and do all of that saving effectively in a couple of stints and then push on all of the rest of the stints. Or they may try and work it out so they save a bit of fuel, so then they effectively have a shorter pit stop because they still have a couple of litres left in the tank when they stop, and that sort of stuff. That's another way of doing it as well.
Well, if we go for example, your example earlier of 4 litres per lap, of course, I'm not sure if that's true. They need to save 1.1% of a lap per lap. That's just 40 millilitres of fuel. You know, that's just 3 tablespoons.
Well, that is certainly, not too much to save, but easier said than done, because obviously the way of going fast is by having your foot on the throttle, which obviously therefore uses fuel as well. So you've got to be careful with how you do it. Got to do it in the right places. There's obviously fuel mixtures involved as well. There's 4 fuel mixtures for both the LMP2 and GTE categories, and obviously 4 is maximum. Number 1 is fuel saving. So most teams will run maybe mix 2 when they're saving a bit, and then mix 4 when they need to go fast. But there really isn't the biggest gap between the two. So between the two mixtures. So a lot of the saving will be with the shift points, with maybe a bit of lift and coast, with how you brake, basically with how you brake in certain corners. As well, when there's a sequence of corners, you might try and go a bit slower in the first ones, then you brake less for the second one, and that sort of thing. So driving style could be a big factor of it as well.
I do remember this was a long time ago now. Some of my friends were partaking in an endurance championship like this, and I think the GT car's about 9 different fuel mixes to choose from. And what one of them did is did a massive spreadsheet of how much fuel you would save and what the fastest times you would get, and did a big matrix of this, and they actually found out that the fastest mix to be on throughout an entire race stint of the 9 was actually fuel mix 6. If you went 7, 8 or 9, that was theoretically faster, but it never actually gave you any faster lap time, and it just used more fuel. It was actually fuel mix 6 that you need to use in the race to get the most efficiency out of the engine while still maintaining the fastest time possible.
Yeah, it does get to a point where obviously it depends on exactly how the fuel mixtures are set up. Indeed. But so on a lot of cars, it does get to a point where in high mixtures, you're simply just being more inefficient. So you might be ever so slightly bit faster, but you are, so say you're 1% faster, but then you're 5% worse on fuel. So in overall terms, that's actually worse. So obviously the teams that have worked with this out, these cars have been out for almost 3 years now. They got released. This is obviously our 3rd season running them in the VEC. So almost 3 years that these teams have been driving these cars, and there's been minor changes here and there. So they've largely stayed the same. So the team should understand how they work by now. It's quite an interesting one. And for those who like a bit of maths and like to test all the little settings, and it's certainly the type of thing for you.
Yes, like those big spreadsheets that you can get can be quite fun sometimes, but also they can also be incredibly painful as well, especially if you forget what each of the columns and rows mean, because I definitely haven't made a spreadsheet like that before. Anyway, Cameron Sansano 2 seconds ahead of Casper Stoltz in that Jean Alesi eSports car. Speedy Mike versus Jean Alesi, and Sansano trying to hold on to that 11th place.
And Stoltz has been making some moves, hasn't he, in the last hour or so that he's been in the car. We've seen him make a number of moves, and now he's got the opportunity to get up into that 11th spot, which Speedy might have been holding. They've been in this sort of position for a little while now. We haven't really spoken about them too much in the race so far. They've just been having sort of a decent, quiet race there towards the lower points paying positions. But this number 66 now in the hands of Casper is looking very quick. So we need to see how quickly, if at all, he can catch up that gap.
Yes, trying to close down that gap on the Ferrari ahead. Of course, it's BMW versus Ferrari this, and they will have ever so slightly different characteristics. One will be slightly better on the brakes, one will be slightly better on the corners, one will be slightly better on the straights, one will be slightly better on the acceleration. And this is, really what you have to kind of decide what advantages and disadvantages for your car when you begin the season. The Ferrari, for example, tends to be all-rounder cars in the mods that I have used before, and in the content that I've used before. Ferraris tend to be a very neutral car, and okay everything but nothing really stand out, whereas the BMW tends to be slightly better on the straights. As we're now having a look at Timotej Adamovski in the Pinson Drillers eSports car, 0.6 of a second in front of Lorenzo Risi in the Wayframe car.
Drillers have done well actually over the last few hours to get themselves up. We were saying when we started our commentary stint that they were struggling quite a bit, and to be fair, they've got themselves into some good positions, and that just shows you how basically, well, I say good, obviously relatively speaking, they're in 8th and 10th position. They were all outside of the top 10 at one point, so they've obviously worked themselves up, but they would expect to be higher. But this just shows you keeping on going and just putting yourselves in a position where you can just gain positions naturally if you're just being fast, doing a good strategy. Even if you drop back a little bit at the beginning, like we've seen with Varga, etc., with a bit of speed, with a bit of strategy, you can still get yourselves there. And that is why we go endurance racing. If this was a 4-hour race, we would have been done an hour and 45 minutes ago. So we would have been, having a completely different race result to what we're going to get. That's why we do this. So it's all about the endurance. It's all about getting towards the end of the race and getting yourself in a good position. But for now, Arisi is trying to get past Andonovski, and this could be a position lost because Arisi's looking pretty racy. He was getting quite close there into turn number 7. Now coming up to the next corner, he's at least trying to think about it because he's getting very close indeed.
Yes, looking very, very close indeed, looking very feisty as well is that Wayframe eSports car. And look how much closer he is this time round when compared to last time round. That gap is halved. It's now just 3.5 tenths.
Getting very close. And this is the important section of corners, as we've been saying all race. These 3 fast corners onto the back straight is so important. You need to get yourself inside that slipstream. It looks like Arisi's done that actually. Antonovski didn't have the best run out of that Le Mans corner. So how is the top speeds? Is Arisi able to get it? Now it seems that the Drillers car is actually pretty decent in a straight line. Antonovski didn't have the best exit, but he had enough to at least keep ahead. But for now, Arisi's going to go round the outside. That's going to get a little bit awkward. He's going to have to back out of that one with the Zancho car. That was almost a very big accident. Arisi saw the opportunity, and he's just lost himself a good half a second there. So he's going to have to work that one back up all over again.
Yes, he's going to have to try and gain that time all over again. That was a very, very dicey coming out of Sunset, wasn't it?
Yes, getting to that point in the race as well, where drivers, they've got settled in. They're no longer nervous about the race. They're just doing what race car drivers do, which is go fast and go for a gap, if gap car and all of that. So he saw the opportunity, but that wasn't going to really work on this occasion. So now he's going to have to build up that time. But he's gaining a little bit here and there as Antonowski goes wide a little bit, and that's going to give a Risi the opportunity to get back. That's the half second that he needed to now be right within the slipstream once again if he can stay close out of these next few corners. Antonowski certainly struggling just a little bit here, making a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, just a couple of mistakes is all that is needed from Antonowski to make sure that Arisi is right back on that rear wing. Coming through the Le Mans complex now, the right, the left and the right, 0.6 of a second separate the two of them. You'll see that time come down as Arisi makes use of the slipstream along the Almond Straight.
Not quite close enough just yet. Antonowski once again had a really good drive actually out of that sequence of corners, finishing with Le Mans corner onto the back straight. So maybe they have a little bit more top speed than the Wayframe, or maybe their car's just really good on that acceleration phase coming out of the corners, which is quite an interesting fact. Obviously with the LMP2 category this season, we've only got the one chassis. So the only difference between these cars really, apart from the driving styles, is obviously the setup that the teams bring to each race. And that actually affects quite a lot. There's quite a few different philosophies that you can go with the cars. And that obviously depends on the different characteristics that you want to put into the car. And it certainly seems that Arisi and this part of the track is a lot faster. But on that second half of the track, it seems that Antonowski is able to pull away once again.
Yes, you can just see this gap toing and froing, just rubber banding a little bit due to the traffic essentially that they are reaching, and due to ever so slight mistakes each one is making every single lap round this very, very tough circuit. You can definitely see the sun is starting to set, and that will be a big problem at, well, the titularly titled Sunset Bend.
And Sunset Bend is really the main overtaking opportunity. So let's see once again, Arisi doesn't quite get close enough in that section of the track. But it'll be interesting to see if once again through Sector 1, if he can close that time up once again. But it does seem maybe there are two different philosophies going on. Obviously the first part of the track is the slightly more twisty, got the corners in, then the second half of the track is really the couple of back straights and the start-finish straight with a couple of more simple corners between them. So maybe that is a couple of different philosophies with where they're going on the old setup. But remember, this is only for 8th place, but that doesn't stop them from battling. This looks like Arisi's going to send it there on the Black Hawk as well, trying to keep as close as he can through this sequence of corners, as Antonowski's holding on for 8th place at the moment.
Yes, holding on to that place at the moment, just. I think this battle may go on for quite a while yet, certainly until the next pit stop cycle, and perhaps even after that, depending on what their strategy is when they come to the pits next time by. As Antonowski is still holding on to that 8th position over Lorenzo Arisi, 3.5 tenths now the gap as they're coming around the back side of the circuit down towards Bishop and the Le Mans complex eventually. And Arisi just appears to be ever so slightly better under brakes than Antonowski, but Antonowski is slightly better in the acceleration phase.
And we're now at 80 laps to go in the 1,000 miles of Sebring. So that's pretty much 4 stints for the LMP2s, and obviously the ones who pit a couple of laps ago will also be within that 4 stint barrier. But anyone pitting, anyone pitting now really is going to have some 4 easy stints towards the end of the race. And then in a few laps time, they will have to do a splash and dash. So if they can save those couple of laps and avoid that third pit stop, then that will be quite important for them. And as much as Arisi is battling quite hard here, maybe sitting in that slipstream a little bit and saving a little bit of fuel could actually be helpful for that one to make a shorter final pit stop, which is where you can obviously gain some time.
Yeah, trying to gain some of that time, and look at that. Lanovsky's just pulling that gap out again. It's now to 3/4 of a second, 8/10 of a second. That's one of the Juice's Motorsports cars. I believe they are making their way round at the hairpin. But yes, Adanovsky just appearing to extend that gap a little bit this time round out to a second. That's the first time it's been over a second for about 6 laps now.
It's a bit of a weird one. It's yo-yoed a little bit, as you say. Arisi dropping off just a little bit now. Wonder if maybe he's just slightly overheated the tyres or something like that. Because he was right on the back of Andonovsky, but he can't quite stay close there. Obviously, traffic does play a little bit into that, but not really to that extent just yet, as he's lost another couple of tenths without any traffic in that middle sector. So maybe it's just getting to that point now in the stint where he is just starting to struggle. But yeah, it's just lost another couple of tenths as well. So Andonovsky, as you say, stretching this gap now, and Arisi's really fallen off the back of him by almost another second. Just in the last couple of sectors.
Yes, those last couple of sectors, that gap increasing by a large margin. I'm wondering if Arisi's going to come in this time round. No, he's not. He's just starting to lose a little bit of time on that Pin Sim Drillers Esports car as they are beginning lap 189 of the race. These two, and indeed, yes, that number 8, the 8th and 9th place, that battle appears to have subsided for this moment, but no doubt it will soon come back to fruition.
Yeah, these boys don't give up. That is something you can always count on. Is that, especially in Division 1, the highest category. And just taking a look at the leaders once again. Master Chinchik leading the way from Burst Edge Esports now by 25 seconds. And on the last lap, he was well over, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Dennis Jordan. That is quite something. The speed that Varga Sim Racing have had in this second half of the race, or this middle third of the race, I should say. Especially since they got back in the lead, they have just been something else. And I think Burst Edge Esports will be slightly disappointed that they've lost this time to Varga, because once again, considering they had the drive-through, Varga had the drive-through penalties, but they've just been so quick, and they're getting to that point where they're going to be over that 30-second barrier for a splash and dash as well. So it's looking pretty good for Varga as we head towards the final few stints in this race.
Yes, the final few stints of this race, and they're just trying to they're now just into the home straight. They're now preparing their final, perhaps even only couple of pit stops, preparing their final bit of strategy, and just keeping an eye on those timing boards as well. And of course, as we were saying before, because this is a distance race, you can really work backwards from the end and work out what that magic lap number is.
And we also have a fight for the lead in the GTE category. We've got Brzezinski and Malgora for Wave Frame in the GTE category. They're only half a second apart for the lead, and this is going to be quite an interesting one, because Williams Esports, as you mentioned some time ago, they've got themselves up into this position once again, almost out of nowhere. They just quietly got up there into the lead. They've done the strategy well. Obviously, a couple of teams that were ahead of them earlier, such as Grand Effect and Varga, have made some mistakes, but Williams have got themselves there. But now it's Waveframe who've got both their cars onto the podium. The number 99 in second place, the number 68 in third place now as well. So this is going to be quite a crucial one, because both of these would arguably really need these points for the championship, because obviously the number 490 for Williams Esports, they only joined in the fourth race, so they're quite some way behind in the championship. And for the number 99, they are 11 points off the lead in the championship. And with also Sim Racing for Holland not having a good day, and Varga as well, this could be an opportunity for Waveframe to go to the top of the standings if they can get themselves in a good position when we get to the end of the race.
Yes, looking to get to the end of this race, and approximately, well, I think we began commentating about 3 hours ago, and I think it was lap 93 at that point. So they're doing about 33 laps an hour. So I only say it's maybe only about another 2.25 hours until the end of this race, roughly.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be something along those lines, a bit over the 8 hours, maybe 8.5 hours. Obviously, that does depend on the speed of Varga Sim Racing, really,
Yes.
because it's whenever the leader finishes the 268th lap will be the finish of the race for everyone behind him on the track. So that obviously is going to be quite important for those guys who are maybe on the bubble of being lapped on that final lap of the race. That's obviously something to work out when we get when we get towards that point. But I think this battle for the GTE Championship is going to be very very interesting for the numbers, really, because it is so close in that top 5, and it's very difficult to predict right now exactly to work out where everyone is. But with Varga and Sim Racing for Holland having a bad day, I think this is really going to turn this championship a little bit upside down. With only 3 races remaining after this one, it's going to be very tight indeed when we get to Suzuka next time out.
Yeah, Suzuka next time out in 4 weeks, of course, the 10th of April, and it's a 6-hour race there. So one of our sprint races, if you like. It feels very strange saying it's a sprint race when it's 6 hours, doesn't it? But yes, it's one of our sprint races in 4 weeks' time, so we hope you can join us all for that one as well.
And then on screen we've got a Reese, who has obviously worked his way past Chris Shepherd there. We haven't really mentioned Wanako too much, or Chris Shepherd himself. They've been having a fairly decent quiet race earlier. Obviously we mentioned Borja Milan. He was involved in that big 3 battle earlier as well. But Wanako haven't really challenged for the top positions in recent times. They've just sort of been fairly steady there. And their other car, which I believe is the number 19, I'm not sure if it pulled out or if it moved down to Division 2, but either way, it's not racing in Division anymore from what I understand. So they did a little bit of a swap-a-roo with the drivers in those cars as well. I believe with Barkley going down to the number 19. As we now come on board with Stolzer, who's been making ground, but he's found himself back behind the Your Name Here Racing entry, with now Sebastian Pfeiffer in the car, and he needs to make another move. But Stolzer's certainly making some good moves in the stint that we've seen him driving.
Yeah, the way that we've seen them driving. Oh, look how close Pfeiffer. Sorry, that was Stolzer we were looking at. Excuse me. How close Stolzer was to the concrete wall at the exit of Sunset. Literally, just placing that car exactly where he wants to. But we've seen that can go wrong. We saw it with Schmiedel earlier. That getting too close to that barrier can have bad consequences.
Yeah, you do not want to. You do not want to be doing that. Schmiedel, as you say, showed you how big of an accident you can have. He was very lucky, actually, that you could continue from that, because it would be a very easy thing to lose a wheel or your engine in that one. So Stolzer now needs to try and get himself up in that final second that he needs to get Pfeiffer. Interesting that Pfeiffer got past. That must be something to do with the strategy, because Stolzer has been looking very good indeed. But we have now just reached the end of this next 3-hour stint. We have obviously not got too many laps to go now. We've got about 75 laps to go in this 1,000 miles of Sebring. And to take you through the final couple of hours, we have back in the commentary booth Ewan O'Leary and Hugo Barrow. So we'll leave you in their capable hands, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, Cam, and thanks to Neil as well for their contribution throughout the last 3 hours. Probably enjoyed listening, certainly while I've been away. Yeah, it's been a very enjoyable race so far. Lap 194 we are on right now. Still 74 to go in this race. Many things to still be settled as well. Many scores to be settled between these guys. Strategies to be worked out. And we'll be trying to piece it all together for you as we get into the final couple of hours. As Cam mentioned, it's Ewan O'Leary alongside Hugo Barrow once again to get you to the end of the race. And the sun has got a little bit lower in the sky. The temperature's probably dropped a little bit. Hopefully we're going to have a good last couple of hours. I'm looking forward to seeing how this race is going to play out, Hugo.
Yeah, definitely, and things have certainly changed since we were last on. Of course, Varga, they were in 5th place when we left off. 3 hours, they've managed to climb up quite a bit. We were doubting the potential of them winning the race, but it looks like they've just shown that in our faces, because they have cleared VEC Sports by quite some margin. So that is definitely a comeback from those 2 penalties they had to serve at the start of the race. But it'll be interesting to see now how the rest of it plays out. Of course, we've still got the other positions in the orders for both GT and LMP2. I mean, we've got Michael Romanidis here, who's defending from Nick Da Silva. He's got a gap of 12 seconds, which is coming down rapidly. Might be potentially a pit stop, actually, unless he's just decided to stop on track. But yeah, with about still 70 odd laps to go, we've got a decent way for these drivers to get to travel before we reach that checkered flag, and a lot can happen in that time. And that final stint is when we're going to see all of these strategies come together, which is what I think is going to be the most interesting part of this race so far.
Yeah, just over 250 miles remaining of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, so well and truly into the final quarter of this particular race. You're right, Michael Romanidis has just been into the pit lane, and Luca D'Amelio is also in at the end of lap 194. That is all on schedule, but this is all pointing towards a splash and dash towards the end of this race for those guys. The 4 teams who are really on the bubble in terms of making this on whether they need a splash or not are the actual 4 leading cars, as in the 4 strongest looking cars at the moment. Varga Sim Racing, Burst Edge Esports, Nigel Velux and Waveframe Esports seem to be looking, they're on the cut-off for a splash dash or not. Everybody else is just going to have to do an outrageous amount of fuel saving, really. So it's really down to those 4. I mentioned to Cam, and me and Cam were conversing about this in the chat before I came on air here a few moments ago, how Varga Sim Racing are going faster than everybody else, but also managing to keep the fuel intact as well. They're just driving remarkably at the moment. And me and Cam have really got no answers for how they do it. It's just quite phenomenal from them. They're really putting in a great performance here today once again. Another, well, actually they weren't quite as quick as Dennis Jordan on the last lap, but that's the first time that's happened for a very long time. And they actually matched each other on the lap after that with a 1 minute 47.638, exactly the same to the thousandths between the two. Dennis Jordan won 31 seconds adrift of Marcel Cintic at the moment. So just to explain the strategy that's kind of going on there at the moment, Varga Sim Racing and Burst Edge Esports are going to need to do 22 lap stints for the most part along the way, which is, I think, you can't push 100% the whole of the stint, but it's certainly quite comfortable. However, Burst Edge Esports are going to need to save 2 laps of fuel somewhere, and Varga are going to have to save 1, so they're going to have to do 1 23-lap stint. Burst Edge Esports are probably going to have to do 2 23-lap stints along the way. This is the kind of portion of the race where we get to know how many pit stops are remaining and who can make it with or without a splash and dash of fuel. If Varga Sim Racing can manage it, and I think they can, then they're looking in a fantastic place to win this race with a half-a-minute lead.
Yeah, this is where we see the culmination of what the drivers have really been building up to over the last 200 or so laps, because it is undoubtedly the final lap which decides the results of the race. And now we've actually got the, it looks like the two, at least one of the Varga cars making his way along. That's the LMP2, and you can see a fair bit of traffic on track right now, but we have got Lorenzo de Cutis in the Drive Game Seats racing team Ferrari, and just heading through Sunset Bend right now, and I do think we might see some sunset towards the end of the race because we have got quite a rose-coloured sky at the moment. But we are going to have a look now at Chris Shepherd. You can see the onboard of this Wanaco LMP2 up in the top right of your screen. He is challenging Jack Keithley in the Williams outfit LMP2. So this is going to be quite an interesting battle to see how it emerges. And it looks like Chris Shepherd could be in quite a dangerous spot for Jack Keithley, who's going to be looking in his mirrors right now, trying to avoid leaving any gap for that Wanaco car to get through. And we'll just have to see how this plays out as they head towards the Ullman straight right now. Onto it they go, and this is perhaps the longest straight on the track. And this gives the slipstream its biggest opportunity to benefit the driver behind. And it is followed by quite a heavy braking zone, so this is always a good place to try and make a move. And on the onboard as well, you can see quite how bumpy Sebring is as they head through here. It's going to cost a lot of time just through scrubbing if you don't manage that correctly. Then they're going to head back out onto the pit straight towards turn 1. Now, it doesn't look like Chris Shepherd has been able to keep up quite close enough to Jack Keithley to make a move. Although you did see him get quite close on the entrance into turn 1, but they took different lines, and that means different exit speeds as well. So we're going to continue watching this battle, I think, for a little bit as they head up through the next few turns. And it's just Chris Shepherd. He needs to keep as close as possible so he can make the most of these straights that are relatively far between around this track.
Yeah, it was an interesting kind of strategic change for Wanaco on the last stop as Chris Shepherd gets very, very close indeed to Jack Keithley going into the hairpin. They did a 20-lap stint last time, did Wanaco. That's the shortest stint we've seen from anybody for a very long time, actually. And I just wonder if they've given up on trying to save enough to avoid this splash and dash that they're all worried about, and they've just thought, well, we might as well push as hard as we can because we're never going to avoid this splash and dash anyway. We might as well just take our medicine and push as hard as possible in doing so. That's why they've caught up to Williams Esports, I think, anyway, because these two are running pretty much, or were running pretty much identical strategies, and now that Wanaco have really put the hammer down, they're starting to bring the Williams Esports car into their sight. But we'll wait and see how it plays out, making their way through the Deuces Motorsport Club car and now World of Sim Racing as well. Those two not fighting for an on-track position. There's a lap between them, but they are running quite close together on track, as are Keithley and Shepherd right now, going towards Sunset Bend once again, and the sun is really starting to set, actually, living up to the corner's name, really, as we go over the bumps again. A bit of a wider entry for Shepherd. Is it going to mean a straighter exit and a better run? Well, not really. He seems to have a little bit of exit understeer through that particular corner, and Jack Keithley just seems to be able to punch the car off the final turn a little bit better.
Yeah, it just seems like Shepherd doesn't quite get the exits he needs to catapult himself towards Jack Keithley, who's doing a fantastic job at defending, because he's just not allowing that gap to close down enough for Shepherd to pose a true threat. And I think the traffic is posing quite some benefit towards Jack Keithley, because you can see right now as they make their way through, such as on the Ullman straight at the end of the last lap, he used the traffic, as you can see him lock up the rears ever so slightly there, really quite pushing to keep that gap as maximal as possible. But as they go past traffic along the straights, they'll pull in front of it to try and minimize that slipstream to the car behind, because they also have to clear the traffic, meaning they have to exit the slipstream and hit essentially a bank of flat air, which is going to cause a lot more drag than they would have if they were in the slipstream of the other car, because it's not there punching a hole through the air for them. However, we're seeing now that Jack Keithley is beginning to feel a little bit of the pressure. We saw that into the hairpin, it looked like, and maybe into Cunningham, that he locked up the rears slightly and had a bit of rear oversteer, but he managed to catch it quite well and keep a decent gap. But he's got to be able to just hold on. And you can see right now Chris Shepherd, as we head onto the Ullman straight, he's got a much better run than last time. He is just 0.2 of a second behind. They have got traffic in front as they go towards Sunset Bend. It's going to be the outside line perhaps for Wanaco. In fact, no, he's going to back off, but a bit of oversteer for Jack Keithley, heading over the bumps, really upsetting the car for him. And onto the pit straight again. It just hasn't worked out for Chris Shepherd there, not finding the opportunity he needs. He maybe just can't quite carry that speed, that same amount of speed through the final turns. The potential of a dive bomb into turn 1, but will be a bit too dangerous, especially at this late stage in the race.
Yeah, it's not a bad pressurising moment, if that's really a phrase, from Chris Shepherd there. He put the pressure on quite well, is what I'm trying to say. And Jack Keithley had to really gather the car up there. It's quite a big moment through Sunset Bend, and he's got a good exit off of turn 5 actually to hold on to the place going down towards the hairpin. Bit of traffic for them up in front. Maybe Chris Shepherd can use this to his advantage. It's the Team Spirit racing car, currently running down in 17th overall. And I'm afraid after a good start to their day, it's not been a great end, and it's not going to be a great finish for them in a season that has not been their best. I think it's fair to say. Glimpses of their former pace, especially for guys like Anthony Jans, who used to be regarded as one of the best in an LMP2. Now I think that mantle's been held over, or handed over, to Varga Sim Racing, because their car's just seemingly going much quicker than everybody else's out there at the moment, and yeah, doing a great job. But back to this, oh, here he is, by the way, Marcel Chinzik, just about seeing over his wheel there to see where he's going, and he's currently on lap 200 as we get to 68 to go at the end of this one. Just waiting to see if Nigel Vellett's come in at the end of this lap, or whether they've managed to stretch out a 23 lap stint. If you can get to lap 200 on this particular stint, then we know that it's going quite well. Sorry, if you can get to lap 202, then you can do 22 lap stints to the end, and then that's quite comfortable in terms of the fuel. Herman Stocky is able to at least go for one more lap, so he's done a 23 lap stint on this one, and if he can do another couple more after this, then he will be avoiding that splash and dash, which everybody is trying to do so, because basically half of how you win an endurance race is just staying out the pit lane. So that's why so many of these guys are focusing so much on fuel saving.
Yeah, and we've seen as well, it's definitely possible to do a 24 lap stint, but I think we're going to have to put that talk on hold for a second, because Chris Shepherd really right up the diffuser of Jack Keithley, using that traffic to the best of his advantage, just not letting him have any respite. And in fact, he might move to the outside. Yes, he does, through the braking zone. Can he hold on to it? It looks like maybe a slight amount of contact through the exit there. You can see just how tight it is, and he just doesn't have the ideal line to get the power down. And Jack Keithley is going to hold on to it for a little bit longer, but it does seem that Shepherd is the quicker driver, and he's going to have another go round the outside. This is quite an aggressive attempt to try and take that 8th position at this point in the race. He's really fighting for it, because Monaco know that if they can get past into some relatively clean air, they can start increasing a gap. And also, because they seem to want to just push at this point in the race, being stuck behind another driver is not the ideal position, because it means you can't push that car to its full potential and maximize the speed of your driver and car combination. We're seeing that right now with how much pressure Chris Shepherd is trying to put on Jack Keithley, just trying to force him maybe into a mistake, especially when they're close to traffic. And you can see just up the road a little bit, there's a fair amount of GT traffic, and that could play quite well into the Monaco car's advantage if he can make the most of it. But also, we know Jack Keithley can use the traffic to his advantage as well. So it's really going to be a matter of luck, I think, if we see a move made when we hit this traffic.
Yes, it is a somewhat lottery sometimes, but there is skill involved as well. But where you catch the traffic is, as I mentioned. So we'll see how it fares with these guys. Actually 4 GTEs from my count there, as Chris Shepherd just applying the pressure. But we saw into the hairpin last time, the braking performance of the Monaco car is very, very good. But it was a great demonstration of how difficult it is to go around the outside of the hairpin, because even with his car nosing in front and the great braking performance for Chris Shepherd, he still couldn't get the move done around the outside there. So maybe the inside line is where he wants to be. Goodness me, that's a dive bomb. But he's actually going to pull it off, is he? He's had a half spin, and around the outside goes Jack Keithley, but he's been pushed out finally, and now Chris Shepherd is into 8th place. I don't think the Williams Esports driver is going to give up just for the moment, though. There is a Speedy Mike car in the way, and that is going to hamper Keithley ever so slightly. 2 cars completely skating under brakes going down into turn number 7. That was great to watch the car control from both of them, but in the end they were both completely out of control, although Chris Shepherd was just less out of control and he took the place.
Yeah, I think that was a drift worthy of a Toyota Supra, but he did manage to make it work, just using that rear biased brake just to get that rotation in as he tried to stop the car in time for the turn. And I'm quite amazed actually how they managed to avoid contact there, but definitely a bit of a late move there by Chris Shepherd, but he did make it past. But he has just done half the job, because he's taken the position, but That's one thing. He's got to hold on to it now and try and pull away from Jack Keithley, who is not going to be willing to give away his 8th place. I mean, we've got 67 or so laps before that checkered flag is waved. Positions are going to start to become a bit more valuable on track as we enter these late stages in the race. And we're going to see now, though, that Chris Shepherd in that Monaco car, he was putting on pressure for quite some time, and he's made his way past, and it looks like he's going to start working to increase that gap, because it seems that he has the pace over the Williams car. And that is really the reason why he was putting on so much pressure, just so he could clear him as soon as possible and make the most of the idea of pushing that car, which is what Monaco seem to want to be doing at this point in the race. So it looks like it's worked as we go through that turn that we saw last time round, and through the exits. And look at that, the gap's up to 1 second now. So Chris Shepherd very quick, already extending that gap to an extent. And now we've got Vargasim Racing in the pit, which means they're going to have to go 66 laps in their next 2 stints. That'll be one more pit stop, and that will probably set into motion the rest of the LMP2 field wanting to come in, because they're going to want to make their penultimate pit stop. And it seems that it is now a safe point to do so, because we saw earlier in the race it is possible to do at least 24 laps in a stint if you manage it well, if not more. So it seems that it is a safe opportunity to start coming into the pits for these top runners.
Yeah, it's where you want to be, really. If you get a pit stop at 202 laps or more than that, if you can stretch even further, then great. But this is the cut-off, really, for making 2 more stops in this race after this one. And it splits it even quite nicely as well. 22 laps, very, very manageable for these guys. You can actually push quite hard in doing so as well. Yeah, it's now if you want to be hitting, really, as we got a yellow flag in sector 3. It's the 49 car, the Burst Esport car, which has had a whole load of troubles. Mitchy Hoyer driving that. He's just got back onto the road again, and he's carrying on. So I presume that was just a quick spin or something, maybe even a bit of contact. But Sunset Bend catching out another driver. Marcel Cincic gets out in the lead then. He exited the pit lane. He's still in the lead here. Lorenzo Arisi is now in second place, but he owes us a pit stop and will probably be coming in about a couple of laps' time. But it may even be shorter than that, because those guys will be pushing 100% from here on in. They did their fuel saving a little bit earlier on, as we were talking about earlier. Fuel saving does give you advantages, and so while everybody else is worrying about short filling and you know, the extra splashes and dashes, Waveframe Esports are going to be pushing hard at this stage in the race, which is going to count for a lot.
Yeah, and this is where the real mix of strategies is really going to come to the forefront, because we're going to start seeing how the different philosophies of the different teams are working out, and we can see that right now with Monaco really pushing, and it seems like Jack Heatley potentially driving a little bit more conservatively, because that gap now up to 2 seconds, and how that reflects around the order, well, we'll have to see. But it'll also be interesting to see now when drivers start to make their pit stops, if they've not done so already, because this is the point in the race where those pit stops are going to start indicating when that final pit stop will be, and if they've been saving fuel enough, they're going to really be able to minimise that final stint length, which means they'll have a lighter car and a shorter final pit stop.
In GTE at the moment, Kasper Stolzer is trying to hold off Sebastian Pfeiffer. This is inside the top 10, and it's for 9th place between John Lacey Esports and Your Name Here Racing, which Neil Heatley wants them to name after him. I don't think that's going to happen without severe money involved, but no, they've got 10th place at the moment, and it's a good drive from them, actually. They've not had the most luck this season, I think it's fair to say. Trying to find that. Currently 19th overall in the standings. Had a good round 1 at Silverstone, actually, picking up a whole load of points inside the top 10 there. But since then, it's not been great. It's been okay at some points, but maybe even they'll be pleased with how it's gone. But on the face of it, I think they could have achieved a little bit more through some of the races. But having a good performance right now, an impressive showing from Sebastian Pfeiffer to be closing in on Kasper Stolz at the moment. Let's take a look at their lap times on the last lap. Sebastian Pfeiffer was 0.004 of a second slower than Stolz, so there's not much to choose between these guys. I'd imagine traffic is going to affect this battle quite a lot as well.
Yeah, and you can see that in the bottom of the screen. Just, yeah, 0.004 of a second there, pretty equally matched. And although they're in different machinery, because it is GT, it is essentially homologated between the cars. So there'll be slight strengths and weaknesses in different vehicles. So the Porsche might be better in corners and then slower in the straights than the Aston Martin, for instance. However, right now it's going to be Sebastian Pfeiffer who's really trying to close up to Casper Stolzer in that Jean Alesi Aston Martin. I think both of these teams have done quite well, especially the Your Name Here outfit. They've been doing a decent job this evening. They've just been consistent and trying to avoid as many incidents as possible, and that gap is beginning to close down now, so it could be that Pfeiffer attempts a move at Stolzer in the next few laps, but because they are relatively equally matched, it's going to be really interesting. And they're passing cars in the pit lane right now, and we've got looks like Juan Carlos Fernandez here for DX Droids. He's only half a second off Michi Hoyer, and that gap is potentially going to decrease. That's the P13 Burst Esports Simplexity car, which we are just had in front of us, which is that car that went off just a couple laps ago at Sunset Bend. So maybe not entirely comfortable Michi Hoyer in that LMP2 car, but we'll see what he can do against Juan Carlos Fernandez, because that gap does seem to be increasing once more, maybe up to over a second. So that gap might have just come down for a brief period of time, but we'll see how that all plays out. And we'll head back up to Sebastian Pfeiffer and Casper Stolzer, because these are some very close drivers right now. You can see the driver up in the down in the bottom right of your screen right now, but that gap really quite closing up, and this could be quite interesting as we head towards the latter part of this lap, towards the Ullman Straight, and then into Sunset Bend, because that is the typical place for overtakes to be made, and that is quite a rig that I'm jealous of, I have to say. Because that does look very nice.
Yeah, triple screen display as well. You can see just above the kind of stem thing. That I don't really know what that's called, but you know, the bar thing, whatever. It's a triple screen display anyway, and as you mentioned, very nice. I'm sure a lot of people at home might be getting a bit rig jealous as well about what Stolz has got at his disposal there. They've just this battle actually, by the way, has been upgraded to a battle for 8th place, because somebody has come into the pit lane. I believe it. Well, I can't actually make a call on who that might have been, but clearly somebody's been in the pit lane, and so this battle is just heightened ever so slightly in its performance, as there's a bit of LMP2 traffic and a yellow flag in sector 3, because the 252 has gone off at Le Mans. Drive game seat Lorenzo De Quitis has just gone off the road in 18th place in the GTE category, and all the way down in 37th overall. Not their best day, and a bit of a spin at Le Mans. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of them actually through that particular chicane. It's a tricky one from time to time, but since I've been watching all but about 20 minutes of this race, I don't think I've seen a spin out there at Le Mans, unless we've missed one.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, but it's also very important to nail that, because it's followed by such a large straight. But this is the car that I think went into the pit lane, which accelerated both Your Name Here and the other car's position, because this is the drive game seat car with Lorenzo De Quitis, and I believe that's the car they passed that was in the pits and that made them ascend in the order. But they're roughly quite alone on track right now, but you can see the closest gap is to the car in front. That's Wojciech Polezny in the Vargason racing car, 18 seconds, so that's quite the gap they're going to have to close down. We'll see how that changes and what Lorenzo can do in his Ferrari, but we've also got to be aware of the other battles on track as well, because we've got some interesting stuff. So we've got Sebastian Pfeiffer, who's actually lost a lot of time to Casper Stolzer due to this traffic, because we saw just last lap that this traffic has slowed them down a fair amount as they head onto the Ullman Straight now. He's going to try and get some slipstream off of that LMP2 in front of him, but it's really not going to be effective at closing down a 1.2 second gap, and you can see it's pretty much stable. In fact, it looks like maybe losing a little bit of time. We'll see this ebb and flow, but if Pfeiffer can close down the gap again to Stolzer, he might just be able to make a pass, but they are really quite evenly matched, and we've seen that before, which is going to make it just that little bit more difficult for Your Name Here to get themselves into 8th place.
Yeah, it is indeed. Piper's just going to have to do a little bit of work now to close up first before actually trying to overtake. Both of these are actually a lap down at the moment, but it's mainly because Naito Bellex haven't been into the pit lane yet. I think they've still got another 3 laps on this stint as well. And just to add a note to this battle, it was Kasper Stoltz's birthday yesterday, so belated happy birthday to him. I don't know how old he is, but I don't think he'd want us to share it anyway. So there you go. But anyway, year older yesterday, and he's fighting off Sebastian Pfeiffer here today, driving in the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Might not be going to the ends. Maybe Martin Darland will be finishing that car, or somebody else. But yeah, we'll see on that particular one. It's getting a little bit darker as well. I wonder if we are going to finish in full darkness, or at least the sunset here. It would be interesting to see the lights go down, but I would have thought it would be nice if the sun would stay up a little bit longer, and we could see where they're going for a little bit longer. That would be nice as well. But some people prefer night driving for whatever reason it is. In the lead of GTE, Mika Happinen is just been into the pit lane. He's in there now on that 189, so he's coming a couple of laps earlier than I was expecting, I must admit, but he's still going longer than his rivals, and that's important because, as we've been mentioning pretty much all day, he's going to have a shorter final pit stop, even if it doesn't save him one.
Yeah, but that shorter final pit stop could make a bit of a difference to those cars around him. It really is relative to what the other cars around him on that timing board are doing at the same time. So we'll just have to see how that all plays out for him, and how that plays out for the team as well. But it'll be interesting to see what the result of this race is once everyone has completed the strategies they're on, and once they're into their final positions. But we've also got to see how Sebastian Pfeiffer what he can do against Kasper Stolz, and I dare say that he's losing time. That gap now up to 1.6 seconds, but in terms of lighting as well, I think we might finish in a sunset, which would be quite fitting given the name of that final turn to make up the very last stages of the race. But we'll have to see how this all plays out.
We will indeed, and we'll also have to see how this battle for the GTE lead plays out, as we're about to get to 60 laps to go in this race. Alex Broutigam, who hasn't stopped yet, but he's stretching this one long, is now into the lead, ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski, who's recently got in for Kuba Brzezinski, or he's sharing his car with Kuba Brzezinski here today. You'd imagine they're doing about 4 hours each in the car, roughly, or 130 odd laps each, if you want to put it like that. In this particular race, obviously a little bit less in GTE, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on, but this battle is on at the moment. Broutigam will have less fuel in that car, so you'd think, well, in theory it'd be quicker, but he's got much older tyres at this point, and they're not providing him quite with the grip that he would like at the moment, and you can see that almost straight away through Le Mans. The exit off of the final corner of that complex was supreme from Wisniewski on that occasion, and now he's going to look to the inside of Sunset Bend. It narrows here on the entry, as you can see from that wall on the right hand side, but it's not going to matter because Broutigam gives the Wisniewski, the Williams Esports driver, a big a wide berth there, should I say, and Wisniewski is into the lead. Over the line they go again, and Williams Esports move ahead of Black Hawk Racing. Not exactly a big surprise in all of that, but very good news for Wisniewski to get through on Broutigam very efficiently there.
Yeah, it seemed that Broutigam didn't want to waste too much time battling a car that maybe he thought was definitely faster, because it did seem like he gave plenty of room to Nikodem Wisniewski, trying to avoid any unnecessary contact, especially when they're so late in the race and in such elevated positions, because that was between first and second. And I think we're seeing the pace of Nikodem Wisniewski right now, because he's already clear by nearly 2 seconds. So we'll see how this battle for the first and second stands at the end of the race. But it does look like Nikodem Wisniewski has a lot of pace in that BMW. You can see already Broutigam is only at the back of the shot now when we're watching him come around the track. So yeah, Williams Esports once again a lot of pace in this GT category.
By the way, I was talking a little bit earlier on about Casper Stoltz and who he might hand over the car to for the end of the race. I remembered Martin Dylan, but I forgot Matteo Caruso's name. So I'm sorry about that. But he pointed out that I called him someone else instead of an actual name. So I apologise for that. But anyway, that's who he may be handing over to a little bit later on, and holding off Sebastian Pfeiffer as things stand. Those guys are still running fairly close together, but not that close, because there are closer battles going on out there on the circuit. Christian Mikel has recently got into the Nitro Bellet car to the end of the race, you might expect, because 2 hours of driving is not out of the realms of possibility for these guys. And the previous Season 7 Series champ has just got through on Goran Djordjevic, who, incidentally, last time we were here for the 1,000 miles of Sebring, he was driving for Sancho Simsport, as he is here today, of course. The 87 car, it's the same number, different car, of course. However, very interesting in the last few moments, so we can talk about this now because we've got a few moments to go over this. Last year, Djordjevic, unfortunately, was 1 lap short on fuel, had to come into the pit lane and put 1 lap of fuel in, and it lost them the race to Singularity Racing, as it was at the time, at Nitro Velix as it is now, same team. Yeah, Djordjevic was just 1 lap short, and that's the difficulty if you're in GTE. The LMP2s know exactly how many laps this race is going to be, especially if you're on the lead lap. If your lap's down, it doesn't really matter because you'll just have 1 or 2 extra laps of fuel in the car. It doesn't really matter. However, if you're a GTE, if you don't get lapped as many times as you think you're going to, then all of a sudden you're a lap or 2 short on fuel, and that's exactly what happened to Sancho this time last year. It can happen. It's very easy to happen to the biggest teams in sim racing, so they're going to try and avoid a repeat of that. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're quite going to be challenging for the win this year like they were last.
No, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, we've seen them up the order, but that was only because they were stretching at those pit stops. And right now, currently sitting in 6th place, it's not going to be an awful showing, but I'm sure they would be very happy to be where this Williams is sitting right now. But we'll have to see just what fuel levels people are running at that final, towards the end of the race, because they might not make it. I mean, Dennis Lynn suggesting that Williams might need a splash there in their car just to reach that final stage of the race. We'll have to see, but it is going to be extremely interesting. But the pace of that Williams right now, already 7 seconds clear of Alex Breutigam, it's just ridiculous. It's almost like Varga in LMP2. They are absolutely flying away right now. But of course, we've still got a long way to go. It is not quite over, so we don't want to make any assumptions quite yet, because it can always be too early for an assumption. And we can see now that we've got a few LMP2s as well, as some dust has been kicked off on the exit of turn 1. We have got these prototypes trying to make their way through some of this traffic and just try and minimize the amount of time they're losing. So we've got your name here in the pit lane, actually, so that could give that could change some of these battles. There's another car, that's P4, currently in GTE, also in the pits. So now you might see a few more splash and dashes, just trying to extend the amount of time to the flag. We'll have to see, because there will be at least 1 more pit stop for these GTs. For LMP2, there should be 1 more as well. It depends when they made their most recent pit stop. So we'll see how that all changes. But Christian Malguera is now in 2nd place, actually. So I think that was Alex Breutigam actually currently in the pits now. Zancho also in the pits, which means Wave Freem Esports, quite a quick car. They're going to be up in 2nd, but they're still 13 seconds clear of the 1st place car, which is going to be quite difficult. You can see Goran Djordjevic, he's taking on tyres, it looks like, because that car is up on the jacks, which is going to be interesting in terms of strategy. There it comes dropping down. I don't know if Alex Breutigam has got some tyres, but we'll have to see. In fact, it's going to be Chris Sever taking over for the final stage of the race, whereas Goran Djordjevic is going to hold on to that Zancho for now. We'll have to see when they get moving whether that changes. But yeah, Chris Sever coming out of the pits in 7th place potentially, or 6th place. It looks like he's going to have your name here actually quite close behind him as they exit, although that might be on a very different lap. So yeah, you can see now the gap behind to Goran Djordjevic is 14 seconds for Chris Sever, because that Zancho car also came into the pits at the same time. So we are seeing strategy change a few of the positions. But right now it's going to be Nikodem Wisniewski at the lead of this GT battle and Vargasin Racing at the lead of LMP2.
Well, in GT at the moment, Nikodem Wisniewski is being caught by both Wave Premium Sports car. At least he was on the last lap. It was a 59.9. He is just coming through the first sector as it stands right now. I do believe, anyway. Yes, he is. Just heading towards the hairpin. Is Nikodem Wisniewski. Malglera, took 8 tenths out of Wisniewski, and Terzi took 7 tenths out of the previous series champion. So, yeah, very, very good driving from both Wave Premium Sports car. We could even see a three-way battle for the lead of the category. However, I've got question marks about whether they can, or how many stops they're making to the end of this race. I know we all have, but I think they might need some fuel towards the end. I'll explain my thinking on this. I could be wrong, as always, but I'll explain my thinking. Last year, LMP2 lapped GTE, to my count, 18 times during the 1,000 miles of Sebring. That would mean that the GTEs in this particular edition will do about 250 laps or so, which is more than they did last year, let's not forget, but the hypercars were here, so that is a different equation. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to, some of these are going to need 2 stops or not. I mean, Williams Esports are going to pit around, I think, at the very latest on lap 214, which would mean they'd need to do about 36 laps, which is a comfortable 5 laps longer than they've ever done before in this race. So, and the same applies for the number 68 Waveframe car, and the number 99 can only go 1 lap longer than that, so they'd still be going 3 or 4 laps longer than they've ever done. So, I've got real question marks about whether they need a splash of fuel to the end of this race. However, Knight of Alex are, I'm fairly sure, pretty safe in this one, because when they last came in, there was not that long to go in terms of their amount of laps. There was 61 laps to go for that, or estimated 61 laps to go when those guys come in. Now, what are we at now? They're already 19 laps down, are they? Yes. So the GT's already 19 laps down on the the LMP2s. So it might even be worse than it was last year. They might even be getting laps even more than they were last year. So I'm honestly not sure. I think we're just going to have to wait and see this one play out, because I can't do the maths quick. It would take me about the rest of the race to do the maths to figure out who's going to win, and then by that point they would have actually won. So we'll just enjoy it for what it is at the moment, but it's a real head scratcher to my mind anyway, and I think there's going to be a few people a little bit nervous about where this race is ending, and you know, if people need splashes or not. Williams are, in my opinion, it could go either way at the moment. Even though it looks like they're in control, I think it could still go either way.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. And one thing we have talked about is how, unlike the other races in the VEC, this is working off a count of laps. Of course, you can see in the top left, 268 laps rather than, say, 8 hours, maybe 9 hours. And we've discussed how the cars are going to be working backwards from that goal. However, that's a lot easier if you're on the lead lap of LMP2 than you are if you're in a GTE, because you are going to be lapped and you won't be entirely certain, as we aren't right now, of what the final lap for the lead car in GTE will be. So what this means for fuel, well, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, you raised a really interesting point about what is going to happen. Will those top 3 guys be able to make it to the checkered flag? And if maybe they could make it, could not, and they get caught with their pants down with at what point the lead LMP2 crosses the line, that could severely ruin their race if they don't have enough fuel to get to the line. So that is going to be one thing these guys are going to have to be very careful of. But we're going to look at the Rookie Monsters Porsche right now with Nikolai Maliki at the helm of that car. He's very close behind Lorenzo de Cuitis, and he's going to have a look around the outside, potentially through Sunset Bend. He's going to get right up to the barrier though, almost touching it, just really getting up to that apex. Not quite finding the room to make a move though, and he's just going to stick behind, stay in 16th position. as he is putting on the pressure though, and it does look like he's going to be finding a way past Lorenzo at some point in the near future. We've got roughly 100 minutes left in the race. That's 1 hour 40. But what that means for the drivers, well, that is a very different story, because these individual laps are what it's all going to come down to when it comes to the final fuel stop. We've got pins and drillers as well in the pits. They're currently P10 in LMP2, although that's going to likely change as they have still got at least a couple of pit stops left up in that top category. But right now it is Nikolai Maliki really putting pressure onto that drive game seat Ferrari. He's following it as close as he possibly can, just making himself really present in those mirrors. And he's in fact having a look around the outside, forcing Lorenzo to hold a defensive middle ground into the hairpin, into Cunningham there, as they head through the next few turns into the hard right-hander of Tower. And back onto a little bit of a shot. I think Tower's named after the air traffic control tower, which is of course where this track is set at an airfield, much like you could say much like Silverstone, although you could hardly find two more different tracks in terms of their style. But onto the Ullman Straight. This is where it's going to be beneficial for Maliki to make a move, but he's got 3 LMP2s all in quick succession passing on his right-hand side, and he just doesn't seem to have the slipstream that he needs to make a move here on Lorenzo as they head through turn 17. He's close, but he's just not getting that little gap that he can nudge himself into and force a position from. So we'll have to see what happens in the succeeding laps, and he's actually going to have to look to the outside into turn 1. This is the battle actually that has just passed this procession here. Chris Shepherd ahead of Arne Schoenfleet. That's the Monaco car in P7 with Ajira Racing in P8, and this is definitely a close battle. You can see here we saw Chris Shepherd earlier having a little bit of a battle, and once again he's found himself at the forefront of the action. Of course, that car in front is the Nita Velix car on a completely different lap. I think that's the 3rd placed car. But Arne Schoenfleet actually having a look to the inside. Can he hold on to it? And I think he can. And that's a bit of a taste of his own medicine for Chris Shepherd, who pulled off a similar move against Jack Keithley just a few minutes ago. And that does mean that Arne Schoenfleet is going to be up in 7th place as he passes a Corvette there on his move up the field. He is a minute behind the rookie monsters ahead though, although that car is in the pit. So we'll have to see what he can do with this position as he tries to make his way past the Cetres Nita Velix LMP2 as well.
Yeah, Schoenfleet seems to be going very quickly at the moment. He's just taken back over from Nick De Silva. The more people say to me that, there's only 100 minutes left in this race, the more I think that those GTE cars that I've mentioned might not be okay. Actually, I think they might be in the end, but I'll keep changing my mind on that right up until the checkered flag, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, Schoenfleet now on the back of Nigel Velix, trying to unlap himself, as you mentioned. There's Herman Stocky driving at the moment as they go into Sunset Bend. If he can unlap himself fairly here and he's got the pace to drive away, then this is absolutely fine. It's just the problem when he starts holding up Herman Stocky, if he does indeed, but it doesn't look like he's in any danger of that at the moment. Schoenfleet is actually fresh out of the pit lane and on some fresh tyres. So that's... oh, Kasper Stoltz has gone. So I hope he's not getting back or staying in that car to do another stint. He's just going for a wee or something, because we do see that from time to time. That in between some of these long pit stops where they're stationary for a minute or so, sometimes it is just about long enough for a quick one. But if you're desperate anyway. Anyway, we'll see if a new driver's going to get... I don't know. If a new driver's going to get into that car. Not in real life, obviously. We're not going to see somebody jumping into it. Oh, he is back. Here we go. He's driving again. And there we go. Just quickly, is he still driving? Or he seemed to be quite rushed when he came back.
Well, so, he's got a lot of water with him.
That's a lot of water, yeah. And he's just downed one bottle. I think he noticed on camera as well, judging by what he just did. He opens the second. Here we go again. He's moving. 10th place he's dropped down to at the moment. Speedy might have just gone past him, as you can see on your screens right now, and it looks like the Your Name Here racing, it looks out of breath. He's ran clearly, but anyway, he's back into that car now, and he's just come out behind Your Name Here Racing. So a bit of a longer stop, bit of an undercut actually from the Porsche, and they've managed to get themselves out ahead of Jean Lacey Esports. But an impressive job from Casper Stoltz not to lose any more time than maybe he could have then.
Yeah, I think he did a definitive splash and dash there in the literal sense of the term. But he has come out behind Your Name Here Racing, so they seem to have swapped position as a result of that, and he's going to look to fight back and try and retake the 11th position that he's lost as a result of the pit stop phase, just changing things up a little bit. You can see rolling onto the dirt a little bit there, as we've seen so many times this evening. That gap though, 1.1 seconds. It's going to be quite a task when we've seen just how closely matched these two drivers are. It's going to be quite a task for Casper Stolzer to try and close up that gap and then find a way through the Your Name Here Racing Porsche. But we'll see what he can do, because he definitely does have a good level of pace. You can see he's closing up, maybe slowly but surely, trying to chip away at that gap that is currently sat there. They're one lap off the leader of their class. However, that doesn't mean they're not without a battle, because up from the Your Name Here car, there's the Speedy Might Racing Ferrari in position 10. So we'll see how this evolves.
Yeah, we will indeed see if there's going to be a bit of a catch here, as we have 50 laps remaining in this race from here on in. Big slide for one of the LMP2s coming out of Le Mans there, but it does look like Casper Stoltz is slowly reeling in. Or, not Ollie McGowan, sorry, that's the Speedy Mike car. Ahead of that, about 4 seconds up the road, Dennis Richards just got into the cars. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3 at the moment. It is for the number 14 car, which has gone around Arms Sim Racing. That is Mariano Callo, who's gone round at Le Mans. Oh, he's just rejoined the circuit, and the number 83 has had to get out of the way quite abruptly there. Not the best place to have spun around, it has to be said, because you can't really see around that corner, and a very dangerous place to reverse out from. Oh, big suspension damage as well.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting it to drag over to the right quite so much, but that was definitely a scary moment there, sat right on the apex of that fast turn. Luckily avoiding any unnecessary contact with cars that are simply driving past, but that was definitely scary, and this could be... Well, this is not what Arms Sim Racing want at this late stage in the race. You can see already lining up to come into the pit lane. I mean, you can tell when the car's moving into the pit lane because they stick to that yellow line on the right-hand side of the final turn. And into the pits he goes. And this is going to be a replay of what happened. So into the right-hander he goes, and it looks like he just slightly overcooks it and he spins it out. And he's not in a very good position. He tries to rejoin. You can see there, but there's not a lot of room. He's very claustrophobic in that position because there's not much he can do, and he's come back in front of a Ferrari there. So that's going to be damage as well for a innocent third party.
Drive Game C, I'm pretty sure that was Lorenzo De Quitis. I think just completely T-boned the LMP2. It has to be said that was, in my opinion, massively Mario Nicolo's fault. You just can't do that. Really, you just can't rejoin the circuit without looking. As I said, I was trying to be fair to him and say, you know, it's blind around that corner. You can't actually see through there. Here is the car that I believe that he was hit by. Drive Game C, battling with rookie monsters here once again. This is Maliki, who we were seeing a little bit earlier on, Mikolai Maliki. So there's still actually a good battle going on. Doesn't seem to be too fazed by this at all. If it indeed is the same car. 3 wide going into Cunningham. Absolutely no hangover about from the Burst Esport LMP2. As there's another Drive Game C. Oh, sorry, it's the other Drive Game C car that was actually halted. Lorenzo De Quitis not involved. However, Leonardo Pupo was, I do believe. Anyway, he's just gone wildly off the road at Le Mans. And now maybe he was the one involved in that particular accident there. So I bet that was a scary thing to witness as you come around there. You think that you're all going to be fine, and then a car comes out in front of you and you get hit, or sorry, you hit the prototype that comes out in front of you. A real shame to see, but a good move actually from De Quitis as we were watching him battle with Maliki. It's a good job actually it wasn't Drive Game C, because I'd imagine rookie monsters would have been involved as well, and we don't want to see any more people involved.
No, definitely not. And yeah, there was a car just pretty off to the right hand side, but we'll see how this all evolves, because That was, of course, unfortunate with the earlier incident involving that GTE. But these other guys, maybe that this later stage of the race, people are going to start getting a bit more pushy, just trying to make up those last few positions that are available to them. Because of course, it's not the big gaps they're going to be able, that are possible to be closed down from now, because we are just approaching that final stage of the race where perhaps a 10-second gap is just slightly too large to overleap. And you can see that now because we've got the Rookie Monsters car actually behind the Drive Games Seat Racing team. It depends whether he lets him go though, because it does look like that Ferrari is a little bit quicker with 0.7 of a second already clear. But we are going to see that potentially close down. It all depends on the Porsche, but it doesn't seem to be awfully fast in a straight line. And I think we saw that with earlier battles where it just didn't seem like the Porsches were able to pass, perhaps on the Ullman straight. So we'll see how the Rookie Monsters car retaliates, and he's currently 3.5 of a second, so he's definitely not letting him go too quickly. We'll just have to see what he can do and try and potentially regain that 15th position.
Yeah, indeed. So it's been a great fight between these two, actually. We've seen pretty much since we've come back on air, nearly an hour ago now, that they've been nose to tail, and there hasn't been more than a second between them at any point this race. So it's been always providing us with the entertainment here in GT. This is actually for the final points paying position as well, in case you didn't know, because at the top 15 in both classes these days get points as opposed to the top 10 in previous seasons, which felt a little bit harsh on the GTE categories, which are always stacked full of 25 drivers, but 25 teams, excuse me, but you know, only 10 of them would actually get points at the end of the day. But now you get 50 just for being here in Division 1, which is a good idea because we have a combined championship now as well. And also the top 15 get points for the race finishing order. So yeah, I think that's a good move, and it does kind of make these kind of fights more important as Maliki just goes a little bit wild and dips a wheel or two onto the grass on the exit of turn number 1.
Yeah, the combination of the three divisions rather into one championship does mean that attendance is really of utmost importance. And then when you've attended the race, those smaller fragments of points that you get for those finishing positions, they are what make the difference in a championship, because we've seen in the championship there are some really close battles. I think the gap between P4 and P5 in LMP2, for instance, is literally 1 point. So fighting for those final points positions in the race are what's going to really matter, especially if both cars or the cars around you in the championship turn up to every race just like you. So we'll have to see how desperate Rookie Monsters are. And I mean, they're not letting Drive Game Seat get away with that 15th position. They're still putting on some pressure. They're still holding on a relative distance away, staying within a second. We've got the Pinson car heading its way through now onto the outside curb a little bit there, trying to send it around the outside. You can see the superior downforce of the prototypes, letting him get past this traffic. But Rookie Monsters, they are still really intent on finishing in some points, and that is what we're seeing right now. But it does seem like it doesn't have quite the straight line speed that it needs to be quite a contender along the straights, especially along the Ullman straight. And it seems that in the infield section, so to speak, where it's a lot tighter, maybe it has an advantage, but it can't capitalize on that advantage because it's so much more difficult to overtake on those sections of the track.
Yeah, it is indeed. Licky's finding all of the sections of the track quite difficult to overtake on at the moment, it seems. Exactly in that kind of position where he's so close but just actually can't find a way through for whatever reason. He's just at arm's length, really. The Ferrari in front doing a good job to do that. Man. A little bit of a miss of the apex, actually, from Maliki through turn 5, and that's going to hurt his run a little bit around the big bend, and now down onto the next corner. And in LMP2 we're about to see the penultimate pit stops for those guys. I believe it's going to be the number 13 Nitro Velox car in first, saving for a 23 lap stint here once again. Even though it's not really necessary. I would have gone for 22 laps. I would have been in last lap if I were them, but I don't know much about strategy, but I'm just watching it as I go. Really. Oh, sorry, no, they do need to go a little bit longer than that. Excuse me. Yeah, I am wrong. Just trying to. I presume they'll be in at the end of this lap, and then they'll do another 23 after that. Hopefully, but we'll see. A little bit later on, and then a couple of laps after that, we'll see the number 28 Burst Edge Esports. Then we'll see Varga. Then we'll see Wave Free, and that seems to be the kind of pattern with a helping of Drillers Esports somewhere in the middle of all of that as well, as Roman Jakubovic comes in for Black Hawk Pescara, just in the bottom half of the top 10. I think now that we are approaching the final approaching the final hour and a half of this race here in this one, I think we should talk a little bit, or just at least touch on championship implications that this is going to have in LMP2, because the drivers and teams that can actually win this are rapidly diminishing. I know mathematically there are still many people actually in the fight here. However, it's rapidly selecting down to Varga and Burst Edge Esports, neither of which have finished off of the podium this season. Varga Sim Racing haven't finished outside of the top 2. They came in with a 13-point gap over Burst Edge Esports, who have just come into the pit lane, by the way, with Dennis Jordan, doing something a little bit different to what we normally see from them to try and get the upper hand. But it looks like they're going to lose another 5 points today, and the gap will be 18 points after this one. So by no means a gap that they can't close, but they're going to need to put in some great performances to beat Varga.
Yeah, Varga have just been so strong and so consistent throughout this season that they almost seem unstoppable with their, just before these pit stops started happening, with their 50-second lead. I mean, the comeback that they've had since that initial setback of those two extra drive-throughs they had, I believe it was 2 anyway, they are doing a fantastic job at just trying to reclaim that lost time and really show that even with such a setback, they are a formidable team to fight against, and we're seeing the effects of that now. There's currently Herman Stocky in the pits, and you can see actually on the LED strip on the side of the vehicle, you can determine how long he's been stationary in the pits for. But we've got Luca D'Amelio right now for Rookie Monsters, 18 seconds to the car in front, but that car in front is in the pits, so we could see potential battles as they come through towards the pit straight. We've also got the race leaders in the pits. That's Varga Sim Racing, who have entered just recently, passing the Nita Velux GTE. As well as that, we've got the M2 Wave Free sports cars closing up a little bit on the Wisniewski driven Williams, BMW and GT. But Luca D'Amelio currently sitting in 4th place. He will have to make a pit stop at some point, but you can see now we are definitely getting darker here at Sebring. You can see the wash of the lights on the road at this point, and lighting up the rear of the vehicles a bit, and the shadows are becoming a bit longer and a bit darker. But this is the leader of GT, Nikodem Wisniewski, with a fair amount of pace. That gap, though, to the car in second was 12, maybe 13 seconds earlier. It is now just 10.8 seconds. So we'll see whether that changes, and whether that changes enough to have an impact at the culmination of the race. As well as that, we know that the top 3 will have to do extra pit stops, but will the Nita Velux as well, which you saw getting passed by the 4th place Rookie Monsters just a lap or so ago. But as well as this, you can see that's the Hungry DK Burst Esports car making his way past Nikodem Wisniewski. But this BMW and Williams, this combination of him and Kuba Brzezinski, very, very quick. But it is going to be interesting to see how they stack up to the Citroën Nita Velux car, because it is all going to be down to those final few laps of the race when everyone has completed their final pit stops. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. But right now they are looking quite strong. Although I said that about Burst Edge Esports, and they are not in 1st place anymore in LMP2. So I don't want to make any calls too soon, as well as the commentator being a somewhat prominent thing in my experience, at least. It might just be me though.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. But yes, it does tend to happen in that particular way. Those pit stops that have just been made for Nita Velux and and the like have allowed Honor Shumbli to close onto the back of those guys. Chris Shepherd and Drillers Esports Modding Hemmingson is also a battle worth watching a little bit later on. Rookie Monster is not actually that far away from Burst Edge Esports. Luca D'Amelio has been putting in a great performance here today, and so yeah, we've very much enjoyed watching him so far. Going to go and have a look at Drillers and Martin Hemmingson though, because those guys are well and truly catching, or were catching, the one Acco car. It might have been a little bit of traffic involved just in that one. They might lose a little bit of time themselves. But it's Martin Hemmingson closing on Chris Shepherd, who actually got a cut track penalty on that last particular lap. So I wonder if we're going to see a drive for it. I doubt it at this point in the race, but we haven't actually seen very many of them today. A little bit surprised by that, because we do often see them become a factor. You know, if you get so many cut tracks and then you have to go do drive-through in the race. So yeah, we've seen surprisingly little of them. I haven't actually seen... Oh, actually, I remember one, but that's just about it. Less than normal.
Yeah, I think this is the part of the race, though, where if the drivers are right on the edge of those track cut warnings, they'll be crossing those relatively soon. So we'll see whether there are more, but I think one of the reasons why we haven't really seen that many this evening is because it's a lot harder to, or it's a lot riskier to cut the track here at Sebring than it might be at other tracks, for example Indianapolis, because you can see you're either on the track or you're not on anything at all, and you're suddenly on the grass, and it's going to cost you a lot of time. So I think that's why I've seen a bit more caution maybe in trying to avoid going off the track. But Martin Hemmingson, we'll see through the line here whether he sticks it to the right and decides to go into the pit lane. It looks like he's going to stay out though and decide not to serve it quite yet. However, those drive-through penalties could be a thing that we see in these last few stages. Maybe drivers getting a little bit carried away and getting one too many extensions, which is going to be really critical if that happens, because there is not going to be much opportunity to start making up the time if you get one. As well as that, it's going to really scupper strategy as well, especially if you get one around your pit stop, because it means you're essentially going to have to do 2 pit stops in a row. But yeah, we'll have to see and hope that that potentially doesn't happen, because it could scupper a few of the battles we've been watching so far, where whilst they continue to drive around the track.
We've got some great battles going on actually at the moment. In GTE, I believe we have Ollie McGowan versus Casper Stoltz here, and I believe that is the case, because that is Casper Stoltz in rear view of these guys. So yeah, we're watching this for 10th place in GT at the moment, but there's also battle going on for 6th place in LMP2, 4th place in LMP2, could be in the future for 2nd place in LMP2. So many battles to be resolved here in the final few laps of this race, as we now look at Casper Stoltz on board with him now, and that's the Black Hawk car up in front, by the way, but they're a lap in front. There is Casper Stoltz with his triple screen display. He actually does look asleep while he's driving, but I can assure you he's not, because he's going quite quickly and looking to get inside the top 10 very late on the brakes, and nearly rear-ended the Ferrari in front of him going into the hairpin there, but fortunately for his sake he did not. And now he's in the slipstream of that Ferrari once again, trying to use the straight line speed. But in LMP2, there's a free car battle going on for 6th. It's almost hard to know where to look, as Martin Hemmingson has actually got through on Chris Shepherd, who's now driving that car.
Yeah, well, this is just one of many battles. I think we've been very lucky this whole evening, because there seems to have been a battle wherever we've looked on track, and Casper Stoltz most recently finding himself in multiple battles in that Jean Alesi Esports Aston Martin. He's really close to the diffuser though of the Speedy Mike car, and he's going to actually send it down the inside. If he can hold that inside line, he might just make the move stick, and he's succeeded as they go through Le Mans onto the Ullman straight, but now he's got to hold on to it, and we'll have to see what the Ferrari can do in retaliation. It's just 1/10 of a second back, but Casper Stoltz is going to take an inside line, try and defend that from the Ferrari as they head through the final turn, Sunset Bend, and I think he's been successful there. You can see just how bumpy that final turn is for these cars as they ride right up to the outside wall.
we've seen just how strong that Ferrari is in a straight line here at Sebring on the Ormond Straight, the first straight, the home straight, and the kind of big power zone down towards the hairpin for turn 7. But no answers really for Ollie McGowan there. He was able to give it a good go into Sunset Bend, but not quite on this occasion. And now a bit of traffic from DX Droids, I believe that is, getting in the mix. It's not quite DX Droid, is it? But somebody else getting in the way. And so that's going to separate this battle now, and it should mean that Casper Stoltz is able to just drive away a little bit for Jean Lacey Esports. Looks like he might even carry on to the end of this race as well. Given there's only just over an hour to go, then he may well do so, side by side with Varga and Speedy Mite as well. But Varga, let's not forget, are down in 18th place, not even going to get any points for their efforts today in terms of their race position, and that's a big blow to them. They came into the day 3 points in the championship lead. Sim Racing for Holland had a chance to actually gain some points today, but they've also not finished within the points for the second race in a row. So it looks like Nigel Bullocks are going to take the lead of this one. They're currently in 4th, but Waveframe Esports and the number 99 came in just 5 points behind them, and at the moment they're 2 positions in front. So I believe that maybe it's going to be very close. Is what I think. Let's try and work this one out. I think that Waveframe are going to be leading the championship by 4 points as we leave Sebring, as it stands in GTE, and that, of course, is subject to change.
Yeah, well, it's always going to be quite difficult to judge, but the way that it's looking, I think you might be right. And that is definitely, with only 3 races to go, these final championship points now are going to be really important. And if you can start closing up that gap to the car in front, you might just make it, especially if there's an absence, because if you miss a race, it's really expensive, especially in Division 1, because of those attendance points, which are more than you can get for winning a race in its own right. So that is perhaps of utmost importance, and that's why they have it. It's just to encourage drivers to try and encourage teams to try and attend every race. But we've now got Martin Hemmingson and Lorenzo Arisi. Lorenzo Arisi in the Waveframe car just behind. You can see 7th place, but battling for 6th. And this is a battle we were discussing earlier. But can Lorenzo Arisi try and find his way around Martin Hemmingson? We've seen this car a fair amount this evening, especially when the other cars around it have already completed their pit stops. We'll see what they can do now. 3.5 tenths of a second there as they head through that sweeping right-hander towards the hairpin, having a sniff of that inside line, but really not liking the smell and deciding to stay back just for the moment as we head towards the next few turns. Just holding behind because there isn't really an opportunity to overtake from turn 3 or so all the way until you get to turn 13 at Tower, that right-hander, that 90-degree turn. Because that's followed by a bit of a straight. It's always a bit risky, but it is certainly possible. But this is where you really see the cars stack up behind traffic as well, because it makes it a lot harder to navigate through traffic when the track is so narrow and with the sweeping turns. Because what happens with high-speed corners is that there really is only one line through it, unless you're going to lose a lot of time. So that's why we've been seeing places where the traffic really comes together. But through Le Mans now onto the straight, and it doesn't look like it's been a brilliant exit for Hemmingson, but Arisi really using the slipstream of that GT car to maximize his exit. We've got the Waveframe Ferrari up ahead on track. That's not going to be quite in the way, but there just isn't enough space for Lorenzo Arisi to make a move. He's slightly too far back from Martin Hemmingson. And you can see that Waveframe Ferrari move out of the way, but Arisi, will he move to the outside or inside? Hemmingson really parking it in the middle. It's going to have to be the inside line for the Waveframe car, getting squeezed a little bit through turn 1. Oh, they're so very close, but there is no way through for Arisi. Hemmingson really hanging it round the outside, just maximising the grip of his prototype car to stop Arisi from making a move and holding that 6th position. So a very successful defence, but he's going to have to keep it up for quite some time if he wants to retain that 6th position.
Yeah, it's a big battle going on between these two at the moment, but perfectly judged from Hemmingson last time. Is he going to be able to hold on for much longer though? Because Arisi's down the inside into the hairpin, close between the two in the traction zone as well, but Hemmingson holds on again and the Reese is still struggling to find a way through. The Drillers Esports car may have to defend again into Cunningham, and just sticking his nose down the outside is a Reese, but again, it's not good enough for him. So he's given it a 3 good goes so far at turn 1, turn 7, and then at turn 10. Now as they go through Tower Corner, he might be able to give this one a go into Sunset Bend, maybe even Le Mans as well, if traffic goes his way, but it looks like it's not going to go his way, and he's going to have to just stick behind for the moment. I believe that is Ollie McGowan in front in one of the Speedy Mike cars, and straight down the inside goes Hemmingson. The Ferrari just parks it on the apex ever so slightly to try and get its best exit it possibly can, which is fair enough, of course, because he's allowed to take the line that he wants. But unfortunately for Arisi, it's cost him a bit of time. It's cost him the chance of a go down into Sunset Bend, but traffic ebbs and flows throughout the race, and you can be sure it's going to hold up Hemmingson a little bit throughout the day at some point. It just has, because Arisi closes up once again, just under 3 tenths as they cross the line, with Varga in the way now as they go through turn number 1. A big swinging wide run for Arisi, but no way through just for the moment. He's going to have to just follow the leader through sector 1 and then hope for an opportunity at the hairpin maybe.
It really is quite busy at the moment, and that's going to make it extremely difficult for Arisi as he's trying to get past the John Lacey car. And you can see Undercover Sim Racing up in front of these guys as well. So even more traffic to contend with. It all depends on how Hemmingson plays it and how Arisi also plays it. Moving down the inside of the Aston Martin there. And it just on the exit, it hasn't been very successful for Wave 3. They're now 7, nearly 8 tenths of a second down on the Pin Sim Drillers car, which is trying to get past that Undercover Sim Racing car, which should in theory get out of the way. I do believe it's at least a lap down on these guys, so we'll see what they do. You can see the lights flashing from the Wave 3 car trying to find his way through. Now that gap only 6 tenths of a second, but it all depends on how close they are as they exit onto the straight right now, heading towards it, towards the left-hand kink of Bishop. This is where we see perhaps the gap close up, but in fact we're seeing the exact opposite of that. In fact, it's extending a fair amount, up to a second there for a moment. Through Le Mans though, can Lorenzo Risi gain enough time? He just appears to have lost a little bit too much time in that very busy lap. There was a lot of traffic to try and get through, and that's just cost him, and he's not going to have a successful time at it with Martin Hemmingson. Time is marching on. He has got opportunities. There's 37 laps to go before that checkered flag is waved. But it all depends on whether Arisi can keep it together and try and make a move, because he's only half a second down. So it seems like he is the quicker driver at the moment.
Seems to be the case, because I think he pitted a little bit later, and that might be contributing a little bit, but either way, it doesn't matter too much why he's quicker. He just is at the moment. And that's all that's going to bother both of these guys as it stands. The battle for 6th, of course, but I don't think they're going to be getting much more out of this race, because there's nearly 19 seconds up to the battle for 4th, which is going on between Rory McDuff and Arno Schoenvliet. So it's a very, very close field at the moment, with lots of different close battles going on. And it's very entertaining. Yerny Simoncic and Luca D'Amelio also closing in. That's the battle for 2nd place, nearly a minute behind Yuri Toman and Varga Sim Racing, who are just dominating this field again. Varga have just been on top all day long. They're the best drivers in LMP2 right now, I think it has to be said. There's absolutely nobody who can touch them in any field in sim racing, really. They're just the best at this car by a long way. Marcel Cincic and Yuri Toman especially been sharing the driving again today, nearly winning by a minute. But the battles behind, very, very interesting indeed. Lorenzo Arisi, we're watching right now, try to make some inroads into Martin Hemmingson's 6th place, but that exit off of Le Mans is not going to help. He just dips the wheel onto the grass on the final part of that complex, and he's going to have to do a little bit of work to catch back up and get into overtaking range again.
Yeah, it does seem like Arisi is just struggling a little bit to keep up with Hemmingson at a consistent rate, because you do need to be consistently behind the car in front if you're going to have an opportunity at making the moves. And it does seem like at certain parts of the track, at least, Arisi is quicker, and you can see a few cars in the pit lane which they've just passed. But it all depends on whether Arisi can keep it behind close enough through this hard part of the track. well, I say hard in that it's very difficult to overtake unless you're sending it into either the hairpin or to Cunningham, and there just isn't the gap between them. It's not low enough yet for Arisi to try and take advantage of either of those turns, so he just needs to stick with Hemmingson until he has that opportunity. And right now they are looking quite clear in front, so this could be his best opportunity yet, but it just seems that maybe Arisi's car is set up for the straights and Hemmingson set up for the downforce, because that does seem to be where this battle is ebbing and flowing. It does seem like two very different setups for each of the cars, which mean that both of them just different strengths on different parts of the track. As we head now onto this section of the track, can Arisi try and find a way past Martin Hemmingson? We are closing up on the Ullman Straight, an all-important part of the track for these overtakes to come to fruition through the next couple of chicanes towards Le Mans. It all depends on that exit through this turn to maximize speed onto the straight, and it looks like this might be Arisi's best chance yet. Although Hemmingson just seems to be so quick on the exit of Le Mans, there just isn't that opportunity for Arisi to get past. You can see the effect of the slipstream though on the Delta. It's not close enough, but through Sunset Bend, this is where Arisi does seem quite strong, but there is a Porsche there, the World of Sim Racing performance car. It's pulled into the pits, but this could be Arisi's opportunity, closing up 0.3 of a second. Having a look at the inside line, he's all over the track trying to see a gap that just isn't there for him, and he's going to have to snuggle up for yet another lap. I'm not able to find that opportunity he needs to get through and take that 5th position.
Yeah, the GTE pit stops have, just about to begin, I believe, for their final time here in the 1,000 miles of Sebring. There is about 33 laps to go for those guys, and I think they'll be absolutely fine to make it to the end of the race. Even Williams Esports, who I had question marks over a little bit earlier on. Lap 214, and they have come into the pit lane. Christian Margera stays out and retakes the lead of the race for what I believe to be a lap, or maybe two, as things close up in this battle for 5th. As Andrea Terzi also comes in, does he? Or does he yes, he comes in as well. So Wisniewski and Terzi both into the pit lane, and so a very crinkled front end to that wave frame. Maybe it was just the lighting kind of angle there, but thought he was quite damaged there, but maybe not. Anyway, doesn't matter. Christian Mikel is in 4th place, and will be about to go up to 2nd because of those two cars pitting. He can go a little bit longer. He can go about 6 laps longer, in fact, maybe 7. But either way, it's not going to produce... I don't think it's going to produce a podium for him at the end of the day. It's going to produce a shorter pit stop. We know that for sure. And he may even come out in front, but I can't see them getting a podium.
No, I think I might have to agree with you there. Once again, the strategy is going to work to their benefit, but it's not going to be enough for them to get the position. You can see in the top right there, that was the waveframe car, and I think it does have a level of front end damage, but I think most of the cars on the track at this point do have a level of damage as well, just from the sheer volume of traffic that is going to and fro, especially between some of the LMP2s and GTs. We've had some relatively close moments with a little bit of contact here and there, and that's just going to gradually wear down on the cosmetics of these cars. But it does seem that most of them are in decent nick, such as this Nita Velix car does seem to be pretty much in mint condition, even after even after more than 7 hours of driving, I think we've had so far this evening. So quite a long way, and the sun is beginning to set, so it's becoming quite picturesque on the screen as well. But that does mean that there's going to be a low sun at points of the track, which aren't going to be awfully convenient for these drivers. And it's going to be another thing to contend with, especially when there's glare off the track. But it is Christian Mikel right now in 2nd place. We'll see what happens when he makes his pit stop, because we are approaching that final stage of the race where these last pit stops will begin to take place. And we'll see what these strategies play out to be. But we're going to go back up actually to Lorenzo Arisi and Martin Hemmingson. Now that is the battle we were watching just a while ago, and it is back again, of course, but it doesn't seem like Arisi has that pace to squeeze past. They seem to be pretty equally matched at the moment, and there just isn't that opportunity for the wave frame driver to get past the Pin Sim Driller's car.
Yeah, so it was actually very, very close about this time 1 lap ago. Wasn't really able to challenge or even make an effort for an overtake in this one. Nothing that we haven't really seen before from him. So he's just at this kind of holding pattern once again. Just one more word on GTE, by the way, as Christian Margera carries on for an extra lap. A bit of a surprise extra lap, but he's going to go for it. Andrea Riccielli has got into the number 68, and Nikodem Wisniewski is 10 seconds behind, because I think that the 68 have skipped tyres in this one in one last throw of the dice to try and maybe win this race in GTE. So we're going to see a fight for the win between those two, which I'm very glad about, as there's a lot of traffic that Lorenzo Risi is not very glad to see, because one of them has just plunked himself in front of his car, and I'm afraid it's cost him just a little bit of time. So Risi drops to nearly a second back in this fight. It just always seems to be that way with the Risi. He doesn't seem to be getting the best look in traffic in the last few moments.
No, definitely not. He just doesn't. He seems to be catching them just at the wrong parts of the track, which is giving Hemmingson those opportunities to just squeeze out a little bit of extra time over his rival on the track and just extend that gap to a safe distance, which is what he's been quite successful at doing right now. And that's the Speedy Mike car actually out of the race, currently P14. So that's an interesting development to the race. That's the P14 Speedy Mike no longer participating, potentially a disconnect. Maybe they'll be able to rejoin. That is going to cost them a fair amount of time. But now we are seeing Arisi. He is able to try and keep up with Martin Hemmingson, but he just can't find that opportunity to get through. Once again, it seems like the cars are set up for completely different parts of the track, completely different theories behind them. And that means that as they pass this traffic, it also has a big impact on their ability to navigate it as well, especially for Arisi. It just isn't playing out in his favour so far this evening.
Luca D'Amelio into the pit lane for Rookie Monsters at lap 236, which is too early. So even though he was, that's a big slide for Arisi, he catches it well. But even though Luca D'Amelio seemed to be faster than Jone Simoncic at the end of that lap, or at the end of that stint, he's going to need about a third of a tank of fuel, maybe a half a tank of fuel towards the end of this race, a splash and dash. So I'm afraid the podium dream even might well be over for Team Rookie Monsters in this one. There's still a great drive from the number 37 team today, and Luca D'Amelio is back out there here once again. But either way, it's not going to be their day, I don't imagine. Here is Yuri Toman, 1 minute in front of Jone Simoncic, embedded in a little bit of traffic right now, I think it's fair to say, but in control of this race, as in GTE, we've had another pit stop because Renz Klopp has now got into Christian Malgera's car, and we were expecting that. He's now about nearly 20 seconds ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski, so this throw of the dice from Wave Free Esports, with just over an hour to go, has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here. I think these guys can make it, but I also think that Wave Free Esports have skipped tyres on this one and are just trying to do anything they possibly can to win this race.
Yeah, it's definitely a gamble, because Wisniewski, he's pretty quick and on the tyre advantage. We saw before the pit stops, they were Wave Free maybe just a little bit quicker than that Williams car, but with these new tyres on the Williams compared to the seemingly old tyres, especially as those tyres degrade even more over the final stage of the race, because I think they're both going to have to come in maybe for a little bit more fuel at the end. I might be wrong there actually, but we'll see what happens between those two cars. 20-second gap is going to be hard for Wisniewski to close up in the course of just 30 laps remaining. However, if he can manage it, he could be in good stead for a win. But Wave Freem as well, they're going to be looking to win, and you've got to applaud them for that gamble, especially if it turns out to succeed. It is going to take a lot of skill on the driver's behalf though, because Renz Klopp, if he doesn't manage those tyres well enough, he could be in a real pickle at the end of that stint.
One team really hoping that it doesn't pay off for Wave Free Esports is Nitro Velix, who are looking like pretty solid in a 4th place at the moment. That would pretty much confirm that they are going to get how many points? Maybe 18 points from the day. If they lose 12 today, then it's quite major. But if Waveframe comes second and they only lose 7, then so all of a sudden it's not such a bad day, especially since Knights of Alex came in 5 points in front. And as I mentioned from my calculations a little bit earlier, I believe that they're going to exit here with a 4-point deficit to Waveframe Esports in this one. Varga Sim Racing and Sim Racing for Holland are going to be left behind a little bit. Deuces Motorsport Club are going to pick up some decent points here today. And so are the 68 Waveframe Esports team, which might just about still be in contention for this one. But Musto G Esports out of this race after having such a strong start with Manuel Biancalilla. They're now out. And so they're really starting to drop out of championship contention despite such a strong start to their season. As Yuri Toman gets it through on the GTE leader, the current GTE leader, I may add. It just comes into the pit lane. Knight of Alex is now in. Yeah, the battles are really going to be in GTE for this particular race. Ren's Clock is going to take the lead here. I'm pretty sure of that. But how far up the order can Nikodem Wisniewski get in these next few moments? Under 2 seconds now to Andrea Riccielli. And he took 2.5 seconds out of him on the last lap. They're about to cross the line here again. And it's not going to be comfortable viewing for those in the Waveframe camp, I can't imagine.
No, this is going to be certainly a culmination of a race, especially in GT. Perhaps not so much for LMP2 because, I mean, Varga are 1 minute clear of P2 with just some preposterous pace. They're running away with this race for the top category. However, in GTE, it is definitely going to be quite a crescendo we're going to see, especially once everyone's done those last pit stops and everyone is on their final strategy. That is when it's all going to come to a head and we will really see who stands where, and that's going to have big implications as well on such a tight championship for these drivers. I mean, we've got Waveframe currently first and second. Williams Esports, though, just under a second behind that second place car, but we can see the leader of the race overall right now is Yuri Tomin. In fact, losing a little bit of time to Jerne Simoncic in the Burst Edge Esports. That got now sub at 1 minute, but it's going to have to be a big push if Burst Edge want to try and take that first place. And I think it might be slightly out of the question unless there is a big issue for Varga, which is altogether possible with just 29 laps to go. We are beginning to count down towards that final stint for LMP2 as well. We'll just have to see what happens there because, as I know, Varga looks strong, but it's not just first place that is being fought for in that championship, but we've got Andrea Riccielli as well. He's got Nikodem Wisniewski all over his rear end. He's going to have to be very careful about this. You can just see the size comparison. That BMW, you see him about twice as large as the Ferrari, not just in length, but in height and just volume as well. And you can see in the top right, essentially what the driver can see right now as they head along the Ullman straight, moving to the inside, being squeezed a little bit by Andrea Riccielli. Under braking though, what can the BMW driver do? It looks like just carrying a little bit more speed, still holding on to the inside line, and it's going to be a successful move there for Nikodem Wisniewski, which means he can line up the very next Waveframe car in his sights and have a look at getting that first position for the end of this race. This is going to be an extremely interesting car to watch, to see what these Williams guys can do and whether they can get away with a win, because it's going to have to be quite a task, as well as the Waveframe as well up ahead. They're going to be looking to defend as hard as possible because it doesn't seem like Andrea Riccielli has the pace to keep up with Nikodem Wisniewski, who is just such a quick driver. But that battle for P1 in GTE is far from over, and I can't wait to see how it turns out.
I'm quite surprised Riccielli didn't actually defend more going into Sunset Bend, because he was never going to make it round the outside through there on older tyres. I mean, he gave it a very good effort. I'll give him that. He gave it a really good run for his money, actually, did Riccielli, and held on as best he could. But you know, you're just never going to hang it round the outside of Sunset Bend. I mean, Wisniewski may not have been able to do that on his newer tyres. He may well have done, but it would have been tricky even for him. But with the old tyres, there was no hope he was going to do that. But anyway, Riccielli didn't defend quickly enough. Wisniewski got it to his inside down the Ullman straight, and then it was fairly easy, really, into sunset, although it did look quite spectacular as we go and see the other wave frame car now, because Lorenzo Ricci's back on the back of Martin Hemmingsen. Very nearly went down his inside there, but not quite for the moment. These two are not too far away from their final pit stop of the day. If you can pit on lap 245 or later, then you can definitely make it to the end of this race. 244 may be possible with a fair amount of fuel saving, but any earlier than that, then you're going to have to come in for a couple more laps of fuel. So it's going to be a fantastic fight in GTE and a little bit of fight with the fuel gauge for some of these guys in LMP2.
Yeah, and it does seem that Arisi has the pace to keep up with Hemmingsen, but that strategy as well, it all depends on what level of fuel they can take to the line. If they can do that slightly shorter pit stop, especially with such a small gap between pin sim drillers and wave frame, that final pit stop could make all of the difference. If they can do it just a second or so shorter, maybe a slightly lighter car, we'll just have to see what they decide to do and what they are forced into doing by, as you said, by their fuel gauge, because that is ultimately going to dictate what point their pits will have to be. They're almost in the safe zone though to make their final pit stop, and we just need to get a couple more laps around the track and they should be good. And it does look like that Nita Velix car, that GT, not particularly holding up Arisi again. So once again we're seeing his poor luck in the traffic, because he just seems to be losing time whenever he encounters it. He's now 1.5 seconds behind Hemmingsen, having been 0.2 behind not just a moment ago. So not working out particularly well in the traffic for Lorenzo Arisi, as we've seen multiple times this evening. Martin Hemmingsen though is doing a good job at trying to play it as well as he can, and that is really helping his defense, and you've got to give it to him. He's defending very well at the moment.
He is indeed. He's not having to do too much. So it's not like Arisi's trying to throw it down the inside, outside every single lap, but he is holding off pretty well, although a dip into the grass there may not help his cause too much indeed. Just to update you on the gap for the lead in GTE, 12.5 seconds between Rensklopp and Nikodem Wisniewski. 1.3 seconds was taken out of the wave frame car on that last particular lap. There he is, Rensklopp, going over the line once again for the 221st time of his asking, and it's a 2-minute 1.1. What's it going to be for Wisniewski? We'll find out in about 12 seconds time as he comes over the line in a few moments. Here he comes, and he's going to go over a 1 minute 59.1, so 2 seconds taken out of him on that last lap. So if we're averaging about 1.5 seconds a lap, let's say, he's going to be there in roughly 8 laps time, which gives him more than enough time to actually catch and actually do the passing here, because I reckon there's still about 45 minutes to go, which is approximately 44 too many for Wave Frame Esports.
Yeah, the pace of Nikodem Wisniewski, he's on the fresh tyres. You've got to remember, Rensklopp, Wave Frame have taken the gamble of old tyres just to try and minimise that pit stop time at their most recent stop, to just try and have a chance at keeping that BMW behind. But just the sheer pace of Nikodem Wisniewski, 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap, that means that it is essentially an unsustainable rate for this Wave Frame car to try and keep them behind, because at this rate, in just 6 laps time, that BMW will be right up their chuff. But we're now seeing Lorenzo De Quietis with Wojciech Polesny not finding room there. He's going to have to look round the outside. The Porsche versus the Ferrari. Is it going to be a success? We can't quite tell until the exit of the final turn. Just not finding the room there. The Quietis with drive game seat holding him behind just for now. But Wojciech Polesny is going to be looking to get that 14th place, get those extra championship points that can be had for ascending up the order just 1 position.
Yeah, he can have another point if he gets this position away from drive game seat. At the moment, very close as Polesny tries every which way to get through, and it's been a good recovery actually from Vargas Sim Racing in this one. A good exit off of turn 5, and now maybe there's going to be an opportunity on the brakes. We've seen a lot of rearward braking from a lot of these cars, not least Michał Schmidl a little bit earlier on, but we'll see how Polesny can deal with it now. Round the outside he goes, but no way through just for the moment. Lorenzo De Quietis just holding off for the moment as they bounce across that curb. Zancho just in behind, but they're not on the same lap. That's Cedar Vaja, I think, in 6th place in the class. Around the outside for Polesny, bit of contact again, and Zancho getting involved. I guess at some point Polesny's going to have to get out of the way for Vaja, and he does indeed, also allowing Burst Edgy Sports in their LMP2 to get through as well.
Yeah, so that's actually going to be quite successful for Lorenzo, because he's now got a car between himself and the Varga car. But once again, we've got Arisi right behind Martin Hemmingson on track. They've got the Wave 3 Ferrari just ahead. Look how close they're getting. And I mean, as it gets darker here at Sebring, we're beginning to see the glowing brake disc ever more highlighted. We're now riding on board as well in the top right with Lorenzo Arisi. You can see just how close he's getting as we head towards the last stage of this lap, towards the turn 15 and then towards Le Mans, which is the essentially the turn where you need to maximize that exit speed. And it all depends. I think Lorenzo Arisi might have done quite a good turn there. He might have just pulled off. I don't know. It seems like he isn't as able to carry speed onto the straights as his counterpart in the Pinsim Drillers car is, because that gap back up to half a second. So it seems that maybe Arisi is just struggling a little bit for that straight line speed to try and close up to Martin Hemmingson. But it is very close.
No!
Oh, and that's a big incident. That's going to take out both drivers. I think Martin Hemmingson's going to get away with that, doing a full 360 spin, but Lorenzo Arisi losing buckets of time, and that is going to bring a premature end to that battle, and that is very unfortunate, and potential heavy damage as well to that Wave 3 car.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, what is going to happen of this then? I wonder, we might not be able to get a replay this late on in the race, but we'll try and get one for you at home there. Basically, what was happening there was Martin Hemmingson trying to go round the outside of the World of Sim Racing car. He couldn't quite manage it, but we weren't following him at the time. We were following Lorenzo Arisi, but I'm not entirely sure if Hemmingson hit the barrier or whether he hit the Porsche. Well, obviously he hit the Porsche, but whether he hit the Porsche first or the barrier first. We'll wait and find that one out and see if there is a replay of that. But goodness me, that was a strange accident, it has to be said. And here we go with the replay then. On board with Martin Hemmingson, tries to go around the outside of World of Sim Racing. He just overcooks it and bounces back into the path of the World of Sim Racing car, which doesn't spin around and get much damage at all. But Wave Freeman and Lorenzo Arisi really have. So here's a slow-mo. He just pushes too hard, catches this tyre barrier here, and it kind of spits him back out onto the road. And by that point, it's just it's too late for him really, and there's just no way he can recover that. Bounces off the wall. Lorenzo Arisi bounces off both of the walls and has to turn around in quite an awkward fashion. A shame to see the battle end like that, but quite a spectacular accident, a bit of a strange accident as well.
Yeah, I think that is potentially the bounciest tyre I've ever seen, because it did seem to be a slightly unrealistic collision. I don't think that's what Martin Hemmingson was expecting, and I don't really think the blame can be put on that, because it seems like it was an exaggerated crash for the very gentle touch. But that will definitely be one for the stewards to decide in the aftermath of this race to judge whether Martin Hemmingson was at fault. But one thing to mention now is that these LMP2s are in the safe zone to make their final pit stop. If they box now, they will definitely be able to make it to the end of the race. And we've already just seen a car leaving the pit lane, as there goes Lorenzo Arisi past his sister GT, or at least one of them. So we'll see what happens in the aftermath of this race. But the angle at which Hemmingson was spat out by that tyre wall was slightly strange, but that was a rather large crash. And I think that was slightly, the lines were slightly altered because of that GT happening to be in the middle of them. So yeah, that's definitely going to be, yes, as the chat is becoming quite interesting right now. We'll see what the stewards decide to say about that incident.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what actually comes of that, really, because we've got absolutely no idea how to call it, myself anyway. So we'll see. As you mentioned, though, we've reached that critical lap for the LMP2s, and so we'll see how many of them come in. I can already tell you, quite a few have. Yuri Toman, Yoni Simoncic, Roy McDuff, I expect Hemmingson and Arisi to follow them in as well. So we'll no doubt see them trundle down pit lane very soon, probably to repair some damage on both parts. And that could allow Luca D'Amelio to get at least a top 5 from this one. He's going to need a splash of fuel, but it's not going to be too bad for him in all of this one. And yeah, we'll see. Here's a replay, by the way. No, it's not a replay. Sorry. Don't know what's going on. We're on board with Ren's Klopp at the moment as we head towards Sunset Bend, which does look very picturesque at the moment. Bouncing over the bumps as always. Ren's Klopp, the Dutch driver in an otherwise Italian team, trying to hold off Nikodem Wisniewski. I'm mixing his name around, sorry about that. But just over 7 seconds, to the Williams Esports car behind. And on that last particular lap, 1.7 seconds was taken out of Ren's Klopp. So he is going to be, sorry, it was even worse than that. No, I was right the first time, 1.7. But either way, this gap is coming down quickly. We've still got 21 laps to go for the LMP2s. That means about 35 minutes at a rough estimate. That is a long time, and I think that Williams Esports are going to have 25 minutes roughly to try and find their way through.
Yeah, I do think right now the weight is in the favour of Nikodem Wisniewski. I think that he's most likely to get that position just at the rate he's closing up and the amount of time we have left in the race. So we'll see what happens between the two of them. But Ren's Klopp, the gamble, it was definitely a good effort. It could still succeed. It just depends on how they defend, because of course Nikodem Wisniewski will have to catch up, but he will still have to make that move. Although he will definitely have an advantage on the fresher tyres, because that will allow him to carry more speed through the turns where it is so important, such as through the final turn, the Sunset Bend. It will really benefit him to potentially have a go around the outside, maybe see some unorthodox lines taken, because he will have that grip advantage. But yeah, 6 seconds and just hitting 6 seconds now. But you can see quite a lot of traffic as well, which Wisniewski is going to have to contend with if he wants to close up. You can see him just off in the background, out of focus, as he is trying to make his way up. And this traffic is working in Ren's Klopp's favour. All he would like now, I would assume, is that traffic to last forever. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. And Wisniewski is going to continue closing down that gap until he is able to take that first place. But we will see how this all plays out. And of course, we've got the LMP2 battles to contend with as well. But this battle for first in GT as the race leader, getting very close to some LMP2s, or rather the other way around.
Not giving any gifts there, was he, Ren's Klopp? Going down into turn number 3 there. Luca D'Amelio forced to wait going through that particular corner. Luca himself, is only 1.2 seconds behind Rory McDuff in a battle of his own. And speaking of battles of their own, Roman Jakubovic versus Daniel Brewer. This is for 11th place in LMP2 right now. Jakubovic was really quite up towards the front after about an hour in this race, but I'm afraid some issues since then, and actually an issue on the very first corner of this race has put them a long way back, and it's just been a recovery drive for them really since then. But they're knocking on the door of a top 10 right now. Might be able to achieve it here today. Not if Daniel Brewer can say anything about it, though. These two will probably be fighting at some point in this particular race. But I'd like to say as well, in GTE, there's loads of different battles that could develop. Adam Baldwin slightly catching Cedar Vajra for 5th place in that class. Andrea Riccielli is actually being caught by Christian Mikel just a little bit, about half a second on the last lap. And so there are another couple of battles on top of the leading ones to watch in these last few moments. On top of this one as well, Lorenzo De Suitis and Mikolai Maliki. Drive game seat versus rookie monsters as they go over the line here once again. And we'll see who's going to come out on top on this one, because yes, again, these two are below a second in terms of the battle between the two of them. We haven't seen it above a second pretty much the entire race, or at least for the second half of it anyway, and that doesn't look like changing right now either.
Yeah, and this is interesting as well, because it is the battle for 15th place. That is the cusp between earning points and not earning points. So right now, Mikolai Maliki may as well be at the back of the GTE field in terms of points if this is how the race ends. So he's going to be looking to get past and just try and make up as many points as possible. Maybe that just be 1 point, but it is one more than he would have otherwise got. And you can see from the slow-mos now, this is Lorenzo de Quitis. He's still trying to defend, and the sun is most definitely setting. It is getting darker, but it does make the track look very nice, especially when you see the onboards going down the Almond Straight. You can see just on the left-hand side of the screen, where the drivers will be able to see anyway, the sun getting lower and lower, perhaps blindingly so, as they head towards the so named Sunset Bend. So that's another thing to be careful of. And I think we saw a similar thing at Nola, with the sun being quite bright and really casting a shine on the track. And you can see as well the lights having an effect on the track surface. But this is now Daniel Brewer, the other Pin Sim Drillers car, which we haven't been following an awful lot. We've got Roman Jakubovic just behind him in the Blackhawk Pescara Sim Racing Team LMP2. That gap now 7/10 of a second, so he's going to try and make up that position as well, because as everyone knows, points win prizes, so the higher up you can finish, the better set it will put you for the championship. And even if it is just one position, that can be what makes the difference between final positions in a championship. So we'll see what Jakubovic can do now as he makes his way through some of the GTE traffic. That's the Nita Velox car there. But with the darkness setting in, this is going to be really interesting. And just 19 laps to go. It's going to be quite a tight finish, perhaps, between these two drivers.
Yeah, Brewer's just got through on Jakubovic, so I don't expect that to change. Well, it could close up again, I suppose, if it's going to be one of those battles that yo-yos about a little bit. But I don't think so, from the way that Brewer just cruised past Jakubovic, really, in all of that one. So that looks pretty settled to me for now. And further back, Michele is still catching Richelli. The gaps are kind of holding similar, because actually, where has Sancho have come into the pit lane? That'd be why that's all changed. Cedar Varja is still in that car, but he's coming for his final bit of fuel. So Adam Baldwin was catching him, but that's not going to be a battle anymore. It doesn't need to be, because Sancho have been into the pit lane, so that settles that debate just for the moment. 2 seconds in this battle on your screen right now, but with 17, 18 laps to go, we've still got some more going on. The battle for third overall starting to kick off between Rory McDuff and Luca D'Amelio, but the much anticipated battle between Rensklop and Nikodem Wisniewski seems about 2 laps away from actually commencing. Well, maybe 3 laps away, but it's been such a great drive from Waveframe Esports to manage to at least hold off Williams Esports from this point, and it's going to be a fantastic finale from here on in between these two.
Yeah, with fewer than 30 minutes remaining, Nikodem Wisniewski definitely does seem to have the advantage. The end of the race can't come sooner for Rensklop in Wave 3, but even so, to finish second, I think they'll be very content with either way. Maybe a bit frustrating that they can't finish first. However, with the strategy they've pulled, they've been very successful in making their way slowly but surely up the order, and currently sitting in first. Could go down to second, but that's not the end of the world. That's still a very good finish. It all depends on for how long they're able to hold off Nikodem Wisniewski. Will they manage it till the end of the race is the question that we're asking. And it's going to be difficult, because we're now seeing that gap just 3 seconds. And with the tyre advantage as well for Williams, it looks like it's in their favour, but you never know. You can't be sure about what will happen. I mean, we've already seen in close battles what can happen. Just a little while ago in LMP2, with that issue in which I got schooled by Jimmy on whether that will be whether that will be a penalty or not. However, Wisniewski, he's shown himself to be quite a clean driver so far, avoiding lots of contact and just battling really well. And I think we will hopefully see that replicated when this comes to a head in perhaps just a few laps time between these two drivers.
Well, the rate of catching here for Wisniewski is getting slower each time, really. It was about 1.5 seconds when he immediately came out of the pit lane, but he only took 6 tenths out of Rensklop on the last time. And with every lap that passes by at the moment, we've come to 16 to go here, with about 25 minutes to go in this race. With every lap that passes by, you start to think, and you get the feeling that Rensklop will be thinking this at the same time, he'll be starting to wonder that he can do this. That sun is getting quite blinding, actually. It's even blinding the cameraman now. And so going down towards sunset, it is going to be quite in your face. So we'll see how that is contended with by these guys, but it's still fairly light out there. We can see these guys very well without the headlights illuminating other cars for us, and we are going to see an exciting finish here, not least between these two drivers. There is the sun just setting in the distance to the left of the onboard, as you can see right now. There it is, and it just ever so slightly, not as fully in the eyes, if you see what I mean, but just a tiny bit of a distraction. I think Wisniewski will be just blocking it out just for the moment, concentrating on the job at hand, because he's got a big job at hand, as Renscop loses about half a second, all in Sunset Bend. The gap now down to 2 seconds, as Renscop does a 2:01.4 on that lap, and 1 second quicker was Nikodem Wisniewski. So now the gap comes down to 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, this is really closing up. That last lap a second, and I think that's where, if we're going to see a move by Wisniewski when he catches up to Renscop, I do think it will be around Sunset Bend, just because those fresher tyres, as we saw by the amount of time he gained through that final turn, are just a huge advantage, because you're so reliant on grip, and because it's so bumpy and flat, there's no camber really to assist the cars carrying speed through there. It is all lateral, and it's really torturing for these tyres. Yeah, the huge advantage for Wisniewski will be there. So yeah, when he gets close, if he doesn't make a move beforehand, he will almost certainly try and have a go through Sunset Bend, and that is going to leave him with 16 laps of LMP2 time, which is just a little bit fewer for the GTs, but it does seem to be to his advantage still. 1.3 seconds it is going down as we get temporarily blinded there, heading through the tower turn towards Bishop. But that gap, well, in some instances it doesn't seem like he's got quite the pace, but it is through those high speed sections that Renscop loses time, and you can see that right now as they head towards the Ullman Straight. It's down to 1.25 seconds, and that will likely go down. We'll just see how this plays out, and I think actually that the Ferrari is closer in straight line speed. At least that's what the Delta seems to be telling us, than the BMW. However, you'll see through this turn perhaps Wisniewski will close up a little bit, as he should be able to carry a bit more speed through, and you can see that there now. He might be able to squeeze himself to within 1 second by the time they exit turn 1. You can see 1.1 right now. This is really a fascinating battle to see what will happen between these two drivers. Of course, we think that Wisniewski will get through, but it depends what point of the track and when as well.
Yeah, it does indeed. Another second taken out of Renscop there from Nikodem Wisniewski, and now with just about 25 minutes maybe remaining on the clock here today. It's hard to know, because as you can see, 1,000 miles around here, it doesn't take a set amount of time, as Williams Esports LMP2 just getting in the way ever so slightly down here at the hairpin, but it's not like they ruined an overtaking opportunity here for Wisniewski. Renscop just given a momentary piece of respite, but I think you're absolutely right. The tyre difference between these two is not very apparent at low speed. However, when we get around the back of the circuit to corners like Le Mans, Sunset Bend in particular, those tyres really do pay dividends, and they're very, very useful to have for Wisniewski. So he's going to really start to apply the pressure now, and it's going to start to get to Renscop, and then this is where the mistakes may creep in, because he's on older tyres, and so it will be easier for him to make the mistake anyway. And so that's what Wisniewski is hoping for anyway. Here we go into Le Mans here for, well, not the 254th time for these guys, but it certainly is deep into this race now. Both of these drivers not going to give up this position for anything at this point. We go on board with the BMW, but you can see the Ferrari has a good punch out of the corner. Renscop not making the mistake of Richelli, and does make sure he defends early going into Sunset Bend. He's got a big job in his hands right now, but Wisniewski going to go to the outside line. Is there anything that Klopp can do to hold him off for this length of time? Because Wisniewski's going to get a fantastic run off of Sunset Bend. He's going to pull to the outside again, get back into the slipstream, go to the inside now for turn number 1. Rensklopp seems pretty pleased with the outside line. Wisniewski sends it into the corner, and he makes sure he does the slide job in front of the Ferrari. Now, is there going to be a cutback from Rensklopp? No, there is not. Nikodem Wisniewski goes to the lead of the 1,000 miles of Sebring in GTE, and that might well be done and dusted now.
Yeah, that is, I suppose, inevitable for Wisniewski to take the lead of the race. However, you just saw the advantage that those tyres gave him to gain that position. And I don't think there's going to be any way for Rensklopp to retaliate against this Williams BMW. Just the advantage of grip in those high stress turns are just so powerful, and allowed him to carry a lot more speed and get that position. But it's definitely turning into a night sky as well, so we might finish in close to darkness. So we'll see how that all, what it's going to look like when we cross that checkered flag, although we might not see it quite as well as we would during the daytime. But Wisniewski already beginning to pull away quite a lot.
Great racing between the two of them. Rensklopp had a big job on his hands, it's fair to say, and in the end he couldn't quite pull it off. We've got 13 laps to go as just the leader comes over the line now, so roughly still 23 minutes remaining. A very long way. I think these guys are going to get lapped at least one more time. So yeah, it was going to be edging towards 20 laps for these guys as well. So big job on Rensklopp's hands, and there's not much he can do at this point other than console himself with the fact that they may well have the championship lead by the end of today. As it stands, they will go into the next race, the 6 Hours of Suzuka, with a 4-point lead over Naito Velix, who are currently in 4th. If Naito Velix are able to gain 1 place and move themselves up into 3rd place, they would still be leading, would Waveframe, but it will be by only 1 point. So I'm personally hoping that Naito Velix get up into 3rd and we can have a fantastic championship fight on our hands. Not that we don't have that already, but GTE has really provided some great racing for us this season, and it's providing a great championship as well. You might be wondering where Williams Esports are in the championship. Well, I can tell you a long way down, because they haven't participated in many races this season. They're currently 47th overall, which is combined, and let's not forget, combined from the two, from the 3 divisions, should I say. And they've only competed from NOLA onwards, where they won the race at NOLA. They actually did win, or were in the top 2 at the very least at Indianapolis, but they didn't do the sign-up. They did something wrong and they got disqualified. So that was it for them. And so they're back winning ways again here. Not a danger in terms of the championship, but they're going to be more than happy with the win that they have in prospect for them right now.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting with what you're talking about with Nita Velix, they are closing up on that 3rd place Waveframe car quite rapidly. That gap was 7 seconds just a moment ago. It's now 5.5 seconds, and it could come down even more. With the LMP2s only needing to do 12 more laps, it could just be a success for that Nita Velix car to take 3rd place and strip Waveframe of what is looking right now as a double podium, which could be a very strong start for the whole Waveframe outfit. I think they'll be pretty chuffed with that if they hold on to it, though, because that is the real task at hand. They've got to make sure they can fend off Nita Velix, but Nita Velix will be wanting that 3rd place to really pose a challenge to Waveframe in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, Waveframe haven't had a double podium finish just for the moment yet. So it would be nice for them to do so. Waveframe number 99 have actually only had 1 podium this season, despite the fact they may well be about to take the championship lead. They have only had 1 podium. This will be their 2nd if they can manage it. Battle for 10th is going on. Zancho have been into the pit lane again for their final stop of the day. Sebastian Piper is now not far behind them. I'm afraid with this particular result here, Zancho may well be slipping back in the championship fight. It may well begin to be between the likes of Naito Velix, Waveframe, Deuces, maybe Varga and Sim Racing for Holland as well. But I think we're getting towards maximum 5 in GT, and this is the kind of end of the season where we get to decide these things. I mean, we've not got long left. 3 rounds to go. double points or 1.5 times points, and so we've not got very long to go. Not many points still for grabs. So it starts to whittle away. Really, less and less people are in contention for the championship. That's normal. But it's just about being there, really, being consistent, making sure you get to the end of these races. It's important, and it's what Musto, the likes of Musto, have not been able to do, and neither have the likes of, or at least in a good place, Varga Sim Racing. They haven't managed to finish in a great place, so they're going to suffer in the championship, and that's the kind of thing that you can't afford. So of Sim Racing Holland, they're going to suffer the same thing today.
Yes, and you can see at the bottom right, that's Jane Simincic. Currently sitting in second place, 66 seconds off the leader. So that goes to show how quick Varga are. We've got a penalty there for Rory McDuff. And we were thinking, talking a little bit earlier about penalties and how we haven't seen many. And that's only one more, which is quite interesting to see how we've had so few incidents. And that is Martin Hemmingson there with Renz Kopp currently sitting in second. Only 1 second behind Nikodem Wisniewski, but I think what's going to be more important is Nita Velix against the second wave Freem car, which is actually, I should say, in third, because that is really going to be a close battle, because we have just encroaching on 10 minutes left. We've got about 15 minutes left of the race, so 8 hours 15 minutes seems like a pretty decent length, just slightly longer than the majority of the races. So definitely an endurance. And you can see the fourth place Rookie Monsters car now in the pits. So that is going to have an impact on their race. And that's going to really shuffle around the LMP2 order a fair amount, because some of them are very close. But there you can see in the top left, 10 laps remaining. And in those 10 laps, Sebastian Pfeiffer will be trying to get past Cido Velia in the Zansho Corvette. Of course, the Your Name Here Porsche in that green livery, which does look quite nice, I have to admit. Very contrasting to the rest of the grid, at least.
Don't let Jimmy hear you say that, because he hates it, if we're honest. So I actually mentioned, I displayed my affection for the livery at Imola, and he didn't enjoy it very much. So anyway, I think it's quite nice as well. I agree. So yeah. Anyway, we haven't had enough Zancho buyers so far on this stream, so we've got some right now for you. Inside the top 10 at the moment, Cido Vajay. I haven't actually been on our screens at all. Here, Kalikuri penalty. I saw Liam Rance with a penalty a little bit earlier on as well. By the way, Rookie Monsters came in for their splash and dash. That's why they were in the pit lane. Rory McDuff was for a drive-through. As we've got a yellow flag in sector 3. That's the 14 armed sim racing car. I think they've stopped on the way into the pit lane for whatever reason on this occasion. But battles going on in GT and LMP2, it seems, at the moment. Lorenzo Risi, Martin Hemmingson, Luca D'Amelio, all fairly close on the circuit, as well as these two we're seeing in GTE. The battle for the lead in GTE fairly close, battle for third as well. Still plenty to be looking at in these final few moments.
Yeah, we've got this battle right now in front of us for P10 between Sebastian Pfeiffer and Cido Vaya, but we were also going to have that battle for third place as well at some point, if the Nita Velix car can close up enough in these last few penalties. Now we've got Nick Westphal with a penalty as well. So we were saying earlier how there haven't been many penalties. This is the point in the race where people are really pushing for those last positions, and I think that's giving us an explanation as to why we're seeing a sudden surge of these drive-throughs, which are going to have quite an impact on the outcome of the race. So we'll see how that all plays out. That's going to shuffle things up a bit, put people up the order and move people down the order. Whereas right now it's just a battle of drivers between Cido Vaya and Sebastian Pfeiffer. These two GTs, we haven't seen them together on track very much, but they have suddenly come together in these last 10 laps, and they are going to be moving to try and get that position. I think Zansho, though, could have a decent chance of defending, because right now they don't seem to be letting Sebastian Pfeiffer through. We've also got the WOSR iZone Performance car behind as well, which I'm pretty sure is further down the order than they are, and that's also keeping up. So it could be possible that Cido Vaya doesn't have the same pace as either Pfeiffer or the WOSR car, and that could play to the Your Name Here Racing car's advantage, especially if they both get through, because that'll put a little blocker in between himself and the Zansho driver.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to want to stay behind. I think the World of Sim Racing car, if he's if that driver's been informed that these two are battling, then maybe he will decide to stay behind. It's this number 78, Alvaro Martinez, driving that car at the moment. We haven't seen very much of World of Sim race. They've had issues. The 78 had issues a little bit earlier on, so they've dropped back, and then about halfway through the race also issues for the Jordi San Andres car as well, which is he's currently driving, number 52, also embedded within a battle actually with Ollie McGowan. But anyway, we've got to, big slide and a big spin for Sebastian Piper. He was looking quite threatening actually on the back of Cito Varsha, but he's not so much anymore. He's going to spin it around at turn number 1 on the tarmac, but just pushing too hard through turn 1. How many times have we seen that today? GT cars throwing it in there deep, pushing as hard as possible to get positions, and realising that the rear is just not up to that, spinning around. We've seen a lot of very rear-focused cars today. They seem a little bit slippery out there and uncontrollable almost at points. And there was a spin for Sebastian Piper. He is consigned now to 11th place. He's not going to be finishing any higher than that without any kind of intervention from cars in front.
No, and that is unfortunate for him. Just overcooked it again, and yeah, just went for a little pirouette. Managed to get it back going again. Didn't cost him any positions, but it did cost him the chance of a 10th place finish. But right now we've got Leonardo Pupo in the drive game seat, racing team Ferrari, holding off Alexander Palmgarten in the Ramada Motorsport Aston Martin, which is going to have a look round the outside, but not able to find that position. And we're also going to go to Ollie McGowan and Jordi San Andres with the WSR Porsche. They are side by side at the moment as they go into the braking zone. Round the outside goes the Porsche. Can they hold the position? And it looks like just about getting away with that. That is a fantastic move at such a late stage in the race.
Well, Ollie McGowan's not done yet, though. The Ferrari's very good in the straight line, as we've heard before, and now he's going to go to the outside line in the Speedy Mac car. Good on the brakes as well, apparently. Oh, too good, because you can't make the corner. There you go. Ollie McGowan giving it his all to hold on to 20th place in GTE, but in the end gave it a little bit too much. And so he is now going to be finishing behind. Well, maybe not finishing behind, but it's going to be difficult for him to regain that place. Alexander Palmgarten in the Ramada Motorsport car, huge dive down the inside, didn't quite get the overlap on Leonardo Pupo, so can't get through for the moment, but he's being pressured into this by Varga Sim Racing, who have the pace here but are also a lap or two down, so that's why they're behind and looking faster right now. Either way, going down towards Cunningham here once again, and Pupo under a lot of pressure here. Lots of battles going on towards the end of this race, and people really just giving it their all because they know they haven't got long to go.
Yeah, this is really that stage in the race where you need to get those positions done, and that's why I think we saw that spin just a moment ago with the Your Name Here racing car, because you're just driving right on the limit. Because especially if you've not got much threat from behind, you may as well go for it. But this is the battle for P5 right now. Luca D'Amelio with Rookie Monsters leading ahead of Martin Hemmingson and the Pinsim Drillers Esports, of course, having gone for a spin earlier, now back in contention for another position, fighting with the Rookie Monsters car. We'll see how they come out, whether which one comes out on top of the other. They've only got 7 laps, even less than that, to get this done. So we'll see what Martin Hemmingson can do. Can he get enough pressure applied to the Rookie Monsters car to force a mistake potentially, or just find a way through? We'll see what happens, but he is going to be really pushing, because this is that stage in the race where if you get a position, you're highly likely to be able to hold it, and there isn't much to lose if you don't go for it. He's got 8 seconds behind those, so he's not got enough to be too aggressive, because if he goes for a spin, that could quite easily cost him 7th place. So he'll have to be erring on the side of caution, but definitely having more of a go for that position than he normally would be. And that's Rick Van Erle as well with a penalty. So these last few stages of the race, really seeing penalties start to be given out. And Leonardo Pupo as well, leading from Alex Palmgarten.
Yeah, this is the battle in GTE for 8th place, with Varga Sim Racing still embedded and watching on really from behind. Astutias Motorsport Club also in behind. They're about 80 seconds behind the battle between Waveframe and Night of Alex, which may develop in the next few moments, as we've got about 10 minutes left here really. Not very long to go here in the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Yuri Toman in control for Varga, but who's gone off in Sector 1 here, and is it an important car? 51 Now, is that one running up towards the front? I'm afraid to say not really. Speedy Mike Racing and Sean Jacobs has about a minute in front and behind of him. So he can afford. He's about the only person on this circuit who can afford to make a mistake, other than maybe Yuri Toman, although he won't want to, of course, and he probably won't because that's just not what he does. Leonardo Pupo is going to have to do a lot of defending right now because Alexander Baumgarten is very close behind him and got a good run out of Le Mans there. Pupo defends going into Sunset Bend, but that Ferrari might just about cover him. Here comes one of the LMP2s as well, just to make things extra, especially interesting. Round the outside for Alexander Baumgarten, and that should be 8th place for the Ramada Motorsport driver. Round the outside goes the Nito Velix LMP2, and that is pretty much settled. So we go up to 3rd place where Andrea Riccielli and Christian Michel are battling. Waveframe versus Nito Velix. The Italian team trying to get their first double podium of the day, of the season. They've only actually had one podium between their two cars so far, and so to get 2 in one round would be an absolutely astonishing achievement for them.
Yeah, and we've only got 5 laps to go, so Christian Michel is going to have to be as quick as possible to try and get past. I think he's got the advantage. He has been quick. He's closed up a gap that was about 6 seconds. So it does seem to be balanced in his favour, but there is that limited time. It's going to be perhaps less than 5 laps because of the LMP2s being quicker, and that's what the race distance is dictated by. As they head through turn 1 now, though, the Cetres Nita Velix car really coming up close behind and putting on that pressure. Maybe try and force the Waveframe car into a mistake. We'll have to see whether that strategy succeeds. But it also depends on whether he can try and make a move perhaps into the final turn as well. It's going to be interesting once again. It's a fascinating battle, and whether the implications of a potential 3rd place finish for Cetres Nita Velix on the championship are vast, and it will mean that there was just 1 point gap between them and the other Waveframe esports car. You can see Christian Michel has been looking at different lines, trying to find a way past Andrea Riccielli as quickly as possible. But there just doesn't seem to be the room that he needs to get that Corvette up into 3rd place. However, as they move towards the latter part of this lap, it looks like he might just be able to get it. If he gets a solid exit out of Le Mans, he could be in good stead to try and take this 3rd position. You can see the onboard in the top right and onto the dirt a little bit goes Andrea Riccielli. That's going to cost a little bit of time as they head towards the left-hander. Really close. You can't really get much closer without being inside one another, and they go through the right-hander now. It's all going to be about the exit speed into the left-hander, then braking for Le Mans onto the Ullman straight. Whoever has the best exit here will come out on top, and it looks like it might just be in favour of Christian Michel. In fact, no, he's dropping back actually. It looks like the Ferrari's quicker on the straight. In fact, no, with the slipstream that's closing up. Moving to the outside though goes Christian Michel, trying to look for an alternative line as they head through Sunset Bend. Now the sun has very much set. It is almost pitch black now out on track as they head onto the main straight now towards turn 1. This could be a possibility for a move, but that gap is 3.5 tenths of a second, which is just a little bit too distant. So you never know. Riccielli might just be able to hold on to this for the last 3 or 4 laps of this race.
Considering where the leader Yuri Toman is right now, it's going to be 4 laps, including this one, for Andrea Riccielli and Christian Michel right now. It's going to be difficult for Riccielli to hold on, you might say. Old tyres for the Waveframe esports driver at this stage in the race. They tried to do something different, let's not forget, of Williams esports to try and win this race. In the end, it hasn't quite worked out for them, but they weren't going to win the way they were going. Just following Williams esports was never going to get them the win, and so they thought they'd try something different to try and do this, and in the end they couldn't. However, they would still like this double podium, 2nd and 3rd for Waveframe, and at the moment it is Riccielli in front of Christian Michel. Just trying to see where Yuri Toman is at the moment. He's coming around Sunset Bend to get onto 3 laps to go. So these guys have got about 3.5 still to go, 3 1/3 of a lap maybe, still for these guys to run. Riccielli doesn't seem very strong through Tower Corner. He went onto the dirt last lap, as you mentioned, and then got a poor run through here. But the advantage that Riccielli's got, as that being his weakest part of the racetrack, is that there's no way through here really at Le Mans unless you're very, very close indeed. There's just not really a way through for you into Bishop and Le Mans at these chicane kind of sections. Drillers Esports, one of their cars at least going through there. Big slipstream here for Christian Mikel, but the Ferrari seems to just offset that really with the amount of straight line speed that it has. Here we go into Sunset Bend. Christian Mikel trying to find a way through as the Team Spirit racing car goes round the outside of both of them, it looks like. Is he going to get involved maybe? Oh, it's very, very close coming out of the final corner, but nothing doing there. It looks like Michele's going to have to defend into turn one and take the outside line. Does Mikel? Can he hold it round there? Not quite, but Michele goes deep into the corner and it's a narrower exit for Michele. Now maybe he can try and get down the inside into turn number 3. It's late braking for the Corvette. They're going to make contact. They do rub on each other a little bit. They go through 3, 4 and then 5 round the outside for Michele, and he's been pushed out wide by Christian Michele, who takes third place away. Wave Free Esports are not going to get their double podium tonight, I'm afraid, but it's going to be Nigel Velix closing the margin in the championship to just 1 point at the end of the day.
Well, that was an incredible move by Christian Mikel, just really going right up to the wall there. Brave as you like, because that was the only thing that was going to make it work, just sticking it around the outside, holding up side by side with Michele until one of them had to come through, and it ended up being that Nita Velix car. A little bit of contact. In fact, there's a car that's just spun off behind as well. Not going for a full spin, it was more of a half spin. I think that was the LMP2 there. Not entirely sure which one though, but that battle we just saw a moment ago, fantastic there from Christian Mikel, just making the most of it. You really had to be brave to be able to make it work, and that is what he did, and he has succeeded. With just 2 laps to go, this is becoming a this is looking like what's going to be the final order of the evening, and it looks like Christian Mikel is going to finish on the podium, and that is definitely going to mean the championship battle is going to be even closer.
Yeah, it is indeed. 1 point between Nigel Velix and Wave Free Esports we're expecting in the GTE category, and in LMP2 Varga Sim Racing came in with a 13-point gap over the men behind them, Burst Edge Esports. They're going to extend that out to 18 points heading towards Suzuka next time. Don't forget to catch that, by the way. It's going to be 10th of April, and it's going to be one not to miss. I know we've had some fantastic finales at Suzuka. I believe that was an 8-hour race that came down to the last lap a few years ago, I seem to remember. I seem to remember doing that with Neil back in the LMP1 days, which is a fair time ago now, but either way, it can produce some very, very exciting racing, exciting finishes as well. Then we go to the 8 hours of Spa and, of course, the 24 hours of Le Mans, which we are very much looking forward to. But Varga Sim Racing now coming through the final corner for the penultimate time, about to embark on their final lap of the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
Yeah, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job as well. Just the recovery from their initial drive-through penalties that carried over from last time out, and to find themselves in first, but not just in first, 1 minute and 8 seconds clear of the second place car is just an immense achievement, and it just goes to show you the sheer pace of those Varga drivers. But we've also got to be careful, because it's Alex Baumgarten and Sido Vaya who are currently taking up our screen, because they are quite close to each other. But this is the race leader still, because that gap seems to be opening up a little bit. Yuri Toman with sheer pace, as well as his teammate, just doing a great job to get that LMP2 car up into first place, having experienced that setback at the start. And Jene Simončić, you can see him in the bottom right there, but 67 seconds behind. Their burst that had a brilliant start to the race, but in this latter half, they just haven't been able to match Varga.
Yeah, unfortunately for their case, they just haven't been on terms in this particular race, but you never know what can transpire in the next few ones. Still got 3 rounds to go for them to rectify the situation, of course, as there is a yellow flag in Sector 3. It's for the 451 GTE car, but all eyes are on Yuri Toman, because he is just on fire right now. So is Marcel Chinzik. These two are just unbeatable in an LMP2 car, and they've shown that once again here today at Sebring. Here he comes into the final corner of this very race. It's been 1,000 miles of racing, and despite 2 setbacks with 2 penalties, they have still come out on top. Vargas Sim Racing, victorious in Sebring. Yuri Toman flashes the lights as he goes over the line, and he's going to take this one by over a minute ahead of championship rivals Burst Edge Esports. Jerne Simoncic and Alex Siebel and Dennis Jordan going to wonder what on earth they can do to beat these guys. It's going to take something very, very special from them indeed. Williams Esports are just overtaking them at the moment in GTE. These guys are going to take the victory here for the second time this season. It looks like they've just got a few more corners to negotiate. Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski have won titles in the VEC before. They're not going to win the title this season, but they are certainly going to get, it wouldn't be surprising to see them get a couple more wins even after this display here today. They've had to fight off the might of Waveframe, who have thrown everything at them today, but they've risen above it all, and they've managed to see off all of the challenges. Nikodem Wisniewski and Williams Esports managing to win in Sebring in GTE, weaving across the line. Delighted with the result, and we're delighted with the race that we've seen today, Hugo. Thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, there's been twists and turns at every point in the race, and also there has been battles just consistently ebbing away, and at different points in the race they've just been flaring up again, and it's just been a fantastic spectacle. And I think we've enjoyed it as much as those at home are watching it. But these are the race results as it stands right now. It's going to be Yuri Toman for Vargas Sim Racing. He crossed the line first and is going to take first position. Then Burst Edge Esports second place with Cetrez Nita Velux rounding out the podium for LMP2. Then Waveframe Esports in fourth, Ricky Monsters in fifth, Pinsim Drillers Esports in sixth. Seventh place is Ajira Racing, followed by Williams Esports, Wanako Racing in ninth, and Black Hawk Biscara Sim Racing Team rounding out the top 10 for LMP2. Then 11th is Daniel Brewer for Pinsim Drillers Esports. Then 12th, Burst Esports Simplexity. Then 13th, Ajira Racing DX in 15th. Then Team Spirits Racing in 16th. Undercover Sim Racing in 17th. Arm Sim Racing 18th. And 19th are Burst Esports Hungry DK, having not had a fantastic race. Then Nikodem Wisniewski, of course, taking the Williams car. His teammate Kuba Brzezinski first place. Then second place is Waveframe Esports in GTE, followed by Cetrez Nita Velux. The other Waveframe Esports car currently driven by Andre Riccelli. Then Juice's Motorsports Club just finishing fifth. Then Chris Sever and Blackhawk Racing. Then Jean Lacey Esports, followed by Drive Game Seat Racing Team, Ramada Motorsport, Zansho Racing, and Your Name Here Racing for 30th overall. Followed by Blackhawk Racing, Speedymite Racing, Vargas Sim Racing, Ricky Monsters, Drive Game Seat Racing Team, that's the sister car there. Sim Racing for Holland in 36th overall, followed by Ground Effect Sim Racing, having had that disconnect earlier on in the race. Liam Rance and Satellite Racing 38th overall, World of Sim Racing iZone Performance 39th, and Ollie McGowan and Speedymite Racing 40th. And the guys that didn't make it, so we had the other WSR car in 41st. Then those that didn't make it to the checkered flag were Volante Racing, Musto GD Esports, Pinsim Drillers Esports with Henry Sinek at the wheel, and DX Droids were the first to not make it to the checkered flag. But what a race that has been.
Yeah, very good race indeed, and I hope everybody at home enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. Make sure you join us on the 10th of April. We will be in Suzuka for the 6-hour race to kind of kick off the final part of the season. We've finished with the American races. We've been to the 6 hours of NOLA back in January. We've had 8 hours around Indianapolis. We've had over 8 hours of racing here for 1,000 miles at Sebring. But Suzuka, Spa, Le Mans, you couldn't think of 3 better tracks to end the season on. And so I hope sincerely that you do join us for those 3 races. We look forward to seeing you then. But for now, from me, Ewan O'Leary, and Hugo Barrard alongside me, and everybody here at SRC and VEC, it's a very warm goodbye for now.